honestly, the last 4 months touring our retail corridors all across the borough. I've done 25 of these tours. Last one was Monday in Cypress Hills. So, the economy is about jobs and opportunity. It's about entrepreneurship. It's also about helping our minority and women-owned business enterprises and our immigrant-owned business enterprises to move ahead and to achieve both the American dream, but also to be part of the equation of helping to pull up communities, right? Because, if you're a successful entrepreneur from any particular community, and if you can hire locally and if you could support that local community, then the return on that investment is extraordinary. So from my perspective, yes, I'm a Chamber of Commerce guy. I don't think we should have to pick between education and the economy because they're so intertwined, but I do say the economy, especially our infrastructure investments, are going to be such an important part of all of our lives in a very holistic way here in Brooklyn. So that's why I'm supporting the economy and infrastructure.
So thank you for that perspective. We have someone who actually we met on the streets of Brooklyn who may be aligned with your views. Let's check that video.
My name is Derek, and I'm from this neighborhood, Clinton Hill. If I were president, I think the first thing I would start with is I'd have a plan for COVID, which would naturally lead me into an economic recovery plan. And then I'd figure out the best way to move this country forward so that everybody has an opportunity to be successful. Certainly would not be pardoning who's in office now. Take care. Take care.
Well, all the you-know-who's aside, we've heard from two Brooklynites who are just sharing their day, and it was interrupted by me putting a microphone in their face, and two of our panelists on the issue. So now I would love to hear from the rest of you about those intersections that you see between education and the economy, or where you might be leaning before we put it to a vote for the panel and for the people of Brooklyn. So all of your mics are open. Let us know if you have a thought. Mahogany, I saw yours disappear first. You got something to say?
I was just going to say, I am definitely Team Lopez effect. Education is the bedrock, and there is no other way. If we don't have the tools to not only understand where we're coming from, we won't know where we're going to. And the fact that she's not only engaged with gardening and urban planning and understanding how foods are very much a part of not just how your home is, but how your mind works. I think, that's the ecosystem right there in itself.
But let me queer the narrative a little. It's important to have your education going, but what about the crumbling schools and the subway and the sewers that are creating a hazard to the young people who may not benefit from the fullness of great people like Nadia because the city is crumbling around them? How are they getting to school on those broken roads and messed up commuter system? Michelle.
I just want to say that, education to me is part of the infrastructure. There's physical infrastructure and then there's human infrastructure, and they're both critically important and they both need investment. And if you don't have one investment without the other, the city will not prosper. So I don't know. I'm definitely not an either or person. I'm a both and kind of person, personally.
Yeah, all of the both and people, I see you in the comments, but we got to pick one tonight for the purposes of this exercise. Remember, this is the smoke-filled room. We're in back now. There's a whole stadium full of people out there ready to say, we're going to win this thing. And they're waiting for our 3 policy planks. So this is the unfair bargain that we're called upon to make tonight. So it's
if you had to narrow it that way, I would just say that from a presidential perspective, I mean, how many times have we heard in the presidential election people saying that we were ready, there was a bipartisan support for an infrastructure bill? Yeah. So I don't know, maybe that's the thing that can help bring the country together right now.
Well, so and the BQE is still falling into the ocean. So it's time for our first vote. In just a few seconds, our panelists will be seeing the options before them. It's either going to be the choice between education or the economy / infrastructure. So I'm going to ask you to lock in right now. And while our panelists are taking part and making their vote, I'm going to encourage you to let us know what you think. What would you come down on? So I hear in my ear now that we have a winner, and it seems it wasn't a hard choice by the speed of the way the vote came in, but education it is. The Lopez effect is in full effect, our first victory of the night, but the victory really is for Brooklyn. We know that you've been watching and involved in this political stuff going back and forth. There won't be any raised voices or cut off microphones here tonight because we're engaging with civil people who, instead of putting themselves first, always in their words and deeds have put our community first. And that's why they're here. And we hope that's why you're here, in the service of moving us all forward together in the best way. So education is the first plank of the Brooklyn platform. So we are just going a little bit forward now into the next round. Food insecurity is something that many Brooklynites were struggling with before this pandemic, and certainly as we're in the midst of it. What a lot of us knew is becoming apparent, and very apparent to some others who are just finding out. As a matter of fact, a national survey recently said 2 in 10 people have sought emergency food supplements where they'd never been in that position before. That's 2 in 10 Americans on a national scale have shown up looking for emergency food. We know that it is a very serious problem, and we are aiming to look beyond emergency food into real structural change and food justice. And Ray Gomes, I think you may have something to say on the subject.
Just a couple of things. Just.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here, be a part of this esteemed panel, specifically to represent food, because I think it's such a crucial aspect of our lives, and it's not getting talked about in a way that I think is moving us towards really solving a lot of the issues that our communities face. I think food should be on this platform because we all eat, we all need to eat. And one of the things that, this pandemic definitely brought to the forefront was that food is the first thing that hunger is the first thing really that people experience when there's a crisis, right? You go to the food pantry, you go and you look for emergency food sources, right? And even though hunger is the experience, the cause is poverty. The cause is the loss of income, right? And so a lot of what I am proposing is really looking at the root causes of of hunger, the root causes of lack of food access in the community, and then really thinking through, and I apologize, I'm going to do this a lot, making Hamilton references because I love Hamilton. Who is in the room where it happens, right? That is the main concern that I have here, because we're talking about policy, we're talking about the presidential elections. And for the most part, people who look like me, people who look like a lot of our panelists aren't in the room where it happens. We aren't the ones that are making these decisions that would reflect best and long-term solutions for our communities, right? So the proposals that I have are really about looking at kind of taking a bigger picture view of how a lot of the response around COVID-19 has happened, and how a lot of these things basically further a lot of the inequities, and how we can sort of redirect to a better course. And, I'm very heartened by the fact that, Ms. Lopez mentioned, nutrition, food and nutrition education as part of, her education platform. And that's why I supported the education platform. Also, but I would go further and say, I just want to put this as an aside, but I would go further and say that food justice should be a part of that nutrition education. That is not just necessarily about, my plate and all of these other things, and having vegetables and fruits and all of that. But it's also understanding, why we have a lack of good food access in our communities. I think that young people in particular will be very interested to know the roots of those issues, because a lot of them will motivate them to activism. So just wanted to add that. So I think for the most part, a lot of what happened around COVID food response was a heavy investment in emergency food. And as Brian mentioned, that statistic about a lot of people accessing emergency food resources who had never accessed it before, we see that, you know, that had sort of been the ready sort of application, or the ready way that people responded to that need, and the ready way that our government, our city government, our state government, and our federal government provided relief for our communities. And, you know, as was mentioned before, our communities have been facing these issues long before COVID, right? And so if emergency food resources is the only way that we sort of look at any type of food access resource, then we're constantly in this cycle of only funding those efforts, right? And so COVID really made it so that that argument is at the forefront of most, if not everything, that we're doing in terms of food security. And so one of my platform ideas is to divest from the emergency food industrial complex, because believe it is an emergency food industrial complex. It's these huge corporations that get millions and billions of dollars of our tax money in order to respond to this crisis that gets supposedly trickled down to our communities, but can be invested in a better way. So divest out of that complex and invest in community food sovereignty projects. And there's a way that you could respond to the emergency food needs and leverage that response to these long-standing sustainable efforts, right? There are a lot of different models for that in the community, that if the city agencies were sort of bringing those people into the room where it happens, where those decisions were being made, our food response would look a lot different. So one of the things that we need to do is invest and create a food and equity council made of these community food sovereignty and community partners who have been doing this work for a very long time. There's also a huge divestment that has been happening for about a century in terms of food in this country. And that divestment is in Black land ownership. Our Black farmers have been dispossessed of their land for over 100 years through a consistent government policy and government subsidized, or basically government turning a blind eye to a lot of violence, and it was basically state-sanctioned violence against Black farmers. And so as a way to sort of look at this sort of long lens view, this sort of big picture view, you know, how do we respond to the loss of Black land and the lack of access in our Black communities? We create a network where Black farmers are feeding Black communities. And so you work in a way, and, you know, this is not sort of like a sort of easy sort of solve to all our issues. It's an idea, it's an investment in both sort of dispossession in urban landscapes of good food access, dispossession in rural landscapes of land, right? And so we're working to solve that with applying those two frameworks. One of the ways that I would respond to one of my panelists in terms of thinking of infrastructural investment is that, you know, there are ways that infrastructural investment could really go awry. You know, during the 1968 riots, right? When Black communities were basically responding to police violence in their communities, you know, government, small business association, all these agencies sort of gathered people together and asked them, all right, what do you want? What do you want? And they said everything. They said they want health equity. They want better education for their families. They want better access to food in the community. They want more businesses, more entrepreneurial opportunities. So they said, okay, businesses. And so they ran with that. And you know what businesses they supported? Fast food restaurants, right? And so now we see the result of that. In post 1970s, you know, when we think about Coming to America, that movie and all of that, and this sort of central Black family that built that wealth from fast food restaurants, that was a direct result of policy. That was a direct result of people saying, we're supporting Black people to have Black ownership in businesses. Julian Bond, Muhammad Ali, those are some, and a host of other athletes were entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs for fast food restaurants. And so when we think about what we have in terms of food swamps, that was a direct investment of infrastructural and economic investment that has led to Black businesses thriving, but also being very detrimental to community health and food access in the community.
So we're going from the Lopez effect in education to the McDowell's effect in the way that community has been impacted when you ask for something and then something was delivered and it wasn't quite what we needed.
Exactly.
Especially as we build sustainable, healthy communities for generations.
Exactly.
So taking all of that into account, I do have to let everyone in the broader audience know that we invited Jose Albino from the Griot Circle, one of our great friends and neighbors just near us at BRIC, that deals with intersectionality and specifically in providing community and support for our older LGBTQIA plus family members and citizens to come together and have an opportunity to fellowship and get healthy food and community. So Jose was scheduled to be here this evening, but at the last minute could not make it. And he was in the bad position of having to sort of make some counterpoints against Ray for how community investment should be plowed into a space of healthcare. And as we can see, these issues are tied together. As a matter of fact, on YouTube, Neil Feldman, who's watching, thank you, left a comment and said, these issues are interrelated. We must bring together decision makers, close the door, and not let them come out without a progressive solution to these never-ending problems, which is what we've done. So call your congressperson, Neil, and let them know that BRIC is on the case, and we've invited the smartest people we know into the room.
Right.
So,
just one quick thing. I mean, I'm so happy that, someone was going to talk about healthcare. As you know, my position is to think about community health. Community health is directly related to food access, as evidenced by multiple studies. And then my last point was really to invest in social determinants of health priority areas and have, look at the basic social determinants of health, redlining areas who have historically been redlined, areas that have high levels of gentrification. They all have very horrible health outcomes. And so to have those as high priority areas for investment in healthcare, food included.
So Ray, can you just draw the line for me for a second? Because some people are listening to you talk about these determinants and may not quite see how one thing links to the other, but this isn't theoretical. This is something that we know to be the case.
Yes, I would use the example of my old job at the health department. We would have these maps that we would work with, and it essentially will be overlays of different statistics. So it'll be like all the areas who have been historically redlined, right? And redlining is a government-sanctioned program that basically determined which community would have investment through loans and credit in order to own the property, and then that also extended into a lot of different things in terms of how communities would be invested in, period. Right. And so historically redlined communities are ones with the highest outcomes, negative health outcomes in terms of, I don't necessarily like using obesity as something because that's sort of loaded in a lot of ways. But, in terms of, obesity premature death. Thanks. I'm trying to remember all my health department terminology. Anything that you think in terms of negative health outcomes, all of these communities have them. It's like really just like A equals B. Like it's the same communities, the same histories, and the same outcomes. And so, when we talk about all the issues around healthcare and what makes good health, what makes good health is good housing. What makes good health is affordable housing. What makes good health is healthy access to good food. What makes good health is good access to quality education. What makes good health is, access to healthcare resources in the community, both public health and medical care, right? And so for the areas that have been dispossessed of those resources through government action, whether direct or indirect, we need to respond in a policy way, because policy created it, policy has to answer it. We have to respond with policy and investment in these high priority areas and create the better health for these communities.
Well, I can say anyone, it's clear that Ray Gomes is arguing both sides of the issue. She came at it from a food justice perspective, and she came at it from a purely healthcare perspective. And we're asking our panelists to meet in the middle. Again, we understand that it's an unfair conceit, but if we're looking at the hierarchy of need and also just the amount of resources that we humanly have in ourselves, if you've ever had to make the decision between going to the PTA meeting or going to the block club association or a community board and get dinner on the table or wash clothes, you know there's only so many hours in the day. So we understand that it's unfair. And a second ago, I misattributed that quote that I said was from Neil, but it was actually from a former BRIC colleague, Ted Canova. Thanks for writing in, Ted. So that being said, and knowing that Jose was not here, we do have a person on the street who's sharing their opinion of how they would make things happen if they were president with regards to healthcare. Have a look.
Hi, I'm Dr. Archer, a child and adolescent psychiatrist. I work in Brownsville, Brooklyn. And if I were president, everybody would get free mental health care. Everyone, from the youngest to the oldest.
Hi, my name is Dr. Arabella Croy Pembroke. I'm the principal of Riverdale Avenue Middle School. And if I were president, my priority for the first 100 days in office would be to offer free mental health services to every single citizen and undocumented person in the United States.
Bring it to the panel. And it's a binary choice, but it's a non-binary world. We get that. Let me get the panel up right now with the poll. And the question is, what is the second plank of the Brooklyn platform with the full knowledge that we have there, looking at food justice issues or looking at healthcare? So we have a winner, and the winner is healthcare, which were two sides of the same coin. No one lost here. And even if they only thought of healthcare as what happens in the hospital, surely they know that the food is your medicine right now. So thank you for the impassioned arguments, Ray. Thank you for the votes from our panelists. Thank you for your comments that I see funneling in from folks all over Brooklyn. Hey to the folks at Collective Fair in Brownsville, who I got to spend a lot of time with this summer for the six-part series, Brownsville Rising, that's currently airing on BRIC TV, where we talked with the community about some community comorbidities that were in place and how Brownsville is rising to the challenge and rising above the expectations of those who don't know that Brownsville is going to be better than it was coming into this thing, going out of it. So thanks to the folks at Brownsville Collective Fair and the members of the community who welcomed us so robustly there. We really appreciate it and hope that you all will watch and learn as we delve into some issues in Brownsville. But our issue ahead of us right now, that is something that was paramount for a lot of folks in Brownsville, which some people see as Brooklyn and New York City's last frontier, as lots of plans are being made for that community. We're looking at housing, the whole housing landscape in Brooklyn. And we actually have a person who we met on the street where if they were a single issue voter, housing would be theirs. Have a look.
I'm State Senator Brian Kavanaugh, and if I were president, I would ensure that every American has a right to decent, affordable housing by strengthening our fair housing laws and by providing adequate funding for public housing and for affordable housing throughout the country.
affordable housing throughout the country was the last word that he left off on. And I know that affordable housing might be a third rail because affordable to who is how it starts. And then the question goes on from there. So Michelle De La Uz, you've already forgotten more about affordable housing development than most of us could hope to learn. So the floor is yours. Convince us as to why affordable housing and just housing period should be the last and wide policy plank as Brooklyn's caucus moves on.
Sure. Before I do that, I just want to, I think, conjure the spirit of former Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, the first major Black Party candidate for president. Since we're here talking about Brooklyn's platform for president, I think it's important to bring her spirit into the room.
Ashe.
As part of talking about housing and the importance of it, right now, people are holding on by a thread. The only reason why homelessness hasn't, a tsunami of homelessness has not hit this city and this borough is because of the eviction moratoriums that we have in place locally and federally. We have, an estimate from a national organization that New York State has about 1 million renters that due to COVID alone will need $11 billion in rental assistance. Number of homeless families this evening hovers around 60,000 in the city of New York. Even before COVID hit, if you weren't homeless, you were rent burdened. You were paying well more than 30% of your income towards rent. And that obviously has only gotten worse as people have lost jobs. So people are holding on by a thread. And as Ray said, housing and housing stability and the quality of that housing is a major determinant of many different things in your life. It's a major determinant of whether or not you're healthy. It's a major determinant of whether or not you're stable enough to take part in education, right? It's a major determinant of how long it takes you to get to work and what access to jobs that you have, right? So it's a major, major issue that impacts New Yorkers, impacts Brooklynites, and quite honestly, impacts folks throughout this country. This country has not done enough to make housing widely available to Americans overall. And there's a long, long history of systemic racism as it relates to housing in this country. Ray already brought up redlining. We've talked, you hear about the GI Bill and the fact that, who wasn't able to take advantage of that in order to build wealth. Those are all things that can be undone if we have the political will and set our minds to it in terms of the level of intention and the scale of investment that is needed. Solutions, first we need to recognize that housing is a human right. Housing is not just a commodity. Housing can't be the only way that people build wealth and have a foothold in being part of our society. And a lot of that is about, writing the balance in terms of, providing real rental assistance, investing in public housing, taking a look at that mortgage interest deduction and who does that benefit and who's not benefiting from that, multi-billion-dollar tax break that we're giving to homeowners, most of whom are not Black and brown in this country. And of course, as the person said that spoke earlier from the street, to affirmatively further fair housing. We had a Fair Housing Act in this country, but we've never, ever affirmatively furthered fair housing. What we've done is when there's been actual discrimination that we're reactive to the issues around housing and issues of discrimination, but the country's never actually affirmatively furthered fair housing. When President Obama put out a rule to affirmatively further fair housing, the first thing that President Trump did when he got into office was to basically say, we don't really need that. And Ben Carson has, repeatedly trying to take steps to undermine any affirmatively fair housing rules. New York City is doing more in that front. So, these are all things why housing is so critical. Housing is absolutely, part of the systemic reform and elevating housing as a human right. And what that means is part of the systemic reform that we as a country and as a society need to put forward to undo the systemic racism that we see every day in the lives of many, many people, and how, quite honestly, how this pandemic is also playing out. People who live in overcrowded conditions, it's not density that is driving COVID numbers, at least in a lot of the neighborhoods in New York City where there's higher infection rates. It's overcrowded housing conditions that are driving that. So I'll stop there and vote for housing.
All right, we like that last minute plug in there in the spirit of the vote. I do want to bring something. We're having a robust discussion over on the YouTube page, and Mo Beasley left a comment. How do we fight the engineers of systemic oppression? Historically, they undermine advancements of Black, brown, poor, working people. So Michelle, just a second ago, you spoke about how systematic racism has reared its head over and over again in the way that we look at housing, and it might bubble to the top when we're looking at overt discrimination on a case-by-case basis. But this is the Brooklyn panel. We got smart people in the room. We don't go to personality, we go to systems. So looking at those systems that are working to undermine people and propagate oppression, Mahogany Brown is taking the floor right now with the perspective about how we are going to look at systemic racism and make that a policy plank to make sure that Brooklyn for president means something meaningful and moving us forward from criminal justice all the way to housing, food, infrastructure, and education. Mahogany, the floor is yours.
Thank you. That was amazing. I'm voting for you, Michelle. Thank you. When I think of the things that we need to prioritize, especially considering the criminal justice and the pipeline for the for-profit prison industry, I believe we need to prioritize decarceration, reentry programs for those inmates that have been taken from their families and their communities, dismiss bail funds and return that money to the people, and defund police. Less money into the prisons and more money into community centers, education, houselessness, and food deserts. If we defund police, we can extend opportunities for mental health care. If we defund police, we can apply those funds to affordable housing units. If we defund police, we can eliminate Wi-Fi shortage for low-income families and provide free hardware and connectivity for our citizens in this borough. If we defund police, which I think it's a $6 billion law enforcement budget, just by half, we can afford community accountability programs that serve as liaisons, that put the community members in spaces where they can speak for themselves. We can afford healthcare and assistance for essential workers. We can provide free food delivery for communities suffering from food deserts instead of the $1 billion that's already retracted. If we take 2 more of those billions, we can fund communities and people that are underserved and ignored. Defunding the police will also serve as a catalyst for humane training, community accountability, and the disintegration of a system designed to disregard Black and brown people. Redesigning the justice systems begins with sectors working closely with people. Abolish prisons, defund police, redistribute the money to the people that have been systematically abused by these systems of oppression. It isn't enough to condemn, stop, and frisk. We must eliminate the structures that put them there in place in the first place. So close Rikers, do not reform, shut it down. Release all those convicted with marijuana-related offenses and low crime offenses, and even those with these high level offenses. We need to start thinking, what do they need as a community, right? Someone said earlier about holistically, and it can't just be us looking at these metal steel bars and taking them from their families and thinking that that will do it. Prison has not worked. We have watched it. It doesn't work. It has tremors and effects. It impacts children and mothers for centuries, like literally centuries. I lost my father to prison 30 years now. that is over half of my life. If I'm correct, there's almost 500,000 people, innocent people, that are imprisoned every day because they can't afford bail. So it is up to us to demand what our community needs, what we want to see happen. Decarcerate, release all the people and their children from detention centers, close Rikers, close ICE now.
Mahogany, I want to ask you what your working definition of defunding the police is. Because if I'm standing on one corner in one part of Brooklyn, I hear a narrative. If I'm standing on in another part of Brooklyn, I'm hearing a narrative. So give us your essence, beginning and end of what defunding the police is.
Again, they have a $6 billion budget, cut that in half, and then you start instilling that money and redistributing that money to people who can work in mental health care spaces, people who are already in the community, working with the community. There are accountability people that we have access to, but they don't have the actual, not say power, but agency. They don't have the agency to advocate for what we need. And so you have taught generations of folks to believe that the police are there here to protect and serve us. But what we're finding is the people that are here to protect and serve us are actually afraid of us. And because they're working from a space of fear, they also then work from a space of just, eliminate. They do not de-escalate, they eliminate. And so we need that money, cut that $6 billion in half and start redistributing to folks who have certification, who have a knowledge, who don't have a fear of the people that they are serving.
So you've heard two sides of a very not dissimilar coin. Once again, I'm going to ask you the ever unfair question right now. Please put the poll up, and folks at home who are watching along, who are still mad at me that I'm making it an either or proposition. I thought you would have relaxed by now, but you're going to be mad for about another half hour because I'm asking our folks to decide right now between housing or racism / criminal justice as the third and final policy plank as we march towards wrapping up this platform and Brooklyn for president in this first ever Brooklyn caucus. I'm being told in my ear that we're waiting for one more person to vote. So someone on our panel, Ray Gomes, it's a secret ballot. I'm not looking at you. So someone has pressed the button, and I can tell you with certainty that the final policy plank in the Brooklyn caucus is housing. So housing as a right, as a responsibility of the Republic has won.
Further it, we'll do it.
So at this point, I want to outline just what what the three policy planks of this whole endeavor are. We've got the most recent one, which was housing. Prior to housing, we had the policy plank of, help me out, Ro. We had housing, we've had healthcare, and we've also had education. So those are the three policy planks. So now I'd like to draw your attention to one more video. Have a look at this word on the street. Okay, so we have those three policy planks. Skip the video where I'm going to keep you in the room while it's hot. I have a surprise for you. With full respect to all of the intersectionality that is happening and all of the folks who are upset about these binary choices that we've been forced to make, but it bees that way sometimes. I have the ability to bring something back from the sidelines and add a fourth plank to the policy. So can I please have the poll for the folks in the room? And I would love for everyone at home who is, or wherever you happen to be, to join me in saying right now. We have infrastructure in the economy versus, but not really versus. It's like versus versus Patty and Gladys in the room. It wasn't a versus. It was like a getting together. So when I say these things are versus, it's versus. So infrastructure that we're looking at, we have those three things. So I'm being told that it's a tie between the economy and the racism and criminal justice intersection. So those are the two things that are tied. Food insecurity fell by the wayside. And in the event of a tie, as there are 5 of you here, I get to do the Mike Pence of it all. Sorry for the reference. And be the tiebreaker. There's no flies in the room or on my head that I'm aware of, but I'm gonna get to make the decision. So if those of you who are watching and who've been yelling at me the whole time in the YouTube, you can let me know right now. I'm gonna take the first person and let them sway my vote. Because if I'm given a choice between, keep me honest, what is it, Ro? I'm looking at a difference between the economy and racism. I'm looking at something. Well, I got 1 vote for racism in the comments, and one of my favorite people in Brooklyn told me to choose the economy in the chat that I'm looking at here. So it's the economy. I had 3 voices for racism and for the economy. So
Wow.
our policy plank is secure. So it's going to be the economy.
I would just say that even when the economy's good, racism still rears its ugly head.
Somebody say that. So I'm going to invite all of you to unmute your microphones right now, since there are no more presentations, and let's dialogue about this platform that we've built. I'm getting folks who are Skyping in with me on YouTube, letting me know things that we've missed and what their thoughts of. In fact, I have one more video that I would like to share about someone who is going to be upset because the racism didn't quite make it into the final round. Can I share that video with the folks? Okay. All right. So we are just going to keep it moving here. So I'm going to ask each of you to weigh in right now. We've got a policy. We've got a policy that includes the economy. We've got a policy that includes moving forward with healthcare. So I want to know from you if there is anything we left out. These first among equals, is this going to be enough to bring Brooklyn forward as Brooklyn for president? Can we win on this platform? Nadia, I saw you sharing some support for points that Ray was bringing up, talking about how you've lived this intersection between education and food justice, and educating your young people and families, and working in collaboration with some great organizations in Brooklyn to bring food justice to your community.
Yeah, I think that what I stated in our internal chat on Zoom is that you can't have one without the other. And for me, like it's so hard to choose any of these things by itself, because we're all impacted by all of the issues that we've all represented this evening, which is why I figured out as an educator how to interweave these things. Because what we do see in the education system is that we tend to only focus on one particular thing without realizing that, you know, we are a microcosm of what's happening in the world. And if we fail to take time to address these issues, then we make one particular person, one particular class, one particular race more important than really looking at it from a humanities perspective. So, you know, as I listened to Mahogany share about all of the things as it related to racism and the criminal justice system, you know, my mantra has always been, I opened a school to close a prison. And, you know, Brownsville is one of those communities that adds to the 80% of the people, the residents who end up in our New York State prisons. And so that's based off of housing insecurities. That's based off of the fact that we have food insecurities. That's based off of the fact that our economy is not well in a community like Brownsville. People are not being taught trades, right? We focus so much on getting them to college, but our education system isn't reflective of the needs of our children. And so we've taken trade out of the school. We're a creative people, right? If we had things in place where we're not just saying to children, you have to wait until they go to high school to find out about coding. You have to go to high school to find out about things in the fashion industry. They could be learning things right now. Kids are quick learners, right? And so for me, that's why education is always that place. That we could connect all things, but there's a creative way that we can do that. And the reason why I take a stance with education, because even on a national platform, you hear that education is not even a priority. They don't talk about it. And when they do speak on it, they only talk about it from the perspective of school choice. And what that means is charter school choices or vouchers for private schools or independent schools. But at the end of the day, you don't give neighborhood choice. Because if those residents of those communities that are underserved and underprivileged had the choice of living somewhere else, they would go somewhere else. So instead of doing that, when we talk about, defunding the police, I think that oftentimes, and I appreciate you asking Mahogany to explain it, because people take it as what's being said is to take all of the funding from the police. It is really saying it needs to be appropriately funded for, yes, we need our police department, but what do we need them for? If someone is having a mental health crisis, you do not need to dispatch the police. What you need to do is get someone of the mental health care field who is licensed, who can help with that individual in a crisis, right? And so people get in their emotions and their feelings, and they're saying that people of color are asking, or those who are in a specific party are asking to end the careers of police officers. No, that what we're saying is essentially, let's reallocate funding. And if that makes you feel better, reallocate funding, refund education, refund healthcare, refund mental health, refund housing. Let's use those words. If that makes you feel better, then let's refund the places that need to be funded.
So we're shifting ideas by languaging ourselves into a better understanding. So if defund the police makes you feel a kind of way, say refund housing, refund infrastructure, refund food justice. Mahogany spoke to us about the tune of $3 billion that would still leave a more than robust budget, in many people's opinions, for policing in the city. So I'm looking at you, Randy, Michelle, and Ray, saying, what would a $3 billion reinvestment in each of your respective fields yield? If you had $3 billion plowed into making more affordable housing stock, or creating better plans to sustain small businesses throughout this economic rough patch, or get people out of the cycle of emergency food into sustainable health and food, what would $3 billion look like in each of those lanes?
I just want to make a quick point too, because I feel like even though racism and economy didn't make it into the final, that those two things underpin a lot of these issues. We have food insecurity because of racism. We have food insecurity because of our inequitable distribution of resources through our economy.
Main moves, and a lot of people who said that the fundamentals of this U.S. economy were built on racism, and
it was based on slavery. Right. Our economy was based on slavery. And so joining the racism with the economy, our food industry, our agricultural industry began really in earnest with slavery and with the dispossession of people from one land and bringing them here through violence. And so with the $3 billion, I can see so many community food sovereignty projects being maintained and funded. But, I definitely don't want to take policy out of this, because policy is such a huge critical part of our lives that we don't necessarily give it a lot of energy and understanding. I could add food to basically every single part of this platform, particularly with education. If you knew that all of the subsidies that go to agricultural products are for corn, dairy, soy, and wheat. And those are the fillers in the food of highly processed food. And that is the most easily accessible and affordable food all around us, right? Mm-hmm. You would see how our policy is really created to have us have poor health outcomes, right? And so the education, when I was, responding to what Nadia was saying in terms of including food justice as a part of our education, it's not just telling young people that you need to eat more kale or you need to eat more fresh fruits and vegetables. It's really having them understand how the system is really set up for them to not be successful, mm-hmm. and how, being an activist and being, rebelling against the system, which teenagers love to do, is really a way of creating better health for yourself and for your community, right? So specialty foods, things like fresh fruits and vegetables, the things that we promote for people to eat more of, those things aren't subsidized, right? You did a wonderful piece on Brenda Duchesne out in Brownsville, who grows food for the community for, I guess it's like close to 20 years that she's been doing this work. $3 billion could help support the work that she's doing, could uplift the work that she's doing. I'm part of Central Brooklyn Food Co-op to start a food cooperative in Bed-Stuy, in Central Brooklyn. There's efforts around starting a Central Brooklyn food hub, right? To recreate the food distribution system that benefits the community, that the community have access. And so not have profit be the bottom line, but community health be the bottom line, right? All of that money can go towards those efforts, because that will directly impact education and the understanding of the community. It will impact the food access, but it will also impact professional opportunities, economic opportunities for the community now and in the future.
So as we are looking at what we chose as our policy planks, I'm wondering, Randy, taking a look at how this comports with what the two major candidates that take up a lot of space are running on, what's at stake for Brooklyn, and how could the discrepancies between our policy planks and what they give a lot of energy to affect us really on the ground here?
Well, let me put it to you this way. The small business infrastructure or ecosystem is at stake, nothing less, right? We've never seen a crisis of this magnitude, and small businesses are disproportionately impacted by the shutdown. Look, if you have to roll up a gate every day at 5 a.m., right, versus, people who have the ability to work from their home in Westchester remotely, there's a very big difference there. If your purpose is to really serve your community and you have to see your customer base because they're there every day to access a product or service, right? That's the types of businesses that we're talking about. And I've done 25 commercial corridor tours since phase one reopening. I've been to Brownsville 3 times. We did Belmont, we did Pitkin, and we did the food distribution event with Borough President Adams. And I will say this, 3 things come up: grants, not loans, real rent relief for commercial tenants. And the third thing that has really come up is overzealous enforcement as a means to close the budget gap is not helpful to the small business community. And that's what they're facing right now. So, for $3 billion, right, we could solve 1 and 2, right? We can give grants, not loans, to small businesses, right? And we can help them with real rent relief on the commercial rent side, because commercial rent, 48% of which our small businesses are behind on, according to our survey, is the largest fixed cost for a small business, no matter where that small business is. So, these are the things that we could reinvest that funding on in order to shore up and frankly save our small business ecosystem throughout Brooklyn, which, once again, to put it into scale, 63,000 businesses across all of the communities, employing more than half of the New Yorkers, and all of which, or 84% of which, have less than 10 employees. So that's the types of businesses that we're talking about.
So as everyone's mics are open right now, We know that you all have very particular levels of expertise and are known in certain fields, but as a part of this process, we asked you to come at us with some issues. So I would love to hear each of you share something that you prioritize outside of what we all know you for, because none of you stayed in so narrow a lane as to say, oh, Nadia, I'm only concerned with education. Michelle, I'm only concerned with housing. We know that you're multifaceted people who see all of the connections between all of these things, as we've repeatedly said this evening. So I'm asking one of you to unmute now, or all of you, and step out and share something that you think we should be prioritizing and holding our leaders accountable for right now as we continue this season of voting that's going to lead to a new mayor and a large part of the city council flipping and community boards and all of the things. How do we hold them accountable for something besides what we know you all best for?
Well, on the federal level, I would say immigration reform. We need immigration reform, and we need to look. We've done a full 180 under this administration in terms of immigration policy, if that was even possible, because we still hadn't passed immigration reform prior. We've closed our borders. We have come down hard on immigrants who are here. We have got no path to citizenship for people who have been productive citizens in this country for decades, and it's just ridiculous. And P.S., it hurts our economy. So just to tie it back to the economy, it totally undermined our economy. So, I would say immigration reform, real immigration reform, just immigration reform, a return to the policies of an open door in the United States are really something that should be on the federal platform. And so, please.
Does anyone else want to share an issue that folks might not immediately recognize as something that's in your wheelhouse? But I see you coming on, Michelle.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily in my wheelhouse, but I don't think we can underestimate how important it is for the federal government to come up with additional assistance for states, for municipalities and states. I mean, the only part of government that can print money is the federal government, right? Everybody is kind of like, why can't the governor do this, or why can't the mayor do that? Well, in the end, like that's a unique power that's at the federal level. And, the federal government exacerbated this pandemic. Like their incredibly poor response, right, has made it much worse, which is just prolonging the pain. And if we don't, provide a lifeline to states and municipalities, like all the things we just talked about are all going to be cut and go away, right? So it's like critically important that we like shore up the foundation, or else, everything's going to come crumbling down.
So Mahogany, in the spirit of flipping the entire narrative, you had a comment that you shared among us that I would love for you to bring to the front as we're standing in line to vote for a system that hasn't done a lot to respect a lot of us for a long time, but still, Mahogany.
Vote and yeah, I just said I prioritize continuing with the spirit of an anarchist jurisdiction. The fact that that's what they call New York City is hilarious, and why not? Let's keep up that good effort, folks. Sanctuary is one of our greatest attributions, and that is why there are so many naysayers for the New York state of mind. I love it.
So to that end, the world is watching New York, and by extension, we know that means Brooklyn. Whether we are the poster boy for someone who might go to use us as a battering ram to divide a country, or show an example of what this anarchist jurisdiction looks like, the great tire fire we've seen for the last 4 years. But I'm wondering how Brooklyn can lead by example. We had a comment on YouTube from one person that said, Brooklyn's greatest strength is that we can show the rest of the world how it can be done. So what thing can we show as a Brooklyn collective? We had housing, healthcare, education, and the economy emerge as the issues that we're about to walk through the door and present to our convention floor. But how can Brooklyn lead and show the rest of the world how it's done? Don't make me call Eric Adams back.
No. Go ahead, Nadia.
So I struggle with answering this question because as everyone was speaking, especially with the previous question, was like, but how are our elected officials right now showing up? Because at the end of the day, how we as a borough really can shine and be a model is based off of those who are in the position right now to shape the policies, to make sure funding is allocated appropriately, to protect those that they have been voted to serve. You know, a lot of people give a lot of talk. A lot of people, when the timing is right and they want to be elected for a particular position, they take a stance. They're in every photo op. They're doing all that they need to do. But people are hurting, right? We're in a time when we need leadership. And so what you're finding is the community is becoming their own leaders. The community is speaking out. The community is marching. The community is demanding, right? But we're the people that were elected to take that stance. And so if Brooklyn is supposed to show up, the Brooklyn representatives need to show up. And, you know, I folks know me, and I always say, I measure you by how you show up for my kids. And a lot of people haven't, right? They didn't show up for my scholars. And we created and we figured it out. But we can be that place because Brooklyn is always the thorough borough. That's what I've always said. And we show up and show out. And we take no shorts, right? And we're the land of kings and queens. And so the people who stand for us, who are supposed to represent us, need to show up and do their job.
So I would like to take it back to the summer that I spent socially distanced on the sidewalks of Brooklyn, running up and down into people from Brownsville to Bay Ridge, downtown Brooklyn, folks standing in line waiting to exercise their civil responsibility and right to vote. I had a simple question. I asked them, finish this statement for me. If I were president, and I'm gonna put that to each of you in closing tonight. So Ray, you're over here in my box. I'm gonna ask you to finish the statement. If I were president.
I would put people over profits.
Short and sweet.
Plain and simple.
I got a round of applause and 2 snaps in a circle. Michelle De La Uz, if I were president.
I would help our country have a reckoning with our history of systemic racism so we can actually move forward and go beyond it.
That reckoning. In the spirit of that anarchist energy that Mahogany was talking about. Principal Lopez, I need you to wax poetic on the subject of, if I were president. Unmuted.
I would shut it down. No, I would, I believe it's always people over profit, purpose over power, and understanding the power is supposed to be in the people. And stand firm and confronting our lives so that we can get to our truths. So that's where I would be at.
Mahogany, you know we were coming to you. Give us some of your thoughts while out. We've got some time here. If you could let us know what it would be like for an unbossed woman to occupy that highest office. If I were president.
If I were president, short and sweet, recenter the struggle, the voice, and the story of the single mother.
I think we have the topic of our next town hall there, and all of the things that you all shared tonight. So thank you for all of the time that you spent with us. And Randy, we want to know what you would do. I didn't forget about you. I was just caught up in the steam of that recenter and single mothers. That touched me in a way. Randy, if I were president, lay it out for us.
I would never hold to absolutes, because I learned that there's truth in every perspective. And the minute we close off our minds and our hearts to any other perspective, we are fully lost. So I know it's counter to what presidents usually do and say, or any elected official, but don't hold to absolutes, because there are really none in life.
I just want to take a moment to acknowledge all of the people who've been so robust in their comments on our YouTube page. I see all of you. Thank you for being such an involved and engaged members of the community, knowing that we're all suffering from little box fatigue. The way that you all have shown up and really kept the voice in the Be Heard series. You know, we do these town halls quarterly, and we're used to being together, and we will be together again. But we're shifting the way that we're doing things. We're not losing our connection. We're just maintaining our distance. So thank you for always keeping us honest and keeping your opinions going. We see you and we appreciate all of those things so much. So I want to thank all of the panelists for sharing their time and some of their quarantine hours with us. It's been an enlightening conversation, and we hope to continue it in those panels and on our stoops and in our text and finger typing. And before we get out of here, I just want to extend a debt of gratitude to everyone who put this together. And I'm going to ask them something that is unplanned and maybe a little unfair, depending on how you're feeling tonight. But if you are a member of the BRIC staff or supporting folks, I want you to turn on your camera right now so people can get a glimpse as to what it's like to put this thing together. You get to hear my big mouth, but people have made it all possible. There's so many more people, and they're all being shy right now. There's my producer, Ro Johnson, who was the 91-year-old grandmother who put her ballot in the mailbox. I'm looking at Stephen Arnold, who runs operations over here on our production team. Michael Carroll left his family to get into a room, and that's Eric Hozagag. Marcus Kearns is the voice who's been in my ear and switching all these things. Amanda Harrington has been in touch with all of our panelists and keeping me on track with research. Anna's not turning on her camera. You've seen Eddie and our other interpreter. Thank you so much to Eddie and Debbie for making sure that members of the deaf community could be able to take place and take part in this robust conversation. Dave Feldman is somewhere out on the shore there showing us a picture. But this is just a small sample of all the people who were sit-ins and really helped to shape and craft this. The staff and team at BRIC TV and BRIC as an organization are phenomenal. And always, there's Dave, make us look so much better than we deserve to on this side of the camera. So thank you to my partner in all of this, Ro Johnson, for all these years of hard work and dedication that you've put into this. It's gone on too long, but I had to pour out into them all that they poured into me for so long. And Amanda, thank you for being so hardworking and dedicated. And I know I'm going on at length, but what some of you may not know is that I am leaving my full-time capacity at BRIC TV, and I'm going to be transitioning into another position at another fine organization, still doing the work. I've accepted a position with the folks at Consumer Reports, the national magazine, where I'm going to be.
Hands up! Hands up! For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
but no. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Brooklyn's #1 advocate, the next borough president, will be tasked with leading our borough through an economically crippling pandemic and unprecedented loss. The BP's influence on land use, education, and capital investment is critical to Brooklyn's resilience and recovery. That's why this forum, presented by BRIC TV in partnership with the New York City Campaign Finance Board, is happening now. We intend to give Brooklynites the information they need to make their ranked choice on who will be working for us at Borough Hall. And we aren't taking this lightly, and we don't intend to waste any time. The candidates have agreed to a format and rules designed to make sure they all get the opportunity to be heard. There will be 30 seconds of introductory remarks, 1-minute responses to questions, but no rebuttals or interruptions. Any interruptions will actually result in forfeiting 30 seconds from the interrupter's next response. So the candidates have been sequenced tonight in alphabetical order by their last name and will answer each question in the same sequence for the entire evening. Each of the candidates must have been on the ballot as of today and have raised and spent 2.5% of the expenditure limit for borough president as of Friday, May 21st, in compliance with New York City's Campaign Finance Board regulations. So that is the quick introduction, but I would love to bring everyone into the room right now to give you an idea of those vying for the opportunity to be Brooklyn's next borough president. Thank you all for being here, and thank you to our community partners who will be providing questions that are vital to their area of interest as well as our borough's vitality. So just a little bit of a getting to know you question, which we've earmarked 30 seconds for your response. Eric Adams walked into the office virtually uncontested for 2 terms as borough president. Now all of a sudden we're faced with so many competent, passionate people, 7 in the room right now. So the question is, why borough president and why now in this very competitive year? And I'm going to ask that by way of introduction to our first candidate, Robert E. Cornegy Jr.
Thank you, Brian. A great question. I chair the city's committee on housing and buildings currently, and I'm the past chair in the last legislative session of the city's committee on small business. And I think that those are the 2 real pivots and shifts on recovery and resiliency that are necessary. So I think I have a unique brand of leadership. I also think that I'm uniquely qualified to lead based on the chairmanships that I've held. I'm on finance, the budget negotiation team. I chair the Democratic Conference. I chair the MWBE Commission. All things that
I believe that is your time, candidate Cornegy. We've got a 30-second timer down there, and you might have heard that ding, so we're going to keep things tight in the service of our voters being informed tonight, but we thank you for that answer. Now we're going to be turning to candidate counsel.
Thank you so much. Kim Counsel, I'm a nonprofit executive, a minister, a law librarian, and a mom of 2. Grew up in Bed-Stuy, the oldest of 5 with lots of love, but the struggle was real. Decades later, people in my neighborhood still face the same struggles. I've worked with community organizations to do the work that government wouldn't or can't, building over 1,000 units of affordable housing, helping small businesses to succeed. opening a health clinic when hospitals started shutting down, and creating violence interrupter programs to combat gun violence in my community. Wow.
Well, 30 seconds is 30 seconds when that clock is running, isn't it? So thank you for that response. I'm looking now to candidate Carrie Edwards. Why borough president? Why now?
Spent 20 plus years of my career in public service. I'm the only candidate with borough-wide experience working with 2 governors. I was the former vice president of Brookdale Hospital, the first VP of color in the history of a hospital. But that's where I decided to run because I was working next to union workers who had great pensions, great jobs, who were living in shelters or living in homeless or their cars because they couldn't afford to borrow. And I think it's really just time that we have somebody from on the ground who can really represent our community. So my name is Carrie Edwards, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for your response, candidate Edwards. Now, as it's been before, the same question posed to candidate Anthony T. Jones. We're not going to start the clock until you unmute yourself. So this is the grace of the beginning of the debate forum. So the 30 seconds is yours, sir. Why borough president?
Thank you.
Why
I'm
not?
sorry. I'm Anthony T. Jones. I'm the district leader from the 55th Assembly District. And it's not about just now. 2 years ago when I was running for my reelection for district leader, and I got 95% of the vote, never knocked on a door before, and that was based upon my passion. Even now today, as the person who has been chuckling and driving and moving forward to try to get where I am here today, I'm the last guy in the race for Brooklyn Borough President, but here I am now, started from the bottom.
And now he's here, I imagine is what was coming. We're going to turn next for an answer to the question of why borough president and why now, and I guess specifically, why you, candidate Antonio Reynoso?
Thank you so much. Brooklyn gave me everything, and I'm ready to give everything back to it. My name is Antonio Reynoso. I'm a current council member of the 34th District. I care deeply about building back better and making sure that we have an equitable Brooklyn. My job is to make sure that I put Brooklyn in the center of the universe, which is its rightful place. Thank you.
All right, with 10 seconds to spare, I like where this is going. We're going to turn now to Joanne Simon. Why borough president? Why now, candidate Simon?
Thank you. I'm Assemblymember Joanne Simon, and I just pulled up my folding chair because it's time for Brooklyn to have a woman borough president. I'm a former teacher of deaf children, a community activist, a disability civil rights lawyer, and I've been a solidly progressive and accessible legislator and coalition builder. I grew up in a large working class family. I'm the first in my family to go to college, putting myself to college, grad school, and law school. I'm excited to bring my passion, my skills, and my experience to work for all of Brooklyn. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the final response to the question of why Brooklyn, why now, and why you specifically as borough president, I'm looking at Lamar Miller Whitehead.
Thank you so much. And the question would be back, why not? I am the bishop of 2 churches, one in Brooklyn, one in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm also the mentee of our current borough president, Eric L. Adams. My father, Arthur Miller, was the first I Can't Breathe. He was beat and strangled to death by 16 police officers because of the color of my father's skin. So my father was the first I Can't Breathe. George Floyd and Eric Gardner was I Can't Breathe. And when I become the borough president, this will stop. Systemic racism will stop. And I will, thank you.
Thank you for that answer. So now we're going to give you all some much needed time to expound on some answers to a question posed first by Vladimir Sterling. Vladimir is the Senior Director of Policy and Government Affairs at the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce, which happens to be one of our title partners for this event. Thank you for partnering with us on this important forum. In addition to being partners with us, the Brooklyn Chamber is also one of the largest and most influential organizations of its kind in the entire state of New York. Vladimir, on to your question.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, everyone, for your time this evening. So my question is, small business reopening and survival is going to be key to Brooklyn's economic recovery coming out of the pandemic. Brooklyn is still a small business economy, with over 84% of our 63,000 businesses employing less than 10 people. Hence, what can the borough president do in his
or her role to ensure that our small businesses may reopen and recovery effectively?
So effective reopening and recovery for all of those small businesses that keep Brooklyn running. And that question lands with you first, Candidate Cornegie. We're waiting for you to get unmuted just there. We'll start your time, your minute right now. Go for it.
Thank you for that question. But the reality is that the Brooklyn Chamber and my office partnered to bring forward the Chamber on the Go program, which actually is a program that takes all of the city services and puts it in an RV fashion so that the city's businesses can have access to capital and technical assistance. In my first 100 days, we have a $10 million fund that's set up for small businesses, not low interest and no interest loans, but actual grants for small businesses to help them build capacity coming out of a pandemic. It has already been stated that 1/3 of our small businesses, especially minority and women-owned businesses, will not be able to return after the pandemic. The relief through access to capital is quintessential. I will have the first corporately funded through the banks $10 million fund access to our small businesses from the Borough President's office. I look forward to doing that in partnership with the Brooklyn Chamber.
Thank you, Candidate Cornegie. Now we're going to turn to Candidate Kim Council. The question, just to reiterate, was what could you do as Borough President to ensure that our businesses reopen and recover effectively?
Very good question. I'm currently the vice chair of the Local Development Corporation of East New York, and we work with a lot of small businesses to help them to get, microloans, financing, business plans, and things of that nature. So as Borough President, I plan on creating a small business resource center to help the small businesses navigate all of the services and the resources that are available to them. As we know, many of our small businesses were not able, they didn't have the capacity to get the PPP. By the time they got this stuff together, the money was gone. And we're also going to create a mobile borough hall to bring those resources to every single community to make sure that they have access to what they need and help with navigating those services.
Thank you for that. We appreciate your response. And now we are going to turn next to Carrie Edwards for that question about your response to your capacity as Borough President, making sure that businesses reopen and recover effectively.
Look, using the platform of the Borough President's office, we have to bridge access to resources. One of the things that we would like to do is really create a dynamic where we can introduce legislation where we could have small businesses get tax breaks for those who aren't meeting the threshold. Secondly, there's something that the city's been sitting on for quite some time called the economically targeted investment. And as Borough President, you're allowed to put an appointee on the public education panel that also sits on the pension board. And what we can do is leverage that investment from the New York State pension to supply small businesses with what could be close to a $2 billion annual budget of creating job opportunities, which is really targeted for small business and workforce housing.
All right, thank you for that answer, candidate. Now we are going to be turning to candidate Anthony T. Jones for the question about small business recovery, reopening. And I see that you're getting unmuted over there. Looking forward to your answer.
First of all, it's important for us to understand that we are moving out of COVID-19 and the pandemic era. However, we are not there totally just yet. But as the next Borough President of Brooklyn, I want to make sure that we educate our business owners about the resources that are available to them, because even to this day, a lot of businesses, small businesses, still don't know about the small loans and the different resources that are available to them. So I have to make sure that as Borough President, we merge them with the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce, who's responsible for different types of things in terms of educating small businesses. But we want to make sure that we still go into the whole idea of opening with caution, because even though the businesses may be open and get money, but if the people are still afraid to come out, then business can't grow. So we have to ensure that people feel safe, and let's get the business the money that they need in order to continue to do business and grow.
All right, thank you for that. I'm sure we're going to get into some of those issues of growth and safety and public safety as we move on a little bit further into the forum. But right now, it is the opportunity for candidate Antonio Reynoso to answer that question about the Borough President's role in ensuring that small businesses reopen and recover effectively.
My record speaks for itself. I'm not going to talk to you only about what I will do, but I'm going to talk to you about what I've already done. I was able to pass the outdoor dining legislation, which saved 100,000 jobs and countless businesses from Brooklyn. It's this thoughtful and creative leadership that we need in the borough office and borough hall, so that we can actually find solutions to the problems we have. When it comes to COVID recovery, what I want to do is have a one-stop recovery shop in Brooklyn Borough Hall that's going to allow for us to have a conversation with businesses that have been left behind to the institutions that currently exist in our city. We want to make sure we can get the PPP loans and that our businesses are the ones that are thriving and that are receiving those resources. If we allow for the same people to do the same work, we won't be successful. I'm looking to be the borough president that can build a Brooklyn for all of us, and looking forward to doing that come June 22nd.
Come June 22nd, we got that in there. That's when we expect to see you all at the polls, if not a moment before during early voting. But still someone who's vying for that #1 position on your ranked choice voting ballot. So we'd love to hear your ideas, candidate Simon, on ensuring that our small businesses reopen and recover effectively.
Thank you very much, Brian. You know, our small businesses are the primary generator of jobs in our borough. They provide so much to our communities. They are part of our safety net in our communities. And they are also the place where the jobs of the future are going to be created. And so, #1, we have to work with the various organizations, the informal organizations, the BIDs, the merchant associations, the groupings that people have come up with during COVID to help each other out, much like the mutual aid groups, but also work on those industries of the future, such as green economy and the Marijuana Regulation and Tax Act, which I was proud to be a prime sponsor of, which will create a whole new industry that will bring jobs to the communities, and particularly to communities that have been disproportionately affected by the criminalization of marijuana.
All right, thank you for that response, candidate Simon. And now for the final take on just what a borough president can do to ensure that our small business community can reopen and recover effectively, to you, candidate Whitehead.
Thank you so much. I'm the candidate that's not going to give you the politically correct response that all the other candidates is going to give you. I'm going to be the voice for the voiceless. What I have already raised, if you watch and if you look at all of my endorsements, there are $1 million influences from the industry. And I've already raised $50 million to go towards a nonprofit fund that I'm going to create as the Brooklyn Borough president. And I'm going to give this to small businesses because at the end of the day, it's about cash in hand. We can definitely negotiate about the taxes and we can talk about bringing the people out. But at the end of the day, we have to restore our community by bringing money into play. I'm not going to deal with banks with the grants because small businesses get caught up with the debacle of going back and forth with the grants and the PPP. We're not doing none of that. I've already raised it, and all I have to do is create a structure. Thank you.
So you got $50 million waiting for a structure to pass out to businesses. All right, take note there. So we are going to go into our second question of the night from a partner in the community, but we're actually talking to someone who's a partner right in the very building where I'm standing. Isabel Alcantara is an associate producer at BRIC TV, one of Brooklyn's leading, and dare I say, New York City and the world's cultural institutions. So Isabel, the floor is yours. What's your question?
Thanks, Brian. My question is, to fortify and grow the creative sector and expand access to Brooklynites of all incomes and ethnicities, the borough must first and foremost treat the sector as the economic engine and resource that it is, and at the same time tackle the challenges of making the borough more secure and affordable for creative workers. What policies will you create and/or investments will you make that will reinforce the roles of arts and culture as core to Brooklyn economic vibrancy?
So candidate Cornegie, we're going to you first, looking for a response to what investments you'd make or things that you would create to make sure that the arts and cultures are seen as the economic engine that they are and receive sufficient support.
I will answer that like another candidate has answered that. The work that I've done around that, I have the only ambassador and director to arts and culture in any city council office. And we put that in place because we understood the value of arts and culture, and we wanted to make sure that the resources were available and are prioritized to undergird that. Currently, I'm working with HPD to create an artist colony, which is a building that houses artists at below market rents, and in the commercial space below, collectively uses that space to put on concerts, to have art galleries. There's a precedent for that to set around the country. We would be I want this borough, my district in particular that I serve now, to be the first to be able to create an artist colony that has affordable housing. In the borough of Brooklyn, we know for a fact that most of our creatives, this is where they live, this is where they work, this is where they worship, this is where they play. So creating a system that allows them to live affordably in this borough and continue to give back.
All right, we appreciate that. We'll all continue to give back, and we're going to be listening now for the plan that candidate council has, policy or plan or investments that you'd like to make to reinforce the role of arts and cultures as core to Brooklyn's economic vibrancy.
But one of the things that I plan on creating as borough president is a hidden treasures tour. There are a lot of arts and institutions to study, to see throughout the borough. So we want to create. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. We want to create an event that will, that will allow people to go and celebrate all of those different things. But we also want to make sure, again, with the Small Business Resource Center, that we're supporting those organizations and those entities. We also have a movement in East New York to create a community land trust. And I think that we should think about this as an option and a viable option to create affordability around housing for that industry.
Thank you. We appreciate that response. Now we're going to turn to you, candidate Edwards. Arts, vibrancy, cultural currency, but economic engine.
Well, the first thing we do have to talk about is the affordability. When Dumbo was the art central of Brooklyn, they got priced out. When Bushwick was becoming the art central of Brooklyn, we got priced out. And I think we do have to protect the affordability metrics specifically around the artist in that way. But also this past Saturday, Park Slope had something like an art crawl. And what I want to do is kind of retake that and use vacant spaces to create these art installations, these art movements where we can have the community come, express, and donate and really create an economic engine. And the last part about it is I need to use the resources of Borough Hall to protect the investments of artists and use capital funding either to protect them in that way or discretionary funding to support any type of art programs.
Thank you for that. So the same question is going to fall now to you, candidate Jones. What policies would you create or investments you'd like to make to reinforce the role of arts and cultures as core, not only to the way we live, but as economically viable?
Well, one of the things when I become Brooklyn Borough President, I'm going to piggyback off of some of the things that the legend Marty Markowitz did. And I want to make Brooklyn one of the hubs, the tourist hubs. We have so many landmarks in Brooklyn. We have so many beautiful areas in Brooklyn. We have multicultural restaurants in Brooklyn. I want to make this a tourist hub and invite people from all over the world to show them how we interact and the great things that we have here in Brooklyn, which was going to create jobs. It's going to bring business to the other question that you talked about, how the business get back on track after COVID. That's what I'm going to do, make Brooklyn a tourist hub so that we can create jobs in Brooklyn through tourism.
All right, we'll take everybody's money.
That's right.
Going to turn now to candidate Antonio Reynoso for your question about the arts and culture and how they are key to economic vibrancy.
It is about the money. Look, let's be perfectly honest. Artists in Brooklyn that struggle mostly because of space and an inability to have it. What I want to do is use the funding that is awarded to us through the city of New York to have a non-for-profit acquisition fund using for $60 to $70 million to be able to actually purchase and acquire the property in which they do work, can give access to space that is just not viable or present in a lot of these artists' lives right now. Artists spend more than half of their money just finding space to be able to produce their talent or show their art. I want to change that with this neighborhood, with this acquisition fund that we're looking to build in the borough president's office. I also think that we need to work on permitting. The permitting for space or to use the open streets should be free and easy, and folks can also use that to display their talent and art here in Brooklyn.
Thank you, candidate Reynoso. We're turning now to candidate Simon for your response to policies you'd create, investments you'd make to reinforce that role of arts and culture.
Well, thank you. You know, one of the things we need to do is get creative and serious about the use of capital dollars. So, for example, one of the things that I know many arts and cultural organizations need is money for the internet. They need money for their websites. You can't run a cultural organization without a website, and I believe that should be capital. That is something that we could be able to then direct that capital funding to from the borough president's office to support. To also engage, experts to work with people to help them build that network out and to provide additional funds for them. I'm very proud that in our $1 billion that we provided in state grants and tax credits this year in our budget, we squared away $50 million for the arts community, specifically to address the issues that they raised. And I will continue to advocate for that with the state legislature as well as with our federal government.
All right, now we're going to turn to candidate Whitehead. You had $50 million earmarked for the small business. What are your plans for helping out the arts community so they can remain and drive that economic vibrancy?
Well, like I said before, if you look at my endorsements, they're all people of arts and culture, celebrities, actors, actresses, musicians. And one of the things that I'm going to do as the president, I'm never going to let anyone control my narrative. And as you hear the other candidates, they're talking about what's in discretionary funds, but why? I was on a conversation with Akon, the rapper, and I was asking him, how can we bring the African community to Brooklyn, right? How can they bring their money to us to create a culture? And one of the reasons why we failed doing arts and culture is because we left Brownsville, East New York, Crown Heights. We left the Black and brown communities out of the question. And I'm not going to be the bold president that's going to leave anybody behind. We just have to produce a system so therefore we can create a diverse art and culture society in Brooklyn.
All right, thank you for that response. Now we are going to shift a little bit with a new question from a person who happens to be the newly installed president of Medgar Evers College. You know, Medgar Evers is Brooklyn's community college, 50 years and going. We're happy that you celebrated that 50 last year. Looking forward to so much more to come out of Brooklyn's community college. The floor is yours, Dr. Ramsey.
Well, thank you. The office of the Brooklyn Borough President has been supportive of Medgar Evers College over the years. Medgar Evers College is a precious community jewel that needs ongoing support. 76% of Medgar Evers students are residents of the borough of Brooklyn. And therefore, most of them have come out of schools in the borough of Brooklyn. A number of these students are marginalized, resulting in homelessness, housing instability, and food insecurity. A number of marginalized students view a higher education degree as a stepping stone out of poverty. However, these circumstances have led to withdrawal from classes, low GPA, mental and physical health challenges. Medgar Evers College established a unit, the Transition Academy, to assist marginalized students whose essential needs are not being met. However, we are resource challenged and need financial support to assist these students. Can you please describe a plan by which you would provide support to the college to assist these students, your students? Thank
Our
you.
students, 76%. You heard Dr. Ramsey there. So 76% of those students come from Brooklyn, and nothing is happening in a vacuum. They're seeing their education as a stepping stone. So candidate Carnegie, beginning with you, describe the plan by which you provide support to the college. Unmute for a second there. We're going to hold your time. It's a Zoom age, right? This happens every day, all the time. So please.
So first of all, we have the largest bully pulpit coupled with our capital and discretionary funding. I've been around long enough to have been in on a lot of the capital requests and asks from prior administrations, and have been very happy to support the moves of expanding the campus and making it and beautifying it. To me, Medgar Evers is our local HBCU, or historically Black college and university, and should be treated as such, as the gem that it is. So creating pipelines for discretionary and capital funding to grow that institution is a priority for me. That's my plan. It's been my plan. I've worked with the growth and development of Medgar. As beautiful as it is now, I remember when there were only a couple of buildings on that campus. I've been also responsible for the zoning and planning as a council member to the ancillary district to work forward to get it where it is. I think that just making sure that we commit those resources and funding in partnership with the local leaders.
All right, thank you for that response. So I'm looking at candidate council right now to make sure that you can be heard on the subject of a plan. Support the Transition Academy. What are you going to do?
Well, I mean, I definitely agree with Councilmember Cornegie that we definitely need to allocate capital funds and discretionary funds for that. I sit on I'm the regional representative for the HBCU International Task Force of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and proud to have pushed to have Medgar Evers College receive an endowment from that fund. We pledged to raise $10 million and have set aside thousands of dollars to set up those types of scholarships for colleges. But the other thing that we need to do is to work with other organizations and community-based organizations, members of the Divine Nine, in order to create a sustainable plan to create some income that will help that program. And so again, it's the bully pulpit, it's the capital funding, it's the discretionary funding, it's using our resources, whatever it takes, in order to make sure that we're able to support those individuals who are our future, knowing that education is a great equalizer, and that is the thing that will help them to level the playing field of our resources.
Thank you, candidate council. I see you there, Alpha Kappa Alpha. I see it in your color scheme. Got it. Now we're going to go on to candidate Edwards. Please describe a plan where you can help support the college.
Well, President Ramsey, welcome to Crown Heights. I've grown up 2 blocks from the school. I've swam in the pool, and I actually started my first community program in your gym, in the Carroll Street gym. So thank you and welcome. First things, I got to put my money where my mouth is. So I'm going to say this publicly. I'm going to commit $100,000 a year to this transitional plan, specifically because I know how many students and how hard it is for students to go to Medgar Evers. Also, I know you had to cut your adult education program, which is also a secondary piece, and I'd like to also help fund that. More importantly, I know that I'd like to expand your current food pantry, which is doing amazing work, but it's also helping to feed those folks, and like to partner that with the Kingsborough Farm, the Kingsborough Community Farm, because that's the necessity piece. And the last thing is, I'd like to really take some of the housing vouchers that we get and set aside for your students, because again, without creating that, we lose.
Thank you for that comprehensive explanation, candidate Edwards. Now we're going to ask you, candidate Jones, how would you intend to provide support to Medgar Evers College? You're unmuted, it's on you.
President Ramsey, I'm probably the only candidate who has actually graduated from Medgar Evers College, and I'm proud of that. When I was 14 years old, I lived on Carroll Street at a boys group home for years. And I looked across the street and I said, one day I'm going to go to that college. And I did that. And I was involved in student government. So on day one, when I become Brooklyn Borough President, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do or how I'm going to do it. You're going to come and meet with me at my office and give me my marching orders in terms of what you need and what it needs to take to give it to you and to help the students and Medgar Evers College continue to grow. And that's real talk.
All right, another proud Medgar graduate. Happy to see it. Now we are looking at candidate Antonio Reynoso. How would you help the college and by extension, that 76% of Brooklynites who attend and just the entire student body and populace of Brooklyn?
Yeah, so extremely proud of the work that Medgar Evers College does and its representation. It's Brooklyn through and through. So President Ramsey, thank you so much for being here. And I think that you will get a universal thank you from every candidate that's running for Brooklyn Borough President. Look, Anthony Jones is absolutely correct. We need to ask the school what its needs are, and we need to do everything we can to give them the resources necessary so that they can thrive. We're not going to have all the answers, but we can ask the questions that are necessary to have real solutions for any of the problems that Medgar Evers might have. And I want to be clear, the Borough President's Office has very limited discretionary funding when it comes to operations. The funding that we do have is capital dollars. So there might be some parts of the institution that might need some help or some rehabilitation that we could take on as borough presidents. And then maybe you can free up some money by not having to do that work and move it to programs that are more vital to your students.
All right, thank you for that response, Candidate Reynoso. Now we're going to turn to you, Candidate Simon. Outline a plan of support for us.
Well, I'm a collaborator. I'm somebody who believes in working with people. And so the first thing I would do is invite President Ramsey to my office to meet, and also the presidents of other colleges in Brooklyn as well. We have 4 CUNY institutions. And CUNY and SUNY, as a state legislator who served on the Higher Education Committee, we have starved SUNY and CUNY of funds for many, many years, particularly in the area of capital and a lot of the support for the equal opportunity programs. We've refunded some of them this year, but we didn't increase them very much. And so really working together to advocate for that type of increase. I've worked at colleges and universities myself as an administrator, and I understand how colleges and universities work. And I would build on those relationships I have at the state level and with the chancellor's office, for example, to work to help provide the kinds of funding that Medgar Evers needs.
All right, thank you for that response. Now our final candidate who gets to weigh in on a plan of support that he can help describe for us in assisting Medgar Evers and maybe by extension some of those other 4 CUNY institutions that were just mentioned.
Well, thank you so much. I grew up in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. I grew up right there on Prospect between Brooklyn and New York, and I learned how to play basketball. And I knew all of the coaches that coached there. Let me say this, as to what I'm going to do different from what all the other candidates said. They are confined to what the original borough president's money is. And if they can't get it done, then it's going to be over and over, excuses after excuses. I'm going to be the president that goes out and get other money from philanthropists and philanthropy. And I'm going to be the one that makes business deals. So therefore, whatever I can give you guys from the office of the borough president is extra. I want to make sure that our children, our education, our college students have stipends, cash in hand. There should be no way they should be struggling with financial aid. The borough of Brooklyn should be able to give some type of funds to college students to better their lives and their careers.
Thank you for that. So we are going to have our next community generated question, and it's going to come from Boris Santos, who is East New York Community Land Trust Board Treasurer. Boris is coming at us from East New York right now, and the land trust out there, just to make a little way of explanation, works to protect, stabilize, expand the stock of affordable homes and locally owned small businesses, as well as the green spaces in East New York and Brownsville. So Boris, the floor is yours. What do you want to know of our next borough president?
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here. Glad for being here as well. So borough presidents, as has been the chatter so far, are allocated capital funding, right, to appropriate to eligible projects on a discretionary basis. As a member and treasurer of the Community Land Trust, specifically the East New York COT, I'm eager to know how you plan on using your non-city capital funding to help COTs advance their cause of acquiring land, developing on land, and providing affordable community ownership. Do you commit to using non-city capital for funding for COTs like ours in Brooklyn? If so, please elaborate as to how. Thanks.
So that question is going to fall first, as it has for the remainder in the evening, to candidate Cornegie. And I just want to remind you, Boris is the treasurer, so you got to give him some specifics.
So Boris, I'm not sure I understand the question. You're saying non-city funding, how we intend to use non-city funding?
So capital funding that's for nonprofits, 501c3s, which technically COTs are incorporated, right? So the non-city capital funding part.
I'm sorry, Boris, I still don't understand your question. You're asking me about non-city capital funding? The capital funding that we have is used in a lot of different ways, but it's definitely used. You're saying for nonprofits?
I'm saying the capital funding that doesn't go towards agencies, to parks, to public housing, right? That's considered technically under the guise of the city, non-city capital funding. So how would you use that funding to propel and advance and our movement?
So because I still don't understand the question, I will tell you this. From the city council, I have stood behind and support CLTs. Like, so the legislation that's in front of me, I voted yes on. I believe that community land trusts are what protects us and our ability to grow not only our green spaces. So whatever funding that you're mentioning, I would leverage from the borough president's office to be able to help create and undergird and support CLTs. I mean, I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm certainly a staunch supporter of community land trusts. So whatever capital I would use to help support CLTs. I have done it from a discretionary and council standpoint. I would certainly carry that into the borough president's office.
All right, thank you for that clarification and for that response. We're going to go to candidate counsel right now, and your response, please.
Hey, Boris. I've actually attended a couple of the East New York Community Land Trust meetings and done some community cleanups with that organization. I think they're doing a fantastic job. And I think that what they're trying to do is a model that should be replicated, not just in Brooklyn, across the various neighborhoods and in other boroughs as well. So I would most definitely allocate funding to support that organization. I think we need to look at what the borough president can do, because I believe you have to be in the cycle to have received money from the city council for at least 2 cycles, but we're going to figure out some workarounds in order to make sure you guys get the funding that you need. But I also will be pushing my city council members and the mayor to survey the land that the city owns. We need to find out which agencies own which property. And then we need to begin to have the conversation about how we can get some of that property back into the hands of the community. We know for a fact that we're being priced out of our communities, that developers are coming in and they're building properties that we can't afford to live in, and we've got to do a better job of.
Thank you, candidate counsel. I'm going to now turn to candidate Edwards to answer the question about committing to use those capital funds for CLTs like the one in East New York.
If Boris, if I understand your question correctly, we're really just talking about how do you support non-city agencies or non-city entities, and really, it's really just identifying those communities, specifically like you guys, Community Land Trust, and investing in them. Also, when I spoke earlier about the public educational panel appointee that sits on the pension board, when we look at how we invest our pension money, we have to look at specifically economically targeted communities who need that support through housing, through community gardens. And like I said, that's an actually investment portfolio that we've ignored for almost 30 years. And that's something that I think we can push to have a great conversation and support you guys in the long term.
All right, we're going to move on now to candidate Anthony T. Jones and your response about your support and elaborating on ways that you think you could use those capital funds to support a community land trust such as the one in East New York.
Well, when I become Brooklyn Borough President, I have attended some of the meetings that the local East New York Local Development Corporation has had in Brownsville. I've known Mr. Boris for quite some time. He's a very active young man, and He's always involved in positive things. So as the next borough president, I would look to support those kind of programs and programs that are like that, because as long as those type of programs are going to educate the people of Brooklyn to prevent land from being taken away from developers, and we're preserving the history of our communities, I'm all for it. Let's make it happen. On day one, Boris, as I told President Ramsey, come on to Borough Hall, let's have a meeting and let's get it done. And you educate me on how I can help so we can move forward to preserve our communities across Brooklyn.
All right, you're gonna have yourself a busy day one, sir, from like open to close. I imagine there's gonna be a bunch of meetings. So I'm looking at you, candidate Antonio Reynoso. What's your response to committing to use some of those capital funds for CLTs?
Yeah, my non-for-profit acquisition fund is actually modeled to support the community land trust. I actually did it specifically to be able to give money to the community land trust in East New York. So on day one, Boris, the organization would sit with me and we will work out to make sure that you're one of the organizations that receive funding from the borough president's office. When we talk about capital dollars, the city of New York splits it into two different sectors. The one sector is for agencies like the Department of Education, the Department of Parks, and libraries. But then there's other money called non-city capital that is used for non-for-profits that are not run by agencies. It's a much more arduous and complicated process that I hope to simplify in my office. And this neighborhood non-for-profit acquisition fund is going to be where not only community land trusts, but other non-for-profits could benefit from the city dollars that shouldn't only go exclusively to city agencies. It should go to the community as well. So yes, Boris, the CLT will receive funding under my presidency.
All right, candidate Simon, a response from you about commitment to using non-city capital funds, as explained, to help folks like the East New York CLT.
Well, thank you. You know, I would say that I agree with a number of my colleagues here tonight that we need to use that capital funding for community-based organizations that are going to, in fact, be like the community land trusts, for example, that will make acquisition more available. Part of the problem we have with development is that we're not actually making access to capital easy enough for community-based organizations, for not-for-profit developers. We really should be helping them get access to capital. And that capital may be by working with other organizations, other funding organizations, the CDFIs, for example. It may also be discretionary capital funds from the borough president's office to help support that.
Thank you. And we're going to turn now for the final response to this question about commitment to non-city capital for CLTs like the one in East New York. Share some of your ideas, Candidate Whitehead.
Thanks again. Boris, this is an amazing question. On May 14th, I did a press conference, and one of the things that I stated was the community land trust. Once again, we hear politically answers. Some of the candidates didn't even know what you were talking about. But at the end of the day, I've been doing real estate over 20 years, right? And we have the city giving developers and people with institutions with money, giving developers city land for $1, right? I'm going to be able to put in place the community land trust as a nonprofit to take over of these lands that I would trust the community land trust to develop. What this would do is it will permanently have affordable housing. You guys will be able to police your own money. The rents that come in, you will be able to fund the community through your foundation, through the nonprofit. Yes, I'm going to give you discretionary funds, of course, but we need to make sure that's it.
All right, thank you. I heard a commitment in there for discretionary funds, so we got that before the bell rang. So we're gonna mix things up a little, right? We've been here for a good 48 minutes. We'll just shake things out, change the temperature a little with some questions that came in over the transom, just about things that are generally yes or no questions, but we're giving you 30 seconds to expound a little bit. So this is, again, a more quick answer question, but I'm sure your responses will be just as thoughtful to the 1 minute responses that we've been allowed before. So in 30 seconds, starting with candidate Cornegie, are you in favor of increased enforcement of unlicensed street vending that brick and mortar businesses sometimes complain threatens their livelihood and vibrancy? This is a question that came from some members of our business community. So increased enforcement of unlicensed street vending?
Yes, of course. There's safety issues involved in unlicensed street vending. I would like to see a larger number being licensed, but in the meantime, yes, more enforcement.
So you'd like to see a larger number being licensed. Is there anything in the capacity of borough president that you could do to sort of ease those onerous things that the folks who are street vendors may face in getting a license?
Yeah, absolutely. Working with our city council members to make sure that that's the will of the people, and helping produce legislation in conjunction with local members around increasing the capacity and the number of licensed street vendors is something I've always tried to do. So, yes.
Thank you. So I'm looking at you, candidate counsel. The question was about increased enforcement on unlicensed street vending and as it poses a threat to some in the brick and mortar business community.
Well, I get that it poses a threat to some in the business community, but we got to think Eric Garner was killed selling cigarettes as a result of over enforcement. So we have to balance these things. Definitely, we need to streamline the process so that they can get vendors. And my issue with that is that this disproportionately impacts communities of color. So we have to balance enforcement with how we're treating particular communities. We have to make sure that they're following and in compliance with the law, but we need to streamline the process for the applications for licensing.
Thank you for that response. And we're going to turn now to candidate Edwards. Same question. Enforcement, unlicensed, brick and mortar, there's tension there. Where do you come down on increased enforcement?
Well, I don't agree with increased enforcement because even our brick and mortar went through that in the height of COVID, and it's really created a hard space for many businesses. I would really like to have a conversation and use the platform to expand these permits so that we have real licensed folks doing the work, and so therefore we don't have to really worry about too much between battling between brick and mortar and street vendors. So I really like to increase the street vendor certifications and licenses.
All right, thank you. Candidate Jones, you're walking down the street, there's a street vendor there, there's a brick and mortar business there, there might be some tension in between. Where are you coming down on increased enforcement?
I think that what we have to understand across the board, that when people are out there building things, they're employed, they have a job, they're making money. Street vendors who are unemployed have to have ways where they can survive and pay rent and eat. So I'm not for stricter enforcement. And particularly when you look around around Brooklyn, there are a whole lot of vendors who don't have license, but they're not people of color, and nobody's telling them that they can't sell there.
Candidate Reynoso, tell us how you manage this balancing act.
Yeah, look, I'm not in the business of supporting policing of poverty, which is exactly what this would be. These are poor people trying to make a living, and I support anyone trying to chase the American dream and seek opportunity. I think this is more a policy failure than it is an enforcement issue. What we should be doing is building good policy, not enforcement or arresting or fining poor people. And I don't support enforcement. I support better policy and building better legislation, which I will be supportive of.
Candidate Simon, the question is about that tension between unlicensed street vendors and businesses established and brick and mortar trying to do business there. What's your idea of balance?
Well, I don't believe that we need stricter enforcement. I do believe we need a whole lot more empathy and balance in the way we approach these issues from a policy point of view. If we should be giving people access to, streamlined licensing and permitting if that's what they're wanting to do. But the fact is that these unlicensed street vendors are people who are supporting their families. They're predominantly people of color. They're making a living. They're doing it the hard way, and we should be supporting them wherever we can.
All right, thank you for that response. And for our final response and weigh in on this, if you're in favor of increased enforcement, I'm turning to candidate Whitehead.
Thank you. No way in the world I'm going to enforce of people that cannot afford or don't know the avenues to obtain a license. What I would do as the borough president is I would create a fund, and I would create a task force to go out to see who I can help become a licensed vendor, right? I would put my money where my mouth is as the borough president to help, to answer the why and not to enforce why they don't have.
Thank you for that. So we're going to just go back and transition to our longer form question. 60 seconds here. You each have a full minute to expound on an answer to a question posed by Impact Brooklyn's Executive Director, Bernell Greer. Impact Brooklyn, for those who don't know, is a community development corporation, and they're committed to helping residents build and sustain flourishing communities right here where we are in Fort Greene at BRIC, Clinton Hill, Bedford-Stuyvesant, and Crown Heights, and of course, Prospect Heights. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. New York City has been described as a melting pot and a gorgeous mosaic. However, despite its cultural and ethnic diversity, New York City's residential housing is built on racial discrimination. This is an issue in most communities throughout the country. In fact, New York City is the 4th most segregated city in the country. What power does the borough president have regarding zoning and land use? And how will you use this power to address systemic racism in housing?
Thank you for that question. Now, I've heard each of you individually expound about the ULERP process and some of the things that are broken and you would like to see change, but this is a pointed question asking how, as BP, you would regard zoning and really use it to address those systematic issues that we just heard about. Candidate Carnegie, you have a response.
Absolutely. So a lot has been said about the inability or the lack of teeth in the borough president's office. The actual powers that we have center around the use of zoning, land use, and capital funding. It's that three-leg stool that actually gets us affordability, that actually pushes the envelope as it relates to the NIMBYism that we see in the borough of Brooklyn. A lot of the racist policies are centered around this idea of not in my backyard. The borough president gets to use those zoning and land use powers to actually enforce affordability throughout the borough, and I will continue to do that. I think the racist policies, the redlining, everything that has centralized discrimination and segregation in the borough can be broken down by the use of solid land use and zoning and the use of capital funding to get affordability, to make the entire borough look like it should be and make everybody responsible for affordable housing. Because right now, only affordability is centered in certain.
So the question is, to be clear, about systematic racism in housing and how, as borough president, you would use your powers in zoning and land use to address that, candidate counsel.
I mean, again, I've built affordable housing with nonprofit developers, and so I think we need to see more of that. I think development needs to be community-driven, community-led, and not developer-driven. But we've got to work together to make sure that we're rooting out these systemic inequities that exist, not just in housing, but in education and in our healthcare systems. So I would use the bully pulpit. I would use, again, all of the tools in the tool belt in order to make sure that we're drawing attention to these things, that we're bringing communities together, and we're working together to root out these issues within our communities.
Thank you. Candidate Edwards, systematic racism in housing. Borough president's got a few bucks and some land use and zoning pull. How are you going to use it?
Well, the first thing is we have to zone responsibly. If you're in Canarsie, we need to rezone Canarsie so that they'll be out of the flood zone. But if you're in Brownsville, New York, we have to stop rezoning and upzoning, creating more density. What we have to do is really empower our communities with the education of what zoning is, empower our community boards with the real decisions to choose what's important for their community and not what other people say. And we really just have to stop this overdevelopment and stop creating AMIs that are unaffordable for our community members, because that does create the systemic racism and the displacement that does bring in gentrification. And then we're complaining about gentrification when we've already moved out most of our community. So use the borough president's office to really push the envelope on educating what real zoning should be and stop over zoning areas that are really impacted by lack of opportunity, lack of transportation, lack of resources.
Thank you, Candidate Edwards. So Candidate Jones, we are awaiting your response on the power of the borough president for zoning and land use and how you can use those powers to intercede on behalf of folks who may fall victim to systemic racism in housing.
Well, systemic racism is here. It's been here for hundreds of years. It's not going to leave when I become Brooklyn Borough President. But as the Brooklyn Borough President, it's up to me and it's my responsibility to do the best I can to bring people from across Brooklyn together and try to help people get over their fears and their racism. I believe that every part of the district of community in Brooklyn Brownsville shouldn't look like a war zone, and then Clinton Hills and other parts of the Brooklyn looks like mansions. If we build affordable housing that looks decent in everybody's community, then we don't have to really push affordable housing in areas where people are racist. We don't have to do that, but we have to heal wounds, because racism is not going anywhere anytime soon. But we have to make sure that everybody works together.
Thank you for that response. So Candidate Reynoso, the question was posited on the idea that New York City's residential housing landscape was, predicated on racism and segregation. So how are you using your powers as borough president for zoning and land use going to address that?
Ms. Greer is absolutely right. It is a racist system and a racist institution. The ULURP process allows for developers to dictate where they want to build, and they target mostly Black and brown poor communities. And in doing so, insert like mass displacement that is extremely concerning to our communities. What we need to do is empower the voices of the people. We need to give community boards more opportunity to be able to develop plans and dictate what they want their communities to look like. So long as we have a ULURP process that is developer driven, they're going to keep coming into our neighborhoods and target our neighborhoods for development. We need to move away from that and again, move to a community-led process. And we can do that by reforming the community boards and empowering them to tell us where they think growth can happen in a responsible way. Without that, we're going to continue to see the racist development that has existed for hundreds of years here in the city of New York.
So Candidate Simon, as BP, you would be in the driver's seat. So where are you going to steer us to avoid the pitfalls of this systematic racism in housing?
Well, I thank you for suggesting that the BP is in the driver's seat. The BP has an advisory role in the ULURP process. So here's what I think. Number one, zoning is not planning. What we need is planning. We need not-for-profit development. We need access to capital. And we need to work together to empower communities and our not-for-profit developers to build affordable housing and to build more affordable housing and more deeply affordable housing. Right now, a lot of what gets developed in our borough is as of right. There are no controls there, or it's being done by the state, such as at Atlantic Yard, which really put displacement on steroids in Community Board 6, Community Board 2, 3, and 8. So we need to work together and address this in a fundamentally different way that is community driven and where we all work together to understand each other's lives and to develop this housing. I live in a neighborhood that was redlined for many, many years. And the reality is the downtown Brooklyn plan and rezoning made my neighborhood much more white.
Thank you for that answer. Now we are turning to Lamar Miller Whitehead for your answer about the BP's power. You got some zoning stuff and land use powers that you can use. How are you going to use it to address systemic racism in housing?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm going to use it to bully developers. And that's how I'm going to use it. I'm going to be the voice for the voiceless. And once again, you hear so many political answers and everybody has an office. We got council, we have assembly, we have district leaders, we have all of this, but nothing has changed yet, right? Same old, same old. At the end of the day, how we strengthen and empower our community is simple. Stop lying. That's it. Right. And at the end of the day, we have to understand if the community board has power, we need to educate them in real estate. We need to educate them in finance. We have to build Brooklyn as people first before we build Brooklyn as a community. And that's where we fail. We have nothing but politicians that are sellouts, and we must stop lying. That's the true and only empowerment.
Thank you for that response. Now, for the final question that is going to be coming from one of our community partners right now, I'd love to introduce you to Nila Natarajan. She is the supervising attorney and policy counsel for Brooklyn Defender Services. And in case you don't know them, Brooklyn Defender Services has been providing family defense practice for many years, and their services are a public defender organization, and they represent nearly 35,000 people every single year who are too poor to afford an attorney. We've invited her here to ask this question.
Thank you so much. The Brooklyn neighborhoods of East New York, Brownsville, Flatbush, and Bed-Stuy, all predominantly Black communities and communities of color, have some of the highest rates of ACS investigations and family separations in the city. We know that most of the allegations made against families by ACS are related to a family's poverty, such as allegations of inadequate housing or inadequate childcare. How would you, as borough president, work to ensure that Brooklyn parents and families receive needed community-based supports and real resources, and ensure that they are protected from ACS overreach and its harmful and unnecessary surveillance?
There's a lot in there, and there's a lot that these families are facing. So 1 minute is just going to give us one inkling as to what you would do as borough president to address some of those things. But please, I invite you to take your time, Council Candidate Cornegie.
So definitely providing for the families what they need in terms of resources so that they can be whole. Making sure the young people in those families have access to good quality programming in school and out of school is one of the quintessential ways to ensure less involvement with ACS. Some of it's poverty, but some of it's also educational that ACS gets involved in. So making sure that families have everything that they need from fighting food insecurity, which we do now from a council perspective, which I'll continue to do from the borough president's office. We work off Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And self-actualization, which is really at the top of the pyramid, comes with love, insecurity, food, shelter, all of those kinds of things. So making sure that families are well-rounded in what their resource needs are is a way to reduce the amount of overreach that ACS is given. We've seen that they have failed miserably with families placing and displacing foster care. We know that some of our young people are in foster care right now.
All right, thank you. As I explained earlier, there was a lot in that question, and we know it's a lot to cram into 1 minute, but I know personally that all of you have websites. I encourage everyone to visit their individual websites and delve a little bit more into each person's policy positions and ideas. But right now, we're going to get to hear yours live, Candidate Counsel.
That is a very multi-layered question. And all of these questions have been very, very good. So thank you all for the thought that you and care that you put into asking these questions. So here's the thing. We treat these things like they exist in a silo, but they're all interconnected. And the reality is that a lot of the policies that are in place right now are creating this system that feeds into other systems. We continue to put money into programs that help people not to survive and thrive, but that there's an over-enforcement, there's over-policing, there's all of these different things that are happening in our communities. And then we look at them like, why is it that they're acting out? The city council budget last year defunded summer youth employment program, took away money from DYCD. Where your spending priorities are, that shows where your heart is. And so we've got to do a better job of making sure that the people that work for ACS are properly trained, that they have the resources and the tools that they need. But we have to push back on their supervision of those types of situations. And we've got to make sure that your organizations and other agencies have bully pulpit money. That's what we're going to do.
bully pulpit and the money working in conjunction to clear a path there. So I'm looking at you, candidate Edwards. Do you have a response?
Yes, I mean, we have to eliminate this quota system that deals with police, deals with ACS, and really reimagine ACS as a supportive mechanism and not a policing agency. What we really have to do is we have some great people who are ACS workers. Councilwoman Alika Samuel started out in ACS, a lawyer, a leader, and she quit because basically they wanted her to take somebody's child rather than go into the house, find where the support mechanisms are and report it. So what I would really like to do, and it's universal, is to change ACS's need and the way they have to really go about it and create them more of a support service network other than just a police state. So I think we got to eliminate quotas, and we really have to look at how those particular people can be more of a benefit in supporting families, creating what we call patient-centered medical home, which talk about mental health services, food insecurity, housing access, and utilize those ACS workers as that in between.
Thank you, candidate Edwards. Now we're going to come to you, candidate Jones, for your response about how you could intercede on behalf of Brooklyn families and their needs.
I think that I'm the only candidate that grew up in Brownsville, born in Brownsville. So what she's talking about, I see that every day. And I believe that we have to change some of the laws, the city council members, the state assembly members. And I don't have to wait until I'm borough president to get this on the roll. I just think that I like to get the other candidate who's offering $50 million and open up a resource center so that we can hire some lawyers and attorneys to make sure that Brownsville get what Brownsville deserves.
Thank you. We appreciate that answer. Now we're going to turn from candidate Jones to Antonio Reynoso. What's your response?
Appreciating my candidate, Anthony Jones. Listen, I think that the issue here is that the city of New York is in the business of policing poverty. That's exactly what is happening here. What ACS people should be doing, or ACS workers should be doing, is going into these homes with a checklist and checking off the boxes of the resources that these families need, and then working to bring those resources to those families, not taking children away from mothers. That is the backwards way that we police poverty in this city, and it continues to be that way. ACS should be a support system, not an enforcement system. And I would, again, make sure that I use the bully pulpit to be able to bring attention to this issue. But also, in the city council, we passed legislation to stop drug testing pregnant women while they're giving birth, to use that as a way to take away their babies. What we found out is that the drug testing was happening almost exclusively in public hospitals to Black women. And that is exactly what continues to happen in the city, and we need to change it. And I will be the borough president that does that.
Thank you, candidate Reynoso. Now we're turning to you, candidate Simon, for your response.
Yes, well, I would agree with Ms. Council, and I certainly agree with Antonio with his view. ACS really takes a prosecutorial role in what it does. And I certainly have had clients where they were drug tested, they were African-American, and they were drug tested during birth or right after birth for the purpose of monitoring that family. So we need universal child care. We need to provide support to families. We need to provide resources to families, and we need to provide job training.
She's about to.
So those are because what's happening is women are really being left behind, and they're going to be more left behind as a result of COVID. So I would work on all of those issues.
Thank you. I'm sorry for that little interruption in the middle. We were listening and we got you. Thank you very much for your considerate response. And now, finally, we're going to hear from candidate Whitehead.
Yeah, well, to answer Anthony Jones' question, no, you cannot have anything of the 50 million because you've been a district leader in Brownsville too long and things got worse, not better. And getting back to what I want to say, the ACS has been acting like the police, and this is going to be incorporated into my parole reform, where that even the parole has been torturing the Black and brown community, just like ACS has. What I do want to do to leverage and balance because if we deal with ACS, we have to deal with the community as well. And I want to implement guaranteed income, where therefore the borough president can give a stipend to certain individuals that need it, cash in hand. There's something that Martin Luther King said. He said, I am not now convinced that the simplest approach will provide to be the most effective. The solution to poverty is to abolish it directly by a now widely discussed measure, the guaranteed income. Cash in hand clears a lot of this pain. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. So we are being mindful of the time, and I'd love to see everyone on the screen right now, if we can get a grid, just so folks can see the people who've been participating and asking so many thoughtful questions tonight. This may very well be the final question. We're going to give each of you a minute to answer this. So I'm just personally interested in knowing, on a scale from Marty to Eric Adams, which has been the most recent serving borough presidents, where do you put yourself? What is going to be your management style should you get to occupy Borough Hall for the next 4 years? And furthermore, just to hone in on that question, the question you've all been getting, who's going to occupy the second position in your ranked choice ballot? So, candidate Cornegie, what's going to be your management style in Borough Hall, and who's going to occupy that second spot? You got to unmute. This is where it gets good. Yeah, unmute and
Listen, my style is going to be very, very much like it's always been, to be a solutions-oriented and solutions-driven legislator. Imitation is the highest form of flattery, and there are in every single one of our former borough presidents, there are great things to glean from and expound upon. Most recently, our current borough president has been focused on healthcare and health issues. I'm going to expound on that, keep the healthcare, but also incorporate mental health as a part of my platform. So thank you.
You've got 30 seconds to tell us who's going to occupy that spot on your ballot for not number one, which I suspect might be your name, but who's going to go in the number 2 line?
I'm not certain yet.
When you're going to know? I got 20 seconds to harass you about it.
I won't know until I know, but thank you for asking.
And we won't know a moment until then. Thank you. We're going to move on to candidate counsel, who may actually give me a name of a person who might occupy the line below hers on the ranked choice ballot. But first, what's your management style going to be?
Well, I mean, I think, I don't want to compare myself to either Marty or to Eric. I think they've done an excellent job, but I think it's time for a woman's touch in Borough Hall. I think it's time for us to make history, not just for the sake of making history, but I think we need someone who has nonprofit experience, who's worked to solve the problems behind the scenes, and can scale the experience that I have across the borough of Brooklyn. So ready on day one to do what needs to be done, ready to be the first mom in chief to bring some equity and level the playing field in the borough of Brooklyn. Now, who is going to be my number 2? I don't kiss and tell. But I think...
You ain't got to kiss him. You just got to fill in the bubble in the number 2 position.
Eeny, meeny, miny, I don't know.
All right, moving on.
I have a lot of respect for everybody that's running. Let me say that.
Yeah.
A lot of respect. I have relationships with Kyrie, Antonio, and I have a lot of respect for Joanne Simon and all that she's done. I've known Rob for ever. So who my number 2 is? I'm still not going to tell you.
All right, it's just a big old love fest in the Zoom room tonight. But, it's a serious question being posed, and it's a serious decision as we march into ranked choice voting for the first time. So we're asking all of you to lead by example, and even if you're not going to disclose, at least think about what that ballot is going to look like when you step in. But to the point, what is your management style going to be? Borough president in waiting, perhaps? Edwards?
A listener and a facilitator, being a non-elected and really having to tour the entire borough and really have open conversation and open communications with every different community, you really understand that you're not alone in this process. And in order to really affect change, you have to be part of something greater. So I really, I'm going to look at listening to all of the issues like I have during my campaign and really facilitate the needs of the folks in Brooklyn. I mean, you talk about East New York to Brownsville to Bed-Stuy to Bushwick to Bensonhurst. There's so many people that have stuff to say and need someone to lead them. And so that'll be my style. My number 2, you know what? I mean, I guess since everybody else is not jumping out the window and saying it, I guess I got no choice too, because if I'm in Joanne's district, she's my number 2. If I'm in Kim's district, she's my number 2. Antonio, so that's the way I got to run it, because that's the way to run a good campaign. Be the number 2 in somebody else's backyard.
You got a little bit of strategizing there. That was an insight into inside baseball and ranked choice voting provided to you by candidate Kari Edwards. So we're going to move on to Anthony T. Jones. You're a straight shooter. You've been giving it to us all night. So what's your management style going to be, sir?
I like Eric Adams, but I just like the way Marty just came out to, and how he interacted with people. And he happens to be an Aquarius like me. So I like Marty Markowitz. When it comes to my second choice, people want us to be straightforward. They want us to be direct. They don't want, us guessing and jumping around. So I'd probably take Antonio Reynoso or Kim Council.
Thank you. His name is Anthony T. Jones, and he's a Aquarius?
I'm Aquarius, brother.
All right, moving on. You have candidate Antonio Reynoso, who's the first name mentioned to occupy the second line in a ranked choice ballot by another candidate. But more seriously, what do you envision your management style to be in the office, and who would occupy that spot for your vote?
So I want a little bit of the Marty Markowitz is always good. You want to cheerlead for Brooklyn and make sure people know that we are the center of the universe. And it's important that people know that Brooklyn is the best place in the world. So I want to do a little bit of that, but I also want to do like an Elizabeth Warren style plan for that. I'm a big nerd. I like plans. So that's the type of management style that I'm looking to do, is just use my wonkiness and my energy to really big up Brooklyn, which is the work that I want to do. And look, for my second choice, I would say this: I'm going to reciprocate. The Anthony Jones did a really good job today. I'm really proud of him. So I'm gonna show him some love. But there are 4 candidates on this screen that are going to be in my top 5. That's for sure. They're all on the screen.
Oh, all will be revealed on election day. Thank you for that answer. And now we're going to turn to candidate Simon. Give us some insight into your management style and that other question.
So I think that everybody will bring to it their skills and their experience and their personalities and their interests. I would take a page from at least 3 of the predecessors in this office. Howard Golden, who worked very collaboratively and with stakeholders in many ways, and was a real visionary in terms of the development of Brooklyn in the world, and really developing the beginnings of the commercial core. I would also, Marty Markowitz had a great way with people, and that is something that, I'm a very accessible legislator, and I think we have to cheerlead for our borough. It's the greatest place in the world. And Eric has done remarkable work when it comes to health. But the reality is that I will bring my substantial experience in the community, legal, and legislative areas. I am running to be Brooklyn's first woman borough president, but not just because I'm a woman, because I have the experience to do the job, and I'm looking forward to doing that. Thank you.
And you've definitely managed to not answer the question about who's going to occupy the second spot, but I'm sure you'll tweet about it as soon as this is over. I'm going to move on right now to candidate Lamar Miller Whitehead. What is your management style, sir? And the other question.
Well, my management style is to bring the people together. I think the Black and brown community, the Asian community, the Russian community, the Jewish community, we have all been separated. And I've shown and proven that I have a voice for the streets. I'm the only candidate that has brought the streets together with community. I know how to bridge the gap. And I want to bring my expertise of love and forgiveness. I will be the youngest borough president, and I take after Eric Adams. I'm his mentee. My father, Arthur Miller, was his mentor, and I'm going to be an Eric Adams on steroids, right? I've been with him 8 years, and I've seen what can be done, what he can do, and I'm not trying to fill his shoes because I have my own shoes. So Marty was cool, but Eric Adams was a boss. Eric Adams did what he needed to do for Brooklyn and opened the door for a young African-American man like myself. Now, as to my second, I'm going to tell you straight up, it's Whitehead only.
Okay, it's a Whitehead and Whitehead only, the beginning and the end. So I would love to see everybody again if we can make that happen, because I think I got one more time, if my overlords will permit me, to ask you all a question. This is something that's been churning and churning. It's getting hot outside, the summer is here, the masks are coming down and we're wearing them responsibly, we're moving around. But the question goes to quality of life. What are you, as borough president, prepared to do about the nighttime fireworks that we experienced last year? It's an explosive question. Is it going to happen again? What are you going to do to make sure that Brooklyn sleeps?
First of all, clearly there was a pipeline of very expensive fireworks that we need to trace where it came from. Those fireworks that when we did Eric Adams and I had a big press conference about those fireworks and the expense that it takes. So we know that those weren't purchased by the communities that they were exploding in. We need to do a thorough investigation to find out how they got here, where they came from, who supplied them, so that we can cut that off in the past. I don't want to enforce on the people who actually were firing them, because we know that they came from somewhere else.
All right. There's some question about origin, but the question is, candidate counsel, how are we going to get some sleep?
No, I got to say, I agree with Councilmember Cornegie on this one, because it wasn't just Brooklyn and New York. There were Maryland people, there were people all over the Eastern Seaboard that were complaining about these fireworks. So we definitely have to find out where they came from. But again, we have to engage our young people. We gutted summer youth employment. We gutted all of these things. We have to find a way to keep our young people busy and occupied and have the hard conversations. Like, this is a quality of life issue, and we have to make sure that we're talking to them about respect.
Candidate Edwards, is it going to be a sleepless summer?
No, I mean, and the thing is, we have to give our kids something to do. You know, the kids didn't have to light the fireworks if we kept them occupied during the day, or really give them an opportunity to express themselves in other ways. And I think the fireworks are just an example of frustration through COVID, through George Floyd. And what we really have to do is educate our kids and give them an opportunity to put their energy other places.
All right, we're going to turn to you now, Candidate Jones. It was about what could the borough president do to really quiet down the explosions?
It's going to be a sleepless summer, so prepare for it and get ready for it. But I think it's important that in terms of the Brooklyn Borough President, we need to disseminate the information out there through the community boards and through district managers to encourage people within the community to have some concern in terms of the fireworks. We got to get people involved and understand that, listen, at a certain period of time, it just needs to stop. Now, we have to prepare for it, but, you know, we as a borough, we got to get the police involved.
Okay, Candidate Reynoso, what say you to the question of the fireworks in the summertime at night?
I definitely don't have the answer to that, and I agree with Mr. Jones that there will be sleepless nights come July 4th. I want to be very careful with enforcement. The enforcement will happen unequally. It will happen in our neighborhoods that are Black and brown, and our kids will be put in jail for some nonsense that will destroy their lives over one mischief. So I want to be very careful about how we do that. And it is about education and giving these young people opportunities, but don't think we can stop it.
Candidate Simon.
You know, there's no great answer to this question, but it is about leadership from the top. It is about the tone set by the borough president, working with the elected officials, working with law enforcement, and working with perhaps federal officials, because, you know, New York State does not have laws that allow for that kind of fireworks, right? They're coming in from other states. So this is interstate. We need to investigate, but we also need to help set a tone and encourage kids. I agree with Kari. It's about having something to do. We need to be about helping our kids.
All right, so is it too late, Candidate Whitehead? Are we just gonna have to suffer through the non-silence this summer evenings?
No, I think we can silence it, but if we look at the statistics, me and my team did the statistics from 18 to 45 years old, 95% of Brooklynites didn't even know there was a borough president. So at the end of the day, there's a disconnect. And I'm the one that can connect with the younger community. So therefore we can do what we need to do. And as far as the fireworks coming in, is the same way the guns is coming into the community. So once again, you get political answers and a politically response, but yet at the end of the day, there's no real answer. Let's stop lying.
Well, thank you all for being here this evening. We've run right up into our time, so I want to use the remaining few seconds we have to remind everyone that Friday, May 28th is the last day in New York to register to vote before the upcoming elections. Early voting begins June 12th, and the general primary is going to happen June 22nd. So we'll see you at the polls June 22nd, if not a moment before, in June 12th. Register to vote. We'll see you at the polls. Good night.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
I'm Owen.
I'm Chris,
And we're Critter and Guitari.
and we make musical instruments. We are in Bushwick, Brooklyn, and this is where we receive all of our parts, assemble the instruments, and test them and ship them out.
They're small, portable, electronic instruments. You can power them with a battery and they have a speaker built in, so you can take them anywhere.
Well, we met in college, and Owen showed up to school with a bunch of banjos that he made, which I couldn't believe, like, someone made these, you know, someone my age made this stuff. I was like, I need to hang out with this guy. And then we started just making music together and gradually got more and more into actually making instruments. I was studying art and Owen was studying physics and music.
Musical instruments are sort of the natural progression, I guess, collecting all of the things we're interested in. We've made a lot of different instruments over the years. And we used to make them in everything from shoe boxes to little cigar boxes, all different kinds, just really experimenting with different kinds of electronics and different ways of making sound. And then we graduated to making semi-mass produced instruments that we have today. We started selling them on the website, and then we started selling them to stores here in New York and LA, and then stores really everywhere. We sell them all over the world now, and they get into like everyone's hands. You know, we wouldn't really know how they got into some musicians using it. It ends up on some mix, you know, you hear on the radio. So I guess one of those people was Jack White.
We were very honored to be asked to come down to Nashville and meet with Jack White and his team and just have this idea festival in his office and talk about all sorts of different things. And it was great because they were on the same page with us in terms of loving music and wanting to make things that make music making easier and fun and all that stuff. So we just talked for a while and basically left the room with the idea of the SEPTA box.
Sort of like they're like a record label who release these instruments, you know, instead of albums like normal. And that was sort of fit well with our thinking about these things. I've always thought of them sort of like albums for us, just in terms of how long it takes to develop one, you know, maybe a year or two to really like work out all the details. And then especially the stuff like the pocket piano that has these different settings, and the SEPTA box too, these different settings are sort of like, you know, individual songs really that we kind of like work on for a while and perfect over a period of time, and then they're in the box and it's done and there's really no changing them. The instruments themselves, there's sort of mini computers in there that are generating the sound. So we specify that sound in programming language. So that's kind of like our canvas. Basically all the controls that you see like on the pocket piano, these buttons and knobs, are connected inside onto a circuit board, you know, the famous green piece of material in there. And they're all connected into this little part called a microcontroller. Then you hook it up to a computer and you program it. So electrically, the device is kind of simple. It's really just these knobs and keys connected into this controller. And then the rest is writing lines of code to generate the different sounds. So when you hit the button, it starts playing something. The video synthesizers don't create sound, but they actually create these visual patterns on a television set or a projector or a TV. You plug an audio source into them, and then they take that audio source and kind of visualize it. They're very low resolution and the patterns are really kind of elemental. But I think people like that for a musical setting because maybe you don't want like a crazy amount of distracting visuals, or maybe you just want something really simple. Being in that zone between art and science and music, it's this intersection of all these things that we've been interested in. It sort of does make you think that science and art really aren't that different. In a lot of ways, music is a great way to kind of bring them together.
BRIC TV, BRIC TV, BRIC TV, BRIC TV.
BRIC TV, BRIC TV, BRIC TV, BRIC TV, BRIC TV.
So we're gonna bring the sides down, and what did you say you wanted on the sides?
Circles.
Like swirls?
Swirls.
Circles, okay. Not just absolute circles, just something circular. Swirls and movement, motion. Gotcha. I believe I'm a creator and that the creator works through me. Certain things you don't choose, you know, it just kind of chooses you. I'm a barber, and I've been cutting hair for 28 years. It's been since I was 12 years old. I was going to people's homes and cutting their hair. 12 years old with a book bag and clippers in it. At 12. At one point I didn't want to do barbering. I didn't feel it was prestigious enough. I didn't feel it
was academic, or, you know, sometimes we get caught up in isms of what we should be. And so I was running from it for a while, but it was like, no, here you go, get back over here, you know? And it would use different people and different situations to pull me back, you know?
Well, I started getting my hair cut about 3 years ago. My oldest daughter, she cut a big chunk out of my hair. I had to remedy the situation, so I went and I was searching for barbers, and I finally came across Greg. He's the one. He's who I've been looking for. It's a different type of expression. I'm a performing artist, but it's like another way for me to express myself. I haven't really named any of the hairstyles or what have you. I mean, I think I'll call this one the blade. I love every single one.
It's important to embrace the crown. I think it's just actually returning back to more of how we were and what we were, you know? It's like you're born head first into this world, you know? So I feel honored being able to work with people crowned. There's so much energy involved in that.
First off, I'm an artist, so I'm picky about a lot of things. The clothes I wear, the food I eat, the accessories I decide to put on my body, the haircuts, you know what I mean? Some people say it's a starting point. A fresh haircut is the finisher for me. Like, if you got a fresh haircut, you can have damn near anything else on, and you can work that. I've been looking for a dope barber for the longest who could interpret what I put down on paper. And Greg was the one that kind of hit that on the head, man. Greg, he had that down. My style is definitely some ancient futuristic vibration. A lot of the things that I do harkens from the past, but it has an edge of futuristic dynamic to it. You know what I mean? Some ancient future vibes.
I feel that it is ancient. It's the ancient future. You know, we're returning. We have no choice but to go back to who we are and what we are. And this is the process. I think this is, your hair is, you know, it's literally growing from your crown, you know. The barbershop has always been an intricate part of the community, you know. It's like the internet of a community. It's where people would go share information, find out things, and chit chat, and even learn, you know. I remember growing up, you know, a lot of things I learned as a man, I would learn in a barbershop. Even some things a barber would tell you, you know, you sit up straight, you know, look straight ahead, you know. It does resonate, you know. Even way back, you know, barbering is, I love it, you know, it's an ancient art form. Feeling the flow of it all makes sense, and it all feels cohesive, you know? And then even then, sometimes I'm like, as they're walking out the door, I'm like, wait, come here. Because I just can't let a part of myself walk out like that, you know? It just, I don't know, it wouldn't feel right, you know? I don't think about legacy. I don't think about what I want to be known for. I just want to, like, open up a pathway for myself and others to expand on new potentials. Show a different way of doing something that is very old. Doesn't necessarily have to be a barbershop in a storefront with a barber pole. It can be in your crib, where I'm moving towards in a loft. That is not necessarily a barbershop, but just a gallery where on a Sunday afternoon you get a hot towel shave with a live jazz band playing, you know? Just want to open up new potentials, you know? Now, I don't want to like putting too much thought into over mapping out and planning, you know? Chess is a beautiful game, but sometimes you can think yourself to defeat. You know?
Boston sounds on a rude boy thing.
My name's Andre Wagner. I'm a photographer. I'm originally from Omaha, Nebraska, and right now I'm based in Brooklyn, New York. So I moved to Brooklyn in 2012. I've pretty much been living in Brooklyn ever since. I've been in the same neighborhood. I live in Bushwick. I consciously photograph a lot of my work in Bushwick. Like, I don't know, a lot of times people, when I tell people I'm from Omaha, they don't think there's any black people there, or they think I lived on the farm. Brooklyn kind of feels like home in a sense, because I see people that, I feel like I've seen when I grew up, or I'm around things that I've seen when I grew up, but it's just like in Brooklyn, it's like times 100. I think social work is like a huge foundation within my photography. I take those ideas that I've learned or issues that I cared about into my photography, and it's like, how can I talk about these things? How can I talk about, black youth and there being like an absence of young black males that they can look up to? Or how can I talk about like single mothers that have 5 kids? Or how can I talk about, just older generation trying to deal with working out their way of living in 2015. I photograph everything that I'm interested in. So it's not just black people or black culture. Like, I photograph life. Like, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. It's very contained and this type of place. So it's like coming from Omaha and coming to a place like New York, or going to Paris, or going to New Orleans. I'm interested in everything because I didn't see these things growing up. People often ask me if people get mad when I'm out photographing and stuff like that. And, a lot of times the people that I happen to photograph, they end up being people that are overlooked, or, people might not necessarily pay any attention to. You're not going to find these people on TV. But I think there's something amazing about regular folks, doing regular things. Somebody might see this guy, he's a black male, he has braids, or, somebody might consider this dude to be a thug or whatnot, but I mean, he doesn't look like a thug to me. It's like he's trying to take care of his kid, and he's about to go have some pizza with some of his boys. And that's another thing. It's like, this thing about black fatherhood, about how black fathers are absent, and this guy is the opposite from absent, if this is his kid. Initially, when I just look at the image, I want there to be some type of dialogue that I'm having with myself, and I think this image, captures that. I think this is one of those things where I was speaking about, images being political or my work being political. When I saw the scene, I didn't think about the images that come into my head when I see something like this. I think about my own personal reaction, because I am this young black male that's in the corner, with the hoodie on, and it's being approached by this cop. I'm sure my heart's racing in this moment too, because I've been there and I know how that feels, and I've seen what these outcomes are, and I don't know, it's just one of those things where, somebody might say it's political, and and I might just say this is my life. One of my favorite photographers, his name is Gary Wintergreen. He once said that there are no shots when he's reloading. A lot of the black photographers that I was influenced by, The digital technology wasn't around. These photographers shot on film because that was what was available. Gordon Parks is obviously like, he's like a giant, so he's like the first influence of like an African-American photographer, you know, doing really amazing work. But then there's also photographers like Roy DeCaraga or, you know, like Eli Reed. Obviously, like when I see this work, you know, I'm like, oh, this influences me. I just wanted to cater to who I am and to how I work. Just kind of like working with my hands, so I think film kind of naturally fit with me. I think for me, photography, it's like kind of like create the artless art form. Can I get my images to just speak and to touch and to feel without like all of this mumbo jumbo, you know, without all of these distractions. It's not about film, it's not about the camera, you know, but it's about life, and it's about these people, and it's about these moments. That's what photography is about.
I open my palms to the sky, surrendering to the human hopelessness, that it does not despair me. For life needs no more. No more despair, I pray. To turn a situation as bad as mine into an opportunity to be of some benefit. To transcend my present circumstances. To transform everything around me to something almost radiant. Boom, 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 banging, constant, throbbing, consistent, bang, bang, my mind, I lose it, broken, pieces, shit, I'm bleeding, silence kills me, noises scare me, darkness likes me, I don't know me, can you help me, hold me, lead me, save me, love me, please don't leave me, something's worse inside my mind and everything just dies.
Sweet. That's exactly what we were talking about. Pick each other up, lift each other up, catch each other when you fall, and it doesn't even matter if you remember your line or you forget your line. It's about upholding the integrity and the power of what we're doing and knowing that that's where we're going and that's what we're holding. And if we stay present to that vision, then we can't mess up, ever. My name is Samara Gayef, and I'm the founder and artistic director of Truth Worker Theater Company. We are a social justice-based hip-hop theater company for high school and college-aged youth. It really grew out of over a decade of my own work as a performer, an artist, an educator, and an activist in Brooklyn. My work has been primarily as a teaching artist, where I've brought my artistry and my passion for education together and merged them by working in a lot of public schools all throughout New York for about a dozen years. And I found myself running residencies, developing curricula, initiating programs, and having the privilege of working with so many brilliant youth. And specifically, I worked in a lot of transfer schools and continue to do teaching artist work, working with a lot of overaged, undercredited youth in transfer schools who for one reason or another were formerly incarcerated, pregnant and parenting, gang affiliated, or didn't have the structural support that they needed in their own lives in order to be able to sustain successful school career. Really always found that the arts was an arrow to the tip of the heart, you know, that it was an entry point to pass through so many walls that we put up and to create safe spaces for folks to tell their stories on their own terms. And that's really become the mission of Truth Worker Theater Company, is to provide a safe space for young people to shift the dominant narratives that are so often stereotypical in mainstream media, particularly of young people of color in this country, and to be able to create a platform for them to be the subjects of their own stories as opposed to the objects of the stories that are told about them.
At this point, Truth Worker and my life outside of Truth Worker are so inextricably linked. Like there isn't a way for me to live my life outside and then not bring it into this space with me. But I have learned how to differentiate what events in my life need to be brought here at what time. You know, there are some things that happen, some energies that occur or that we carry with us, and once we enter the space, Samara will ask us to just check it at the door or to hold on to it until it's a more appropriate time if we're working on something. But the best part, I think, about the company is that at the start or at the end of a rehearsal, there's always a space to voice what's necessary to us, which is why it's such an important part of my life.
George Zimmerman found not guilty for murdering Trayvon Martin in cold blood. In this country, black and brown kids go to prison for life for selling drugs, while corporate suits walk down long hallways killing our youth.
Wake up, people. This ain't nothing new. Let's talk about Sean Bell, Amadou,
Kimani Gray,
and Emmett Till.
2013, with the generosity of Jack, I was able to call together 16 youth and bring them together for a summer intensive. We met 3 days a week, 3 hours a day. And in the course of just about 5 weeks, created a full multimedia hip-hop theater production called Barcode, a performative analysis of the school-to-prison pipeline. And that was an investigation and interrogation and exploration of what is the school-to-prison pipeline, how does it impact our lives, what are our stories and our testimonies, how can we pull research from guest speakers. We brought in formerly incarcerated folks who had been locked up as young people, held their stories with us, brought in key lawyers to share statistics and research from the stop and frisk trials, the Zimmerman verdict. So really with a quick and astute responsiveness to what was happening in the moment, we wove together a piece that really looked at all of the stories that explode when you start thinking about the school-to-prison pipeline.
The school-to-prison pipeline? Before Truth Worker, I had no knowledge. I didn't pay attention to it. I was surrounded by it, but it was just something that I was accustomed to. It was just like, okay, something's happening, let me mind my business. And then I joined Truth Worker, and Samara taught myself and others more about it than we knew. It changed me, honestly, from 2 years ago. Looking back at who I was 2 years ago and now, it's two completely different people.
In coming into Truth Worker Theater Company, it's really helped me because you tend to realize that it is that feeling within you of being fearful of the police officers, which gives them their power, and not knowing what your rights are. It's kind of hindering you from your power. Barcode, we were able to find out information that we had no clue about before, which empowers us within itself.
We talk a lot about how connected, how linked, how parallel it is in public schools and in the prison system, and how little people are aware of that, and yet and still how much of an effect that has on our children, who are the future. There's something very special to be said about this theater company dealing with youth, because it's us that are gonna be in charge of things in order to break the cycles and show what is necessary to cultivate and support the coming generations and those before us, and deal with the issues that are happening now in a way that matters to us and in a way that's going to touch other people.
Between textbook and central booking, there is a pipeline.
We're not trying to make pretty art. We're not trying to show how good we can dance or sing. We're trying to use our artistry and our bodies and our craft as a vehicle and a vessel to stand for something that we really believe in, to create an impact. So hopefully it's rippling, and hopefully we'll continue to grow.
Reclaim our humanity. Rewrite history's pages. Reclaim our humanity and transform what enrages.
never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Are you Trey?
Yeah, you ever die?
The flesh, baby.
Not really what I expected.
Yeah? Yo, I'm an entrepreneur. Just securing that bag, trying to get that guap, boy.
Why you talking like that?
Talking like what?
Like that. Oh, forget it. You got that cash?
Yeah. Yo, you got that?
Yeah. Cash? Moolah? Dinero?
Yeah, of course. Yo, chill. Yo, hold a second.
You serious?
Dead ass, boy.
Fuck!
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go ape. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for off-white. Cause she love my off-white. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new ish?
Feels good to be back in good old Brooklyn, USA. The place that made me. Does it feel good to be back in Brooklyn?
Yeah, feels okay.
I have a good feeling about this.
Me too. I mean, they did not deserve you at that other place. Taking all your creative and your ideas and then using it as their own and then taking credit for it? No. This is gonna be good. Look, I know that you are going to be like the Steve Jobs of all things kicks, and mobile apps, and sneaker blogs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay.
You know, until all that happens, I gotta get this store up and running by next week.
And I think you can do it, babe.
Ava's gonna love Brooklyn.
I hope so. I mean, she was just starting to make friends, and then we up and moved.
She's
so
gonna make a ton of friends here. Trust me. Have I ever steered you wrong? Okay, besides that time.
All right, fine.
Where you going?
I'm about to go buy a Darren spot. Then I gotta go meet this dude, sell him a pair of dunks. I'm trying to save up and cop the band ones.
New sneakers? You just got the ones you have on.
And I need those band ones.
Maybe if you start spending all your money on sneakers, we can have our own apartment together.
This again?
I don't want to have to worry about one of my roommates cooking scrambled eggs in her underwear again.
She do got a nice. I'm kidding.
Well, I'm not. Jay, I've been thinking about the next level in our relationship. Saving, building a life together, you know?
Okay. You save, and whatever money I have left over after I sell these sneakers, I'll put in the savings fund.
I'm really starting to think you care more about your sneakers than you care about me.
That's not true. Like, you're not gonna make me choose, are you?
I don't even believe we're having this conversation.
Come on, you know you only with me because I wear these sneakers.
That has nothing to do with it.
So you talk to me if I had on a pair of bum-ass Pro-Cats.
What are Pro-Cats?
My point exactly. I see you, babe.
Franklin, take your hat off in the house.
Nah, you made me miscount.
What are you doing with all that money?
I'm a businessman, Ma. Jeez.
Don't be fresh. Look at you. Where are those chubby cheeks I fell in love with at the adoption agency, huh? Where are you going?
I'm gonna hang out with some friends. We're gonna play some video games.
Okay, have fun. Play nice.
Oh, the store is really coming along great, D.
Getting there. We should be ready to open by next week.
How's Cassandra?
Good.
I know moving back to Brooklyn was the last thing she was thinking.
She believes in the dream, little bro. We need to get you one of those.
Yo, so since we open it next week, we gotta throw a dope opening bash.
You know I ain't about all that. We gonna open the shop without all that fanfare. It's about the kicks.
These days it's about the hype.
Facts.
Let me get up out of here.
Where you going now?
I'll be back. I gotta go meet this dude to sell him these new Jordan SBs. Trying to cop the band ones.
Well, thanks for all your help.
Anytime, bro.
Yo, be careful.
I got this.
Be here tomorrow. Early.
All right.
Trey, I'm serious.
All right.
Who you, Trey?
Yeah, you ever die?
The flesh, baby.
Here's to new possibilities. I left Brooklyn a prince, and I'm returning the king. King of the world.
Oh! My bad, bro.
Yo! Yo!
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet. Pretty laces.
Your mom's home though? She not home?
You know this is a job interview, right?
Oh, hold on, man.
So I'm here for the job or whatever, but let me tell you about Peaches. Peaches don't do mornings, because if she don't get her good 10 hours, she's a bitch, and you really wouldn't like Peaches in bitch mode.
I could change my ways. I could be a nighttime pimp.
Who doesn't love kicks? I mean, nothing like some skinny jeans and a fresh pair of J's.
No, I could work any day of the week. It's just I prefer to be here every Saturday because that's when the J's come out. You don't just put the 10.5 to the side. You ain't got to pay me. You know, I don't want anything but the shoes.
Peaches, I don't know if this is the job for you.
You don't want Peaches? No? Fine, then Peaches don't want you neither.
This is my girl's birthday today, so I know I'm gonna get this job because I'm on point. I got a quick question though. I can get a free pair of kicks so I could bring her something right now?
In this neighborhood, you know, it get kind of sketchy, you know what I'm saying? Because the last owners that were here, they used to get robbed. You know, Brinks used to stop around the corner, you know what I'm saying, because they didn't want to come in this neighborhood.
You look familiar, man.
Nah, bro, you don't know me.
Come on, man. Your sneakers look great today.
Well, I had to clean them after you stepped on them.
I'm just here for a job, man. I used to be a barista around the corner, but they canned me, so I'm just on the market. Come on, man. I know sneakers, but I got a great idea for the store. What about boots?
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for all white. Cause she love my all white. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait.
Why do I keep flow with my checks on new ish?
Brother, I'm running for city council, but we are focusing on local, community-based boards and government to empower the community and implement change.
I'm good.
Nice kicks. Copper foams, right?
Yeah, how you know that?
I used to rock some fly kicks in my day. Now the 5s were my favorites.
The 5s are cool, but the 3s are fire.
Can I ask you a question? Why is it so important for you to be so fresh?
Oh, it's when I put on sneakers, you know, and they're fresh and crisp. I don't know, feeling like you. Makes me feel like somebody.
You know, you can also feel like somebody by making a difference in your community.
Yeah.
Ain't you D's little brother? I think you look familiar.
Yeah, how you know my brother?
Me and D used to run the streets together back in the day. How's he doing?
He's good. He just opened up a sneaker spot in Brownsville.
You know, he's been collecting kicks for as long as I've known him.
Yeah, man.
Take one. Everyone deserves to be fly, right?
Yes.
Tell D Big Riley said what's up.
All right, got you.
Yo, man. What took you so long, man?
I had to get fly, bro. I was with your girl, too, earlier, so I mean...
You got jokes, son. You got jokes.
I play.
Anyway, you seen Hannibal's new video? Joint fire. Look at that.
Get money, get famous, gon' live forever.
Watch it. That's my part right here.
Horrible, bro. He's overrated. What? Overrated, yo.
You crazy, man. People just don't understand him because he ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time? More like a head case, bro.
You bugging, man. Anyway, good looking for coming when we cop these J's, just in case some fools out here try to zone me.
Really, bro?
My bad. I forgot, man. Please forgive me, man.
Not even
I'm sorry.
funny. Like, I'm still not over the fact I let Jeremy Lin rob me. When I catch him, it's on sight. Believe that, bro.
You ain't gonna do shit.
What? You want me to show you?
You ain't saying nothing but a word.
Don't play with me, bro.
Zip off, man.
Yo, let's get it, bro.
Shit.
Hey, where are you, man? I thought you was gonna be here for these interviews. I need your help. Everybody's like, man, everybody's crazy. Hit me when you get this.
Yo, D? What's good, bruh?
What up, love? What you doing now?
What you mean what I'm doing now? It's good to see you too, bruh.
My bad. When did you get out?
Last week. Good behavior.
So how you find me?
Wow. Yo, like I said, it's good to see you too. I was just in the neighborhood, man. Had to go check out my PO. Heard you had a shop, so thought I'd come check you out. What, you think I'm stalking you or something?
I'm just messing with you, man. It's good to see you.
Word. I see you hiring. You're my brother's keeper, right? I get a job?
This is what it looks like when your past comes back to haunt you.
What's up, baby?
Hey,
What's for dinner?
whatever you cook.
Peanut butter and jelly it is. You want some?
Did you pay the light bill today like I asked you?
Oh, yeah. See, what had happened was, I had met up with, Trey. You know Trey, he got the curls and, well, these new sneakers came out. I really like them. So, I spent $180 on them, but tomorrow I could flip that for $250 in cash, baby. We got to come up.
Kicks, Cisco, I told you the bill had to be paid by today.
I'll get the money.
Dios mío, ayúdame, por
It's not a
favor.
big deal.
Ay, Dios mío.
Baby, I love you so much. You know the kicks I bought, they glow in the dark. Should I go get them?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause your wave's getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
So, Mr. Harrison, how are you feeling today?
Call me by my artist name, Hannibal, because I eat these MCs.
Okay. Hannibal, how are you feeling today?
Honorable. That's how I feel.
Can you talk a little more about that?
Trying to be what people want you to be is hard. It's not always about making hits, being lit, stunting on these hoes. People also need to be loved, you know? The fans don't love Curtis. The fans love Hannibal.
Well, love and acceptance are a basic human need. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
You're not gonna tell anyone about this, are you?
Of course not. Doctor-client privilege. What we talk about here stays in this office.
Because if you tell anyone, you know I'll kill you. I'm just fucking with you.
but I will kill you.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White, cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait.
Why do I keep flowing my checks on new dish?
Take a step back, let me show you where real rap's kept at. Man, I rap that type of shit, that's like legit. I keep it moving like transit. I give it rhythm like drugs, my hands hit. Make plans with some cats that I smoke grams with. Same dudes I now make jams with. And take a breath so fluent in a birth the game. I just stepped into it. Made no mistakes, I meant to do it. Opposite of a dimension unit makes sense. Knew it, my floor at last. For sure outlast. My opponent with words that blast. My syllables cut through glass. Head of the class, steady your
Sasha, you're supposed to be working.
I am working. Okay, I'm posting some of our new inventory, and you want more customers up in here, don't you?
Not an excuse. I'll be in the back.
Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood. How may I help you?
Well, you can start by telling me when you're getting the new boot shimmies. I need 5 pairs in every color, size 11.
We don't carry that shoe, but I can special order them for you and personally call you when they come in.
Hey, Ray, I just thought of something. I got mad inspired. Kicks. These chicks so mighty. You know what? I'm on my way to lay this one down. I'll be there in 10 minutes. At once.
Girl, you're never gonna guess who just walked into the store. Lulu, I might be pregnant. We're barely surviving as it is, and now we might have another mouth to feed. I just can't.
Think of it as a blessing. You know God will never give you more than you can handle.
Well, the way God's been doing me these days, I want my money back.
Okay, bitch. Don't write a check your ass can't cash.
Girl, bye. At this point, he be doing me a favor.
Don't talk like that. Don't even joke.
I'm just frustrated. It's like I can't catch a break.
Speaking of the devil.
The devil? What?
Nothing, babe. What's up? Where you going?
I'm headed into work. My boss called me in to do some overtime. I know we need the money, so don't wait up. Word? It's like that?
Yeah, it's like that.
Fine then. Keep showing off from Lulu.
This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Mother Nature gives my mind a little spark, but I ain't talking about picking dandelions in the park as the cruise walks. My smooth talks to make you sway. Some will say I got sunshine on a cloudy day, but hey, maybe I just push the clouds away. Stay positive when the negatives around the way. It's such a fine display. Happiness to step away even through the toughest times.
My bitch always popping up at the right time.
Bitch, every time. Tell me you saw Hannibal's post.
Yeah, and?
I can't believe he came in the store. Girl, I would have died. I mean, Hannibal's he's like the fashion god, honey. Did you not see his last post?
Lita, I need to find a way to get to Hannibal.
Maybe you need to put it on him.
No, that's not it.
Anyways, it's real nice in here. It's all fancy and shit.
It is, right? Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood.
Oh my God. They make you say that for real?
Yeah.
Everyone needs a plug. But I had to make sure there was no bad blood. You see, we had a situation back in my street days. But now I hear he's the guy to get whatever kicks you need, no questions asked. But in Brooklyn, you always have to stay ready.
Yo, what up, dude?
What up, Jason?
We good? Yeah, we good. Water under the bridge.
Word. Grown man shit.
Exactly. Now let's get down to business. What you need?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, but first she told him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
You got the Jordans, LeBrons, Kobe's, and KD's. And you got all the numbers in their series. Or maybe you got Asics, Adidas, and Reeboks with special matching graphic socks. You may have dead stock or some beaters. Or ones just wanted by the hype eaters. So protectors, cleaners, and wipes are a must. You would scream and cry if they had a flick of dust. Early alarm times and long receipts and any type of shoes that you call heat. Matchy with the little one. Room filled up but still not done. Custom kicks or rear joints. Any shoe made to shoot 3 points. Signatures and collaborations. And party packs for celebrations. OG colorways with plush leather and restoration so they look better. Display boxes and Ziploc bags. Damn! You still got the Jumpman tags? Trade you for this and trade you for that, and these will go dope with my new snapback. You can have the new releases or old retros, and you can go to all the launch shows. And you wish your babies go up on sale. But you know they won't, because they everyone's grails. And it doesn't matter how this life is said, because you know this is the life of a sneakerhead.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go ape. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White, cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait.
Why do I keep blowing my checks on new ish?
We're looking out on this.
Work hard for those connects, dog. so don't fuck me over. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
Yo, D, was that who I think it was out there?
Yeah, it was Chase.
What was he doing here?
He's my plug. My sneaker plug.
But that dude's grimy. I still think he has something to do with getting me knocked.
Man, like I said, keep that street shit on my shop. Besides, that was a long time ago.
Yo, I did 10 years, D. A dime. Look, I'm just saying. Watch your back.
Camping has always been fascinating to me. To love something so much you'll sleep outside overnight and spin a grip just to cop it? That's love. I don't even love my mama that much. And I love my mama.
You woke up in there? All right, cool. Say no more. Got it for you, baby. Stay beautiful.
You're
All right, cool. You like my sneakers?
Yeah, this is nice.
Guess how much I paid for these?
How much?
Nothing. Got them for free. Yeah, exactly, baby. Stay beautiful.
So, larceny. Did you get that body from working on the yard?
What? Yo, why are you always here?
Hey, yo, shorty, got my kicks?
Bitch, look alive.
Yes, sir. Buscemi's right here in every color.
Yo, it's your man Hannibal, the God, picking up his exclusive Buscemi's from Woodstack with your girl. What's your name, Ma? Oh, sorry, Ma. It's only 10 seconds. Snap.
Bitch, what was that?
Hey, peep game. If you want to get a man's attention, you gotta learn how to speak his language. Speak it fast.
Is that so? So tell me, what's your language? Bloop. All right, girl. I am gonna go get some stuff wax. I'm gonna talk to you later, okay?
Later, girl.
Oh, come on, bitch. It ain't never that bad. Bye, babe.
So if you guys had to wear one pair of sneakers for the rest of your life, what would it be?
What sneaker?
One pair of sneakers.
My J's, my cement threes.
Your cement threes?
They gotta be the ones.
Black cements, man. Black cements.
Yeah, it's a black cement threes, but sometimes I don't like shoes. I like being barefooted.
I was a kid, right? And I was in the kitchen with my grandma. So I had found some time to ask her for a pair of kicks that I wanted. I begged her for these Jordans. It was the 17s. They came in a suitcase, blue, white, and black joints. Loved them. Best Jordans I've ever seen. So I asked her for she played. She said no, I couldn't get them. I cried.
You cried for some sneakers, son?
I cried.
So, how does this work?
Well, right now I'm just checking the inventory because we're supposed to get a shipment in next week.
Yo, what up, boy?
Yo, Lars, I appreciate when we in the shop, you keep it professional the whole time. Feel me?
I get it. All right, no doubt.
Thanks.
Hey, yo, shorty, I'll be back.
Where you going?
We lost him. Go.
He went outside.
I'll be back.
Your word is your bond. That's what's up. All right. So look, let's just find a time next week. We'll link up. We'll make this shit happen. All right? I'm in. All right.
Yo, look, man, I ain't mean to interrupt.
Oh, nah, it's cool, D. I mean, boss.
I ain't mean to come at you like that.
Nah, say no more, fam. It's cool. I gotta learn to respect your bossness. You know? It looks good on you, man. Look, I'm really just trying to get used to things on the outside again. You know? Things done changed.
Brooklyn's changed. But hey, it's a good thing, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I remember when they were giving out beatdowns on Ralph Ave. Now they're giving out lattes. Crazy, right? But good looking out for the job, man. Not too many people give a second chance to a next con, you know?
Come on, man. We go way back. Besides, I believe in giving second chances. Yo, look, you remember when we dreamed of being sneaker guards?
Oh, yeah, man.
You remember when that Run DMC joint came out?
My Adidas! Yo, we had the track suits, I had the glasses.
Pages, the gold chain.
The money, the honeys. Yo, whatever happened to that one honey that you hollered at outside of the tunnel? Remember? Yo, she had the fat...
My wife. You got a kid?
Yo, but she had the fat...
Wife, dog. Wife.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Tell her I said hello. All right. She got a sister?
Come on, man.
I'm saying, if there's two of them, we could double date. We should do a double date, you know. I just got out, man.
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet. Pretty laces, and they even had a little pink. I started getting really hot, thirsty, need a drink. Or even splash water on my face, where's the sink? Okay, let me breathe, cause now I'm acting like
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. gotta go eat. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for all white. Cause she love my all white. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait.
Why do I keep flow with my checks on new dish?
I could get used to this door-to-door service.
Don't get used to it, okay? I have some errands to run.
Thank you, baby.
Is that Lawrence from Halsey Street?
Oh, yeah. I didn't tell you I gave him a job?
A job? Are you sure you can trust him?
Yeah, he's cool. He just got out of jail, though.
Oh, so you hiring ex-cons now?
It's not like that.
Well, who's that?
Or that's Sasha. I didn't tell you about her either?
No, you didn't tell me about her either?
She's the cashier. She's a good kid.
She's cute.
Is she? I ain't even noticed.
Oh, you didn't notice, huh? That's good. You scared?
Should I be?
You might want to be. Just a little.
Girl, you need to stop. I told you, he doesn't like you. No, he doesn't. If he did, he would have said something already. Listen, I'm tired of you talking about him. You're so annoying. Can you stop? I said to stop. Whatever.
You on your phone again?
Girl, let me call you later. Boss man is here.
And clean off this counter. What is all this?
Just some designs I'm working on.
You did these?
Yes. I have dreams too, you know.
They're good. Really good.
I know.
The word is thank you. What do you mean my shipment was canceled? Well, who canceled it? You can't just give my shit away. I've been waiting on that stock for 3 weeks.
How far will one go to grab the hottest kicks when you're a legit sneak freak? The fact is, there are no limits if you're a true head. What's stack where it's all wood? Sasha speaking. May I ask who's calling? Lars, phone.
Hey, shorty, who is it?
They wouldn't say.
I need my shipment. You know what? I'm on my way there now.
How the hell did you find me here? Yo, for real, son? You sweating right now, and it's not a good look. Yo, I told you, I'll have your bread. I just need... Give me a little more time. Yo, you for real? Hello? Yo, hello? Yo, boy, I've been texting and calling you for hours.
I ain't even did it.
Oh, you're a terrible liar. You stay on that phone 24/7.
Oh, you damn sure did. I must have hit it when it was in my pocket.
Yo, enough with the excuses, bro. I seen that dude that robbed me, yo. We gotta run down on him.
Yeah, for sure. Can I wait till tomorrow? Because Bro. I'm first in line. You know, I gotta make sure at least get...
The OGs don't come out until a day after tomorrow. You know that.
Man, you know how these lines we getting, fam. I'm not trying to take no chances, man.
Bro, what we're gonna do is maybe gonna take a couple hours. You're gonna be standing on this line for a couple days. I need to get my shits back.
All right. Damn, man. Come on, man. Get the phone.
Well, it's him, I'm telling you.
So, you saying the guy that robbed you is just some college kid?
Yeah, something like that.
Son, you really close to getting your street cred taken away.
Yo, shut up.
You sure this is a crib, man?
Yes, I'm sure.
You sure he home?
No, but he lives here, so eventually he gotta come in or go out.
Right, you right. You say he had a hand and stuff?
Yes. I mean, I didn't see it, but you know, I heard him cock it.
Shit, nigga, that's crazy right there. I don't know if these joints are worth getting bodied over, man, for real.
Says the man who's willing to sleep on the street for 3 days.
Dude, not the same. These are limited releases. Big difference. We'll get your sneakers back today, though.
Need that bread, man.
Don't worry about it, man. I got you.
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen.
So what we gonna do, man? What's the plan? I'm not gonna keep doing this with you.
I'm gonna wait for this asshole to come out. I'm gonna punch him in the face. I'm gonna get my shit back, plain and simple.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a great plan. Kind of like the one you had when he robbed your ass,
Bro,
right?
why you gotta keep doing this?
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. Bout to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for all white. Cause she love my all white. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait.
Why do I keep low when my checks on new-ish?
Where's Lawson?
I haven't seen him yet.
All right, when he gets in, let me know, okay?
Sure thing, boss. Got him. Boss, can I talk to you for a second, please?
Yeah, what is it?
I have to leave early. I have something to do tonight.
How early?
Like now?
Killing me.
There he go right there.
Yo, you gotta be kidding me. You got robbed by him? Shut up, come on.
Hey, yo, what the? And you wearing my shits too? You motherfucker.
Where the gun at, kid? Where's that?
I don't have a gun. Yo, you lying, yo. I heard you cock it when you robbed me.
No, it's an app on my phone. Yo, check it.
Son, you got zoed by him? With an app, fam? How you expect me to keep this to myself, man?
Yo, you got me in these streets looking crazy. What's to stop me from beating your ass?
Yep.
And take my kicks off too for you get blood on them.
Okay, yo, I got a way I can fix this. I got a plug, get any kicks you want. Name it.
Band once?
Bitch. Hannibal got like that? Girl, you got Henny and shit.
You need to get out more.
Or bye.
Lita, stop, okay? Just focus. We're here on business.
Oh, okay, ponytail. You handle your business, and I'll handle mine.
Can't take bitches nowhere, I swear.
I heard that.
Whatever.
I did.
Whatever.
You want jelly bean? Girl, you hear that? All right, I gotta go.
Lita, if you don't...
I'll be back.
Yo, what are you doing here? Aren't you shorty from the sneaker shop?
I was just looking for the bathroom. I'm lost. Actually, I have a business proposition for you.
Well, don't shoot.
I was just trying to show you some of my designs. I want to design a signature shoe for you.
Those do look nice.
Thanks. What the hell?
Trusting the wrong people can turn your world upside down in the blink of an eye.
Where's Lawson?
I don't know.
I like the green ones. Nah, the gold ones, bro. Ooh, fire. Gold. Fire. Oh, you got my kicks?
Bro, it hasn't even been 24 hours. I ain't a genie.
Hello? What? Word? All right.
What happened?
Somebody robbed my brother's spot.
There's no honor in the game anymore.
Really? You talking? Come on, bro, we out. Where you going?
I can help.
Whatever, yo. Just don't get in the way.
I don't know. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe opening the shop was a bad idea.
Nah, bro. People just hate us. Sometimes they never want to see a black man come up. Be all right?
Let's go, shorty. You out of your league, champ. Shit.
Need y'all to lock up. I gotta figure this out.
You good, son? What happened?
Crazy.
Everything over, son?
I wonder if I made the right decision moving my family across the country, back to Brooklyn.
Okay, first of all, we are a team, okay? There is no I here. And second of all, This is going to work out. It is going to be fine. Everything is going to be okay, babe. You have to believe me.
Lady, allow me to introduce myself. Franklin. My friends call me after.
Nice to meet you, Franklin.
So, what you doing?
Just working on my blog.
Yeah? Is there a sneaker blog? I love sneaker blogs. What's it called?
Soul Kings.
Sneaker blog.
That's a dope name.
Thanks.
Come on, babe. You have to trust me. Can you get the door, please? Hey. Yeah. Thanks again. I owe you. And remember, please don't tell Darren.
Baby! You're not gonna believe this. Trey, get the crew together. We're back.
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
Workers are demanding a voice. We're standing up and we're speaking out for a better life. We're demanding a fair share of the wealth that we help create. We're marching and we're organizing and we're bargaining.
AFL-CIO President Richard Trumka has died of a heart attack at the age of 72. We'll look at how a third-generation coal miner became the most prominent labor leader in the country. Plus, we'll speak to Stephen Donziger, the environmental lawyer who sued Chevron for ecological devastation in the Ecuadorian Amazon. After Chevron was ordered to pay billions, the company went after Donziger personally. He's now been under house arrest for 2 years.
The United States cannot become a country that begins to lock up its human rights lawyers, its environmental advocates, its earth protectors.
Plus, we go to Afghanistan, where the U.S. is ramping up airstrikes as the Taliban tries to seize a number of provincial capitals. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In California, powerful winds and dry conditions have caused several wildfires to explode in size, including the massive Dixie Fire, now the 6th largest in California history. The fire north of Sacramento almost completely burned downtown Greenville and has consumed an area larger than Los Angeles. 6 of the largest 10 wildfires in California's history have happened since 2020. Elsewhere in Northern California, officials shut down a hydroelectric power plant at Lake Oroville after the reservoir reached a record low level amidst a searing drought. In Greece, thousands of people have fled their homes on the outskirts of Athens as firefighters from across Europe join crews battling blazes that are threatening the Greek capital. One fire nearly reached the ancient Olympia archaeological site where the Olympic Games were held for over a millennium. Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis blamed the fires on climate change.
Unfortunately, the worst is yet to come, and the night ahead seems menacing. We're talking about unprecedented conditions following many days of heat waves, which have transformed the whole country into a powder keg.
Scores of other fires are raging in Turkey, Italy, the Balkans, Albania, Romania, Ukraine, and Russia. On Monday, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is set to release its first assessment in 8 years. The report from the Nobel Peace Prize-winning agency is expected to contain dire warnings over soaring temperatures, rising seas, and extreme weather around the world. Meanwhile, a new study in the journal Nature finds human activity could soon cause a crucial Atlantic Ocean current system to collapse, with devastating impacts on the global climate system. Researchers found the ocean currents that carry warm water from the tropics to the North Atlantic have already been destabilized by the climate crisis. A complete collapse would dramatically change rainfall patterns around the globe, lower temperatures in parts of Europe while raising them elsewhere, and would dramatically raise sea levels in the eastern United States. President Biden Thursday restored tailpipe emission standards set under the Obama administration and later canceled by President Trump. Biden also set a goal of making half of all cars and light trucks sold in the U.S. by 2030 be electric vehicles. Biden made the announcement surrounded by executives and labor leaders of the auto industry.
Beyond the devastation of the lives and livelihoods and the health of our very planet, when I hear climate, I think jobs. Good paying union jobs. I wanted the world to see there was a consensus that that we're at an inflection point in world history. If we act to save the planet, we can also come out of it better.
Congressional Democrats have drafted legislation that would tax major polluters to compensate for the impacts of catastrophic climate change. The Polluters Pay Climate Fund Act would raise $500 billion over a decade by taxing companies like Chevron, Shell, and ExxonMobil based on the percentage of their global emissions. The fund would help pay for green energy research and to help communities adapt to a warming planet. U.S. coronavirus infections have surged to a 6-month high with an average of more than 100,000 daily cases. In Florida, the Memorial Healthcare System has suspended elective surgeries and has set up beds for COVID-19 patients in conference rooms, an auditorium, and a cafeteria. Florida now faces its worst surge of the pandemic. Even so, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis has refused to reverse his ban on mask mandates, calling vaccinations, social distancing, and masking an individual choice, and threatening to fine any school district that imposes mask mandates. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy will require all K-12 students to wear masks when schools return this fall, reversing his decision last June to drop a mask requirement for schools. On Thursday, Governor Murphy shouted down anti-vaccination protesters who heckled him during a public appearance in Union City.
These folks back there have lost their mind. You've lost your minds. You are the ultimate knuckleheads, and because of what you are saying and standing for, people are losing their life. People are losing their life, and you have to know that.
The World Health Organization warned Thursday the fast-spreading Delta coronavirus variant has led to an 80% increase in COVID-19 deaths across the African continent over the last month.
The third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic in Africa is still raging at full force. After a slight dip in cases last week, COVID-19 cases are surging again, rising by 19% to nearly over 278,000 this last week.
Globally, COVID-19 cases are continuing to rise, with an average of over 600,000 confirmed cases per day. The United Nations Security Council is holding an emergency session today to discuss the crisis in Afghanistan. This comes as Taliban fighters are attempting to seize 3 provincial capitals. On Wednesday, a UN spokesperson said the fighting has left thousands of Afghans trapped or fleeing for their lives.
We're deeply concerned about the safety and protection of people in Lashkargah in the south, where tens of thousands of people could be trapped by the fighting. Our humanitarian colleagues also tell us that in Helmand and Kandahar, there are reported increased civilian casualties, destruction or damage to civilian houses, as well as to critical infrastructure, including hospitals.
Later in the broadcast, we'll go to Kabul, Afghanistan for the latest. In Nicaragua, authorities have arrested another candidate in November's presidential election as President Daniel Ortega continues to crack down on his opposition. Berenice Quesada, who was Miss Nicaragua in 2017, has been placed under house arrest. She's the running mate of right-wing presidential hopeful Oscar Sobovado, a former commander for the U.S.-backed Contras, which have been accused of brutal human rights violations fighting the Sandinistas during the Nicaraguan Revolution in the 1980s. In Guatemala, a new anti-corruption prosecutor has been appointed following the abrupt firing last month of Juan Francisco Sandoval, who was forced to flee Guatemala. The new appointee has been accused of prosecuting Guatemala's political opposition and of protecting the corrupt elite. This comes as protests continue across Guatemala this week, demanding the resignation of the right-wing president Alejandro Giammattei and Guatemala's attorney general. To see our recent coverage of the protests, go to democracynow.org. Back in the United States, Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott has ordered a new special session of the state legislature in a renewed effort to pass draconian voter suppression legislation. In response to a previous effort last month, almost every Democratic representative in the Texas House fled the state to Washington, D.C., denying the Republican majority a quorum. Texas Democrats are reportedly debating whether to leave Texas once again ahead of Saturday's special session. Today is the 56th anniversary of the signing of the Federal Voting Rights Act. AFL-CIO President Richard Trumka has died of a heart attack. He died Thursday at the age of 72. Trumka had led the nation's largest labor federation since 2009. Richard Trumka was a third-generation coal miner from Pennsylvania. At the age of 33, he became the youngest president of the United Mine Workers of America, where he helped organize strikes against Peabody Coal and the Pittston Coal Company. He also led union efforts to oppose apartheid in South Africa and backed a boycott of Royal Dutch Shell, which had been called by the National Union of Mine Workers in South Africa. We'll have more on Rich Trumka's life and legacy after headlines. The Justice Department Civil Rights Division has opened an investigation into allegations of abuse, excessive force, and discrimination by the Phoenix Police Department. Attorney General Merrick Garland said Thursday the probe will also focus on accusations that Phoenix officers retaliated against protesters and brutalized unhoused people and people with disabilities. The American Civil Liberties Union has filed a federal lawsuit challenging Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott's executive order restricting some asylum seekers to traveling only with law enforcement officials and directing state troopers to stop vehicles suspected of transporting migrants. The ACLU denounced the policy as illegal and inhumane and warned it will create the perfect storm for racial profiling. A federal judge earlier this week temporarily blocked the executive order until next week, when another hearing is scheduled. In related news, the Biden administration says it will soon require thousands of border agents to begin wearing body cameras. Immigrant justice advocates have long demanded the practice to improve accountability after dozens of fatal shootings involving border agents and mounting allegations of abuse against migrants, asylum seekers, and others. And today marks 76 years since the United States dropped the world's first atomic bomb on the Japanese city of Hiroshima, killing an estimated 140,000 people. During a ceremony today at the site of the blast, the Japanese Prime Minister, Yoshihide Suga, vowed Japan will work with other nations to promote nuclear disarmament. But he did not mention the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which Japan has not signed. Democracy Now! Visited the Hiroshima Peace Memorial in 2014 and spoke to a survivor of the bombing. To see our coverage, go to democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We begin today's show looking at the life and legacy of AFL-CIO President Richard Trumka, who died of a heart attack Thursday at the age of 72. He'd led the nation's largest labor federation since 2009. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced Trumka's death Thursday.
I rise today with some sad, some horrible news about the passing of a great friend, Rich Trumka, who left us this morning. The working people of America have lost a fierce warrior at a time when we needed him most. Just yesterday, Rich was lending his support to the striking miners in Alabama. Following in his father's footsteps, he worked in the mines. He went to Penn State, earned his law degree, didn't practice, didn't go to some fancy place, went right to work for the United Mine Workers, which he led for so many years, and then he became head, first secretary-treasurer, and AFL-CIO. He had in his veins, in every atom of his body, the heart, the thoughts, the needs of the working people of America.
The Reverend William Barber of the Poor People's Campaign paid tribute to Richard Trumka by saying, quote, "We've lost a dear friend and brother in the struggle for justice. He never separated the fight for economic and labor rights from the fight for voting rights and civil rights. He knew they are simultaneous fights," Barber said. Richard Trumka was a third-generation coal miner from Pennsylvania. At the age of 33, he became the youngest president of the United Mine Workers of America, where he helped organize strikes against Peabody Coal and the Pittston Coal Company. He also led union efforts to oppose apartheid in South Africa and backed a boycott of Royal Dutch Shell, which had been called by the National Union of Mine Workers in South Africa. Richard Trumka would go on to serve as Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL-CIO. In July 2008, he made headlines when he denounced racism within organized labor and called on all workers to vote for Barack Obama.
There's not a single good reason for any worker, especially any union member, to vote against Barack Obama. And there's only one really bad reason to vote against Barack Obama. And that's because he's not white.
In 2009, Richard Trumka was elected president of the AFL-CIO after the retirement of John Sweeney. This is Trumka speaking in 2018 after the Supreme Court issued a major anti-union ruling eviscerating the power of public sector unions in the case Janus versus AFSCME.
All over our country right now, workers are organizing, and they're striking as we haven't seen in years. 15,000 workers in April, in 1 week, joined the union. And that's on top of the 262,000 new members who joined our ranks last year. And the optimistic, to be even more optimistic, 75% of them were under the age of 35. Our turn's coming. And despite the fact that too many of our labor laws have been written to undermine the freedom to organize. Now, new research from MIT shows a 50% increase in the number of non-union workers who would vote to join a union tomorrow if given the opportunity. Tens of millions of workers are ready to experience the transformational power of collective bargaining. And in many cases, all that stands in the way is a rigged system. Let me be clear. The Supreme Court is on the wrong side of history. What they did flies in the face of where America is headed, where workers want to go and where workers need to go. And it shows exactly how out of touch they are with the real America that's out there. Janus or no Janus, workers are demanding a voice. We're standing up and we're speaking out for a better life. We're demanding a fair share of the wealth that we help create. We're marching and we're organizing and we're bargaining. And we simply will not allow a corporate-controlled Supreme Court to stop us from doing our job.
CIO President Richard Trumka speaking in 2018. He died Thursday at the age of 72. To talk more about his life and legacy, we're joined by two guests. Arlene Holt-Baker served as the Executive Vice President for the AFL-CIO from 2009 to 2013. She was the first African-American to ever serve as an executive officer in the AFL-CIO's history. We're also joined by Jose La Luz, a veteran labor organizer, campaigner, and educator. He's been a workers' rights activist for decades. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Arlene Holt-Baker, you work side by side with Richard Trumka for years. Can you talk first about the reaction to his death and what you feel it's important for people to understand about Richard Trumka's legacy?
Well, good morning, Amy. I am happy to be here to talk about my brother, Richard Trumka. So happy to also be here with my brother, Jose La Luz. The reaction, and it has been devastating for us. I think you heard it in the emotion of Senator Schumer's voice. We were broken by the news. But if you knew anything about Rich Trumka, it could only bring a smile to your face because he's the brother in our movement who fought in so many ways for what is right. My own reflection is, you start to think about the last time you saw him or spoke to him. And I thought about the last time I actually saw Rich, and it was on Facebook, and because he was doing a speech at the AFL-CIO where he had welcomed the Texas delegation to come, and he stood with them as he talked about the right to vote, and he talked about the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and For the People's Act. And then he connected all of that to the PRO Act, which is the right for workers to organize. And Rich truly believed, as all of us in the labor movement believe, that you can't have the denial of voting rights and suppress the votes of anyone and not have a strong labor union without destroying your democracy. Rich understood that democracy was on the line. So I thought, Rich, the last time I heard him, he was giving the same message that I've heard him give for so many years. It was about empowering workers and empowering our communities.
Let's go to a bit of that speech that you're describing, Arlene, the speech Richard Trumka gave in Washington, D.C. in July.
And we cannot afford to let any of our agenda, from democracy in the workplace to democracy at the ballot box to investment in our people, fall victim to a procedural tool conceived in segregation. It's become clear that one of two things must be pushed aside: the filibuster or the hopes and aspirations of the American people.
That speech Richard Trumka gave in July. Arlene Holt-Baker, talk about your rise with him. In 2009, we played in the introduction here that speech that he gave addressing the labor movement and addressing the issue of racism within the labor movement as he was campaigning for Barack Obama to become the first African-American president of the United States. Then you became the first African-American executive within the AFL-CIO, becoming the executive vice president for the Federation. Talk about that time.
Well, I have to reflect back, Amy, to 1995, when the New Voice team of John Sweeney, Linda Chavez Thompson, the first woman, Latina woman to be elected, and Rich Trumka, the secretary-treasurer of the AFL-CIO, ran on a ticket in 1995 talking about inclusion and diversity and a new voice for workers around this country, understanding the importance of diversity in the labor movement. I was very, honored because in 2007, I was appointed by John Sweeney to serve out Linda Chavez Thompson's term when she decided to step down from her position, and I served in that position. But it was in 2009 through 2013 that I served alongside Rich Trumka as his executive vice president. And during that period of time, history was also made because we know so many things were happening in the country, particularly the election of Barack Obama. We were pushing for that. But Rich Trumka understood that you could not be silent. You could not be silent when it came to race. And his boldness when he stepped out and he spoke to a convention in 2008 and put it all on the line that says that if you are not willing to vote for this man, who certainly is supportive of workers' rights and everything we believe in, it is only can be chalked up to racism. The boldness, the willingness to speak truth to power no matter where it was, and to speak truth to our unions. The other piece of this I think that's important is that Rich understood that the diversity of the labor movement had to be reflected and must be reflected of our membership, and that's women and young people and people of color. So on that team also was Liz Shuler, the first secretary-treasurer of the AFL-CIO, a young woman. So the Rich Trumpka team was a team representative of the future of the labor movement if we were going to continue to grow and be empowered, but most importantly, to empower working people. It was a wonderful, exciting time, and it was wonderful to be on the side and standing with Rich Trumpka as we continue to forge a path that included diversity, inclusion, and, my God, organizing.
I want to bring Jose La Luz into this conversation. Veteran labor organizer, campaigner, educator. He's been a workers' rights activist for half a century in the mainland United States and Puerto Rico and through the Western Hemisphere. Jose La Luz, can you describe your response when you heard the news of Rich Trumpka's sudden death yesterday? And can you talk about his legacy?
Indeed, thank you for having me, Amy. First of all, my deepest condolences to his wife, Barbara, and his son, Richard, and his grandchildren. This has been a significant loss for American workers, no doubt. And I think it's important to take a moment to understand who was in fact, Richard Trumpka as a trade unionist. He came out of the mine workers. He was a reformer in the mine workers. This is the union that had been led by John L. Lewis, the founder of the CIO that organized the mass industries in America. But it was also the union that became infested with corruption. Tony Boyle, who ordered the execution of Jack Jablonski, and the emergence of the rank-and-file caucus known as the Miners for Democracy. Trumpka came out of the reform tradition, the militant reform tradition of the mine workers, which is the reason why he led that strike of the, against the Pittston coal, mine company. And so when he was elected as part of the slate, of the New Voice slate, as my friend and sister Arlene was talking about in 1995, those of us who see ourselves as reformers, as militant reformers in the, trade union movement, had a lot of hope, for this coalition that came together around John Sweeney, Richard Trumpka, and Linda Chavez Thompson, in terms of dealing with this fundamental challenge that the American labor movement has, and that is how to build power for workers, how to build political power, how to build economic power, how to become a very strong force for a profound transformation in society. And so Trumpka was, in fact, a reformer and a visionary. And in that sense, this is a great loss, but much has been left undone. And now, his legacy must be, lived up by whoever, emerges as the leader or the new team of leaders of the only labor federation in this country, to deal with this challenge of how to build, power for workers, when in fact what we have witnessed in the past few decades is a massive distribution of wealth from the bottom to the top. Workers losing power, political power, and power in society. And so this remains a fundamental challenge for whoever is going to, take up the mantle and try to live up to the legacy of Brother Trumpka.
Where do you think the labor movement and the AFL-CIO needs to go now? What do you think, Jose La Luz, that the AFL-CIO needs to gain more strength for workers?
One, the challenge of organizing. When you represent only 10% of the labor force, I mean, it's hard to envision being able to exercise a lot of power. I mean, the labor movement must grow, and this means that the resources have to be allocated, have to be invested in organizing. And you know, there have to be, you know, massive campaigns that are coordinated among different unions that are done by industries, because one of the weaknesses of the American labor movement has to do with the fact that it's not organized industrially like it is in many other advanced, you know, capitalist countries across the Atlantic, in Europe, and even in other countries. So the question of organizing by industries is going to require a new architecture for the American labor movement, and the Federation has to lead in terms of that. And in terms of political action, you know, there is a need to develop a new strategy that's far more independent from the Democratic Party. I mean, it's important to realize that there are elements in the Democratic Party that are supported by corporate donors and really, you know, don't have a very, you know, serious commitment to empower, you know, workers and the working class. On the other hand, there are, you know, people, you know, within the Democratic Party who see themselves as working class advocates, who fight, you know, for the rights of workers and to build power, you know, for and by workers. And so, you know, this will be one of the challenges that the new team that takes over the reign in the Labor Federation is going to have to wrestle with, not to mention, you know, the challenge of trade and development. I mean, we're dealing with a globalized work. There is a need to develop alliances across borders, and immediately, you know, the question of building strong alliances with Canadian workers up north, with Mexican workers down south, to deal, you know, with the fact that we continue to witness, you know, runaway capital, which, you know, impacts jobs in this country. But the question is, how do we develop a strategy that raises the standard of living for workers in McAllen, for workers in Matamoros, and for workers in Toronto? And so that requires an alternative economic, you know, development, trade, you know, strategy. And those are the challenges that I see ahead for the new team emerging at the helm of the Labor Federation.
Before we go, Arlene Holt-Baker, I wanted to ask you about the PRO Act. That's the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, which did pass the House, which sits in, I mean, the Democrats do control the Senate, still sits in the Senate since March. Richard Trumka was a major advocate of this act. Can you talk about its importance?
It is critically important. It is so important because workers want to organize. There's no question about that. They want to have a voice at work. And the PRO Act will make it possible for workers to do so without being intimidated, harassed, fired, and the company would be penalized for that. So the PRO Act is critically important now. We have to have workers be able to freely have a voice on their job. If they aren't able to do that, they will not be able to reach the economic conditions that they so need in order to survive. Power, yes, it comes from the ground up from workers, but unless they have that voice on the job, free of intimidation, harassment, and free of having to sit in captive audience meetings held by their employers, they will not be able to fully see the potential of their work. So the PRO Act is critically important. As I indicated earlier, that was one of the last things I heard Rich talking about, connecting voting rights and voter suppression and the PRO Act together, because we must empower workers' voices on the job. We must continue to empower the voter in this country so that we can be sure that our democracy holds strong. So the PRO Act is critical to us. And I would say to the senators, all of the senators who are listening, it's not enough for you to just talk about and give accolades to Richard Trumka. if you really want to show how much you truly care about Richard Trumka and the workers that he cared so much about, I would say pass the PRO Act. Pass it now, Senate. And I would say pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the For the People Act now. Enough talking. That's what Rich would say. Rich would say enough talking, because the word Rich would want to give you, that workers, we are never, ever, ever going to back down.
Arlene Holt-Baker, Executive Vice President for the AFL-CIO from 2009 to 2013. She was the first African-American to ever serve as an executive officer in the AFL-CIO's history. And I want to thank Jose La Luz, veteran labor organizer, campaigner, and educator. Coming up, we go to Afghanistan, where the U.S. is ramping up airstrikes as the Taliban tries to seize a number of provincial capitals. Stay with us.
The sun comes up about 10 in the morning, and the sun goes down about 3 in the day. Fill your cup with whatever bitter brew you're drinking, and you spend your life just thinking about how to get away. No one ever knew there was coal in them mountains till a man from the northeast arrived. He waved them $100 bills, said I'll pay you for your memories, and he never left Harlem.
You'll Never Leave Harlan Alive, performed by Jan Bell. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to Afghanistan. The United Nations Security Council is holding an emergency session today to discuss the ongoing crisis in the country. This comes as Taliban fighters are attempting to seize 3 provincial capitals, Kandahar, Herat, and Lashkar-Gah. The Taliban has also taken responsibility for a major attack Tuesday outside the home of Afghanistan's defense minister in Kabul that killed 8 people, though not him. On Thursday, the European Union condemned the recent Taliban offensive and demanded, quote, an urgent, comprehensive and permanent ceasefire, unquote. In recent days, the United States has stepped up airstrikes targeting the Taliban in an effort to support the Afghan military. This all comes as the United States is on pace to withdraw its ground troops by the end of August. We go now to Kabul, where we're joined by the journalist Matthew Akins. He is a contributing writer for the New York Times Magazine. In 2013, he won a Polk Award for exposing U.S. war crimes in Afghanistan. He has a book coming out on refugees in February. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Matt. It's great to have you back. Matthew, if you could start off by describing the situation on the ground as what I believe the U.S. now says they've pulled out 95% of their troops.
Thank you, Amy. It's always a pleasure. Well, in the 13 years I've been working here, I've never seen a situation as grim. Kabul has been quiet for the last few months. That was shattered a couple days ago with this massive suicide attack. The provinces are falling to the Taliban. There's a number of provincial capitals that are encircled. Just today, this afternoon, in fact, we had news that the Taliban have taken over Zaran, which is the capital of Nimroz province in the southwest of the country. It's a strategic province in terms of its borders with Iran and Pakistan. And the Taliban have entered the city. We are seeing images of that now, and it's the first time that they've seized a provincial capital since the fall of Kunduz in 2015, when the government was able to take it back with U.S. help, including troops on the ground. So it's a very significant moment, and the bad news just seems to continue.
Can you talk about who the Taliban are?
The Taliban are a rurally based insurgency. I mean, at this point, they're setting up an alternative government to the Afghan state in their territories. They want to establish an Islamic system, an Islamic emirate. They claim to be fighting to be removing foreigners from their country, the foreign troops, foreign occupation. So they call themselves the Mujahideen, which is the same name, of course, that was used by fighters against the Soviet occupation in the 1980s.
So talk about the areas of the country that they have control of, and talk about Kabul, and also the significance of this latest attack that the Taliban has taken responsibility for outside the defense minister's home.
Well, up until now, the Taliban have largely controlled rural areas, and that really has to do with a split between Afghanistan's cities and its countryside. The cities have benefited a lot more from the last 20 years of foreign military and development presence, whereas the countryside, they've borne the brunt of the violence, and they haven't really benefited as much from development. So you've seen this rural-urban split. The Taliban have captured a lot of these districts. Now they're trying to encircle cities, and it's going to be a much harder battle for them because they have less support there, and the government now has fallen back upon its centers where they have less problems about logistics. They're also getting support from American airstrikes, which have been stepped up in recent days. I think one reason is because American troops are largely out of the country now, so there's less targets for the Taliban to retaliate against. Instead, what they're going to be doing is they're going to be hitting the cities. They're going to be hitting government targets in the cities like the defense minister's house, which was hit by a massive suicide bombing, as well as a member of parliament next door. Apparently, there was 100 people meeting in that parliamentarian's house, and it was very lucky that they were able to actually escape onto the roof where there was a sort of bridge to a neighboring house. So only 8 people were killed, but it could have been an incident with much higher casualties, and we're likely to see more of that as the Taliban start to retaliate and bring pressure on the internationals and the government in response to these airstrikes.
So the UN is meeting now to deal with this issue. The UN warned in a new report that civilian casualties in Afghanistan in the first half of 2021 reached record levels, including a sharp increase in killings and injuries since May, when the international military forces started pulling out. Without a significant de-escalation in violence, the report says, Afghanistan is on course for 2021 to witness the highest ever number of documented civilian casualties in a single year since the UN records began. So can you talk also about the effect of the U.S. air attacks? They say they're supporting the Afghan military. They've intensified recently, and are they going to end by the end of August?
Well, so far, the Biden administration has not said whether they're going to end by the end of August. They're reserving that right. And these airstrikes are happening now inside of cities because the Taliban are inside cities. They're in the outskirts of many of these provincial capitals. So they're striking buildings, they're striking heavily populated areas, a lot of civilians. So there are undoubtedly going to be heavy civilian casualties as a result of this urban combat, also on the side of the Taliban, who are, after all, responsible for these offensives into cities. So the blood of a lot of civilians are going to be on their hands as well. The fact of the matter is if these provincial capitals fall, it might also be quite bloody. It's a kind of no-win situation, I think, maybe similar to what the U.S. faced in Iraq, where airstrikes were necessary to hold back the advance of insurgents from capturing major cities. But at the end of the day, there's very little leverage that the international community or the U.S. has on the Taliban. We've been bombing them, assassinating them, sanctioning them for 20 years. So as long as they're winning, capturing territory, they have no incentive to come to the bargaining table. So probably we're going to see brutal, bloody fighting until there's a stalemate of some sort that persuades both sides to talk. And I'm afraid we're quite far away from that. And we're going to see increased civilian casualties and also a massive wave of displacement. There's going to be Afghan refugees who are going to be leaving, or are leaving already in heightened numbers from neighboring countries. And ultimately, some of them are going to try to reach Europe.
And what will happen with them?
Well, it's sad to say because I covered the major wave of displacement of people who are crossing in rubber rafts, across the Mediterranean in 2015, 16. They were walking across the mountains and deserts to get there. And since that refugee crisis, what we've seen is these countries have actually hardened their borders. They've built fences, they built walls, they've built concentration camps with the support of the European Union, just like the U.S. has fortified its southern border. So the way is going to be a lot harder, a lot more brutal for these people who are fleeing this disintegration of their country.
You've reported extensively on U.S. war crimes and committed in Afghanistan, and the longest U.S. war in history. Can you talk about the legacy of the U.S. invasion and what the United States military leaves in Afghanistan?
Well, I think the military was very focused on short-term solutions. There was this adage that we didn't fight, 20-year war. We fought 21-year wars. With each new troop rotation, people were looking to make solutions that would last the end of their deployment. So it's kind of no wonder that things are falling apart so quickly, because nothing was made to last, really. And so that's one legacy. The other is that there have been quite brutal human rights abuses and extrajudicial killings committed by Afghan security forces. In Kandahar right now, the Taliban have captured areas like Spin Boldak. They are definitely carrying out extrajudicial killings. There's been evidence, I've heard that from my sources. Many of the people they're targeting are former members of the government security forces, police belonging to General Abdul Razak, a commander that I reported on, whose men were engaged in documented extrajudicial killings. So this cycle of violence, this cycle of war crimes is continuing, it's accelerating, and I fear that in the coming months and years that we're going to see a return to the kind of open and widespread massacres and violations of rights that we've seen in previous years during the Civil War.
Although we say U.S. troops are out of Afghanistan within weeks, in fact, thousands of mercenaries will remain there and other what the U.S. calls support staff. Is this war just going to become much more secret and much more, even less accountable than it is?
I think that the U.S. role in this war is definitely going to become more secret and less accountable, because it's going to be largely carried out by the CIA and special operation forces that are operating under secret, covert authorities. So we're going to know less about it, certainly. And at the same time, though, I think that it's going to become a much more Afghan war. There's not going to be the same presence that we had before. So it's very difficult to say what the U.S. will be doing, because we're not going to have a lot of visibility on it. It's going to be a much smaller role, but significant nonetheless. I mean, don't forget that they're bankrolling the Afghan government, paying their salaries, and without that, there would be an even faster collapse of the Afghan security forces.
And what do you think that the U.S. media, of the U.S. media portrayal of what's happening in Afghanistan right now, what's missing, Matthew?
I think that there is a lack of recognition that what we're seeing now is the consequence of 20 years of bad decisions, of ignoring corruption and human rights abuses, and for all the violations of human rights, the murders, the massacres that the Taliban are undoubtedly carrying out, the violence that they're inflicting on Afghan civilians, the suffering that their offensive is bringing, the threat that they're going to pose to civil society activists, freedom of speech, media, all of which is absolutely real and very condemnable. It is the result of 20 years of violence inflicted on the Taliban in the rural areas, 20 years of interlacing the media and the civil rights, civil society here with this military presence, so that they become kind of indistinguishable in the eyes of the Taliban. And so what we're seeing now is the result of 2 decades, and it's going to be very difficult to turn that ship around. We're going to be witnessing some very awful things, but we should try to keep the context in mind while still condemning them.
Well, Matthew Akins, I want to thank you very much for being with us, speaking to us from Kabul, Afghanistan, contributing writer to the New York Times Magazine. Coming up, we will speak with human rights and environmental lawyer Steve Donziger. He took on Chevron for polluting the Ecuadorian Amazon. Today marks year 2 years since he's been under house arrest. You'll find out why. Stay with us. Ghost 28 by 9 Inch Nails. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. If you'd like to get our daily digest, you can get it emailed by texting the word Democracy Now!, one word, to 66866. That's Democracy Now! To 66866. Protesters are rallying in several cities today to call for the immediate release of environmental and human rights lawyer Stephen Donziger, who's been held under house arrest in New York for 2 years after being targeted by the oil giant Chevron. The case stems from Donziger's role in suing Chevron on behalf of 30,000 Amazonian indigenous people for dumping 16 billion gallons of oil into their ancestral land in the Ecuadorian Amazon. 10 years ago, Ecuador's Supreme Court ordered Chevron to pay $18 billion. The landmark ruling was seen as a major victory for the environment and corporate accountability. But Chevron refused to pay or clean up the land. Instead, Chevron launched a legal attack targeting Donziger. Last month, a federal judge found Donziger guilty of 6 counts of criminal contempt of court after he refused to turn over his computer and cell phone. In an unusual legal twist, the judge appointed a private law firm with ties to Chevron to prosecute Donziger after federal prosecutors declined to bring charges. Today marks 2 years, 730 days since Steve Donziger has been in house arrest. Steve Donziger joins us from his New York home. We welcome you back to Democracy Now!, Steve. If you can start off by speaking about the trial that just took place. We talked to you right before the trial. You've since gone to trial and been found guilty. But talk about who prosecuted you and what the courtroom and the trial were all about.
Thank you, Amy, for having me. It wasn't a trial as trials are commonly understood. There was no jury. The judge who had already locked me up pre-trial, I'm the only lawyer in American history ever locked up pre-trial on a misdemeanor. I want to emphasize this is a misdemeanor case, a petty crime case, and I assert my innocence. But even if I were guilty, it's a very minor case. No one's ever been locked up pre-trial but me. So the same judge who locked me up now for 2 years, I haven't been sentenced to anything, is the judge who denied me a jury and alone decided my supposed guilt or innocence. It was intended really to be sort of a show trial where a decision that had previously been made by the Chevron prosecutor, the judge, Judge Preska, allowed a private law firm, Seward and Kissel, which has Chevron as a client, to prosecute me after the government refused to prosecute me. It was all just pre-cooked, and you kind of felt it watching it in the courtroom. During the trial, Judge Preska was reading the newspaper during witness testimony. All the main witnesses were Chevron lawyers. They testified that Chevron had paid them Chevron private lawyers from a second law firm, Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher. Chevron had paid them $1,300 an hour and more to help the other Chevron private prosecutor try to convict me. It was all kind of run by Chevron. And the dangerous part about this, beyond the fact that my liberty has been deprived and I've been unable to work and help my clients in Ecuador and do my human rights work, is that this is a broader threat to our society. I mean, we cannot allow in any rule of law country or any country private prosecutions run by corporations. It's just extraordinary. You know, if this were run by a normal prosecutor, the case never would have happened, or at a minimum, I never would have been, you know, locked up prior to trial.
Well, I mean, the federal prosecutors refused to prosecute you. Is that right?
That's exactly right. You know, what happened was, you know, underneath all of this is the fact that I worked on a team of lawyers for years to hold Chevron accountable for the Amazon Chernobyl, this massive, deliberate dumping of cancer-causing oil waste down in Ecuador where indigenous groups have been decimated. And Chevron wanted that trial held in Ecuador's courts, and we fought for 8 years against Chevron, won this big judgment in 2011. And rather than pay the judgment, they decided to try to demonize me and try to criminalize lawyering, criminalize human rights lawyering. They've had this plan for 10 years. We know for a fact, and they've admitted it, that way back in 2010, they went to the SDNY, which is the federal prosecutor in Manhattan, seeking to prosecute me for this supposed fraud in Ecuador, which is just hogwash. And they refused to prosecute me then. And, you know, I kept going along with other lawyers to try to enforce the judgment against Chevron that we had won in Ecuador, which, by the way, has been affirmed by 6 appellate courts in Ecuador and Canada. I mean, this is a real judgment. And they then went back to this U.S. federal judge, Judge Lewis Kaplan, who's a former tobacco industry defense lawyer, and got him to demand I turn over my computer and cell phone and the electronic devices to Chevron. Again, no one's ever heard of such a thing in the middle of a litigation. When I appealed that order, he then charged me with criminal contempt of court for appealing the lawfulness of his own order. No lawyer in American history who's appealed a civil discovery order in this fashion has ever been charged with criminal contempt but me. You know, no lawyer charged with any criminal contempt in New York has ever been held pre-trial, and the longest sentence ever given a lawyer convicted of this supposed crime is 90 days of home detention, and I've now been over 8 times that amount in my home. So what's really driving this, Amy, is I believe Chevron and its judicial allies want to, you know, A, protect Chevron from having to pay the liability to the people of Ecuador that the company poisoned, and B, they want to send a larger message to lawyers and the legal profession and environmental defenders and water protectors that you're not allowed to do this work, at least not at this level. You will be attacked, and you know, we'll throw everything we can at you. And by the way, Chevron has used 60 law firms and 2,000 lawyers to target me.
So you are sentenced to 6 months in jail, 6 months more?
Yeah, so Judge Preska, who's you know driving this, has set a sentencing date for October 1st. You know, I'm very fortunate because there's a massive amount of support, as you acknowledge in the openings, you know, to this segment, growing around the world. We have rallies today in 15 cities around the world demanding my release, including Seattle, San Francisco, LA, New York, Boston, Toronto, Tel Aviv, and Quito, among them, Melbourne. So, you know, we are building a movement to, you know, not only demand my release and to protect the freedom of me and my family, but also to protect this idea that you can do corporate accountability lawyering and not be attacked by, you know, right-wing judges and corporations that can take over the public machinery of the prosecution. You know, this is a serious issue. Like having a corporation prosecute someone and have the power to deprive someone of their liberty in the United States can't happen. This is the first time. And of course, if they get away with it with me, this, I believe, is a part of the playbook of the fossil fuel industry to do this to other activists and lawyers.
Well, Steve, we want to thank you for being with us. 6 members of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, including AOC, Cori Bush, Rules Committee Chair Jim McGovern, and others, Jamie Raskin, have called for the DOJ to review everything that's happened to you. Steve Donziger, human rights lawyer who successfully sued Chevron in Ecuador for dumping oil and toxic waste in Amazon. He's been under house arrest for 2 years today. That does it for our show. I'm Amy Goodman. Stay safe.
May I?
Please.
I'm going to go ahead and guess that you've all seen one of these before.
What the hell is that?
That's a computer. And what I'd like to know now is, how many of you have ever had the distinct displeasure of being subjected to the business of a travel agency?
Tell me about it.
Well, Mr. Bauer, where did you go on your last vacation?
Vail.
Okay, and how did you go about booking your travel, if I may inquire?
My wife did.
Okay, does your wife book all your travel?
Well, either her or my secretary.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Bauer. And what about you, Mr. White? Where did you go on your last vacation?
My secretary handles my travel also.
Right. Okay, well, if it's okay with you, I'd like to paint a picture of what this experience might look like for your wife or secretary or whoever. She may have a favorite airline. She may dial that 800 number and be put on hold for 2 hours. Or she may decide she likes to suss out the market, see what her options are, and do a price compare.
I don't need to do a price compare.
No offense intended, Mr. Falk. I'm sure you don't, but many Americans do, which is precisely why this idea of mine is such a boondoggle. Isn't that right, John?
Yeah, boondoggle.
Yes. So as I was saying, your wife or secretary will head down to the travel agency where she won't fare much better.
Good morning, Richard. Glenda, you're looking lovely as always. Would you like some coffee? I know where it is.
You see, travel agencies tend to carry the smell of rotting wallpaper, and your wife or secretary will get to know this stench well while she waits in the reception area for an hour or two.
Mrs. Brooks. Glenda.
Whenever one of these agents gets off the phone to attend to her, as they have no concept of customer service or punctuality whatsoever.
Christmas. Maybe with a few days stopover in Miami on the way back.
Then that's what we shall do.
So once she's finally brought back to have a consultation with one of these lackadaisical agents, she'll be desperate to get out of there, and more often than not, we'll just end up telling the agent to book travel on the airline of his choosing, foregoing the price compare, which is the entire reason she sought out the travel agency in the first place. By the time she gets home, she will have wasted 5 hours that could have been better served handling your expenses.
Say, Glenda, how you doing? Just fine. How you doing? Would you like to come to dinner tonight? No, I can't. I got to go along to church after work. You sure? Nothing personal. Never is.
So, Mr. Falk, I'd like you to say goodbye to inconvenience and say hello to John. Say hello to WWW Travel.
Huh. What is it?
It's a website. It's a website available to anyone, anywhere with internet access.
How does it work?
Well, we created a script that is able to pull up ticket prices for all the major airlines.
A script?
TWA?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fuck TWA. What about American?
I'll tell you what, you can actually take it a step further and select which airlines you'd like to compare.
But what about American?
Especially American.
I love it.
It's genius.
You boys sure are geniuses. You know, your father always said there was something special about you.
Shelley, bring in the tray, please.
Oh, looky, looky, looky.
Okay, Tom, we're getting the tray.
Your hair looks nice today, Shelley. Here's to Trump.
To travel. A vote for Asante.
Oh, there's nothing in your glass.
Oh, no.
Wanda, is it a good time?
Mr. Lewis.
I can come back later.
No.
One more initial.
All right.
It was a lovely service, don't you think?
You did a great job, Mr. Lewis. And perhaps I'd even say it was lovely if it was somebody else's funeral. But you did a great job.
Of course. Thank you so much for saying so.
I keep thinking about you.
Oh.
Don't get excited. Whenever I see a traffic cone, they used to vex me. So I said, damn it, I thought I had a parking spot. Then I have to go all the way around the block, and I seem to see them everywhere now. They still piss me off. But I think about you. And I think about Hilton. And I think about not parking for a split second.
Glenda, he loved you so much.
He did, didn't he? I'm good. It's good.
How'd it go?
Not good. Not good.
What do you mean not good?
There was an incident.
What kind of incident?
One of the investors in Scotch, it's in the computer.
What are you talking about? Did you get it out?
I blew on it, it wasn't working. Pass me the plug.
Yeah.
Okay, turn it on.
It's not turning on.
Oh man, it's okay. Get the backup, we'll recover what we have.
There is no backup. That was our only floppy.
What? But I couldn't.
Hello? Oh, hi. Hi, honey. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very sweet. No, I don't have many plans for today. Maybe go for a walk, read, go to lunch with the girls from church, maybe. What are you up to? Good luck with that. No, I'm not going in today. Sherry, darling, how am I supposed to get any work done if I can't get to my desk?
Maybe you're not supposed to get any work done today. Maybe you're supposed to take the day off.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Glenda. Happy birthday to you.
All right. I'll be nice to all of you. Since you went to all this trouble, even though you know I hate birthdays.
That's very kind of you, Glenda.
Say, Glenda, you're a Libra, right?
Right.
I always forget what I am.
Pisces, Richard. You're classic Pisces.
What are you, Sherry?
I don't believe in astrology.
Well, I'm going back to work. Especially after this delicious breakfast.
Glenda, you ain't working today. Shoo.
Shoo where?
Somewhere, not here.
All right. Can I at least do the dishes?
No!
Old Flatfoot, back again.
Or rather, they be flat than two left feet.
I'd laugh if you weren't so predictable. And a bad liar.
You can see right through me, can't you?
It's that right there on your lip that always dances right before you lie to me. And then you smile to cover it up.
I don't know, Richard. My heart breaks for her. It really does.
She seems to think the only solution is to work, but she needs time. What?
So you're like the expert on the healing process over here?
What do you mean?
It's not like Frederick was that long ago, and you were working something like, what, 16 hours a day after the fact, and we didn't say nothing. We even took time out of our schedule to do those team building exercises or whatever the hell they're called.
Well, it would be nice to offer her an option.
Option?
For time off.
I suppose it's the kind thing to do. You think we can afford it?
She would know better than us.
Well, then perhaps maybe we just suggest it?
We could talk to Malik about it.
Say, Richard, do you hear the faucet running?
Sorry.
Sorry, love.
Ma'am? Sorry, do you work here?
You lost?
No, I don't think so. This is the Bedford-Stuyvesant Travel Bureau,
Yes.
and you work here.
Why you ask?
Well, I'd like to meet with you sometime about it. Maybe you could come by my office.
I don't think so, love.
Oh, ma'am, I'm starting a new kind of travel agency, and we'd like it if you would consider becoming a consult.
We? Who is we?
My business partners and I. It would be a great opportunity for you.
Don't excite me, love.
Well, here's my card.
There's my old White Pages trick rearing its head. AAA Bed-Stuy Travel Bureau. They always go to the top of the list. You're so strange. I'm kind of curious.
Okay, well, call anytime you want.
Looks nice, doesn't it? The 1950s, before black folks existed. Aruba, Jamaica too. Lands of the white people, all up in their resorts. They was buying what they was sold. Maybe occasionally you'd see some melanin shuttling drinks to the pool. And by occasionally, I mean a sighting as rare as a white guy on Nostrand Avenue. Richard, Sherry, and I used to stay late at the bureau and try to tape over all the parts with people in them. That way we wouldn't have to tell our clients to cover their eyes for an authentic experience, for a glimpse of reality.
Thanks so much for coming, Glenda. I really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is it.
I see. Well, first things first. You're gonna need some furniture in here to make a waiting room. Invite your clients in, make them comfortable.
Well, actually, this is just Mark's dad's office.
You must be Glenda.
Yes.
Mark, lovely to meet you. As John was saying, we're just waiting to get a little bit more business before we can begin investing in a proper waiting area.
It looks like you're investing enough. So, what y'all want from me? I'm not here to consult on interior design.
Right, well, we were hoping that you could run us through how to book a trip on an airline.
And why would I do that?
$100 cash in hand?
I don't care about cash in hand.
Right, of course.
When I first saw this young man stalking outside my travel agency,
Was I stalking?
I thought that's peculiar. What's he after?
Well, we just
And now I'm learning that he wants to know how to do what I do.
Yeah, right. That's right.
That's
Interesting.
So you'll help us.
This time? Sure. Suppose I neglected to mention we work the phones at the bureau. Well, can't be too hard. Now let's see. Hello? I'm done.
This is great, Glenda. But if you can, we'd like you to do this with all the major airlines.
What for? TWA be giving you the best bang for your buck.
Well, we're prototyping this new kind of customer service. It's all about options and choices for the customer.
Y'all really want me to earn my money.
Oh, but you said...
I'll be taking that money, honey.
What's that saying? Nothing in life is for free.
Well, where you running after? I thought you was gonna watch and learn.
Where did he find that woman anyway?
311, I think.
No, I mean, where does she live?
I think her shop's in Crown Heights.
Oh, is that in New Jersey?
No, it's...
You live in New Jersey, right?
No, I live in Brooklyn. Look, none of us know how to process an order manually. So she's just here. John's idea is that...
Okay, so wait, she's going to field all the incoming travel requests?
I think that's John's idea, while the site's in beta, at least. I'd prefer if they focused on rebuilding the code.
I'm sorry, does she have tentacles, this woman? Because, you know, we're advertising vacations in minutes here. You know, it's our tagline. It's halfway to becoming trademarked by me. How many calls can she be on at once?
Yeah, we'd probably have to scale back.
Okay. Stop.
What?
Just stop.
What I'm doing?
Yeah, exactly what you're doing.
Okay.
Look, I need your undivided attention here. We're doing this all wrong. You know, we can't fix a problem with a half-assed solution. We need to stop asking the customers what they want. We should be telling them.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you got to tell the people what they want. Yeah.
Okay, what do they want?
What they want is cheap exotic flights to somewhere they've never been before. Somewhere like Jamaica.
They do?
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We call up Air Jamaica. We buy out a block of tickets for a discounted rate, peddle those tickets to our customers, still at a discount, only slightly less discounted than what we paid for, and we make the profit.
Don't our clients want to go somewhere like Colorado or Florida? I mean, based off what John said at the meeting, it sounds like there wasn't a large appetite for Jamaica.
Thanks for your input, but no. If we sell it right, there's a huge appetite. There's always an appetite. What we have to do right now is get John to get that woman on the phone with Air Jamaica.
I don't know. That's not what we pitched the investors. And also, that's not what John and I built.
Yeah, who cares what we pitch the investors? They don't. As long as they're making money, they could care less. And you sitting here fiddling around with that, you know, that's not bringing any ROI. I'll tell you that much.
Right. Well,
it's just making me sad. I mean, honestly. You make me sad, just your presence. This is my dad's office.
Okay, look, Mark, with all due respect, I think John and I were initially interested in this project because it presented an exciting computational-based challenge, not because it was a call center.
Oh, so that's what excited you? You were excited by that? calculator boys. You just want to mess around on your calculators all day.
You all asked for it.
What's this?
That is a full 10 airline price compare.
Where did that woman go?
Good. What? She went home. I gave her $100.
So it went well?
Well, as in we now know how long it takes to do a manual price compare and how completely useless the website is without an API.
Jesus, in English, John.
Okay, an API. We need an API because that will aggregate all of the data we need for all of the major airlines.
In English, we're fucked.
No, we're not. We're not fucked. We're not finished or anything else. Plan Air Jamaica is in full effect.
Turns out that hack job we did to America's whitest home videos wasn't so great. So I got to thinking, I can make my own reels, filled with everything and everyone I loved. Hilton was always there, of course. And Gloria, too. The three of us. Oh, this was supposed to be a promo. Jamaica. White sandy beaches, clear crystal waters. Come for a sail, stay for the rich history and culture. Jamaica, feel the sand between your toes.
I got it. We'll make a commercial.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow.
is love, moving forward, fighting for what we believe in. And I cannot sit here as depressed and sad and mentally depleted because of my personal circumstances, because my mother's health, because I live in the Bronx, because I'm suppressed, because of COVID-19, because of these protests. I cannot sit here, not my wisdom, not my love, not my passion, to sit and be in a dark place. Been there, done that. Pride is us. Live it, learn it, and pay it forward. Love and light.
It's the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, such an important anniversary for the LGBTQ community.
And this probably will not surprise you, but I'm now reporting today that we will cancel city permits for June events as well.
Due to COVID-19, we had to shut our services. It has been absolutely difficult to keep our clients engaged and connected. We're reaching out to our clients, and I'll speak about some of the stuff. We're providing HIV home test kits, but now we are sending them out to people. And for the trans community, likewise. Even though there's a male empowerment program, we accept all. But we're real close and connected with the trans community and the coalition and leaders in the community that can support our trans community.
When this is over, as larger community are going to be having to grapple with this sort of after effect of corona or social isolation of our mental health, Ballroom's already been doing the work, and in some ways is a model for the world over to see. About 3 years ago, we began to take young ballroom people particularly, through the HEAT program, through 3MV on a away retreat for 3 days. But my desire was to shift it from an HIV prevention, behavioral change intervention, to a community organizing, leadership development, self-efficacy development intervention. Because I think that is where the power is, right? So across every geographical region, particularly in the US, there's a coalition of leaders. And that translated to social media. So if you go on Facebook, every ballroom coalition, so there's a West Coast ballroom coalition, there's an Atlanta ballroom coalition, but every house, for the most part, has its own Facebook forum. So when this happened, ballroom immediately just does what ballroom does. I think marginalized communities, when they're at the brink of annihilation or extinction or crisis, they're very creative in our survival. And so we went just virtual. And we wind up having these virtual balls.
The future is unrestricted.
Precious, dynamic, Latinx.
The future holds that we continue to be wise, but not forget where we came from and what we have fought for and what our ancestors have fought for. So I see a thriving, hopeful future with lots of abundant and joy and happiness and pride.
Pride in and of itself is born and birthed through the backs, from the backs of Black and brown trans women specifically, right? And mostly. We must remember that in this moment. So we can remember, number one. Number two is our ability to adapt and respond to crisis is beyond, right? It's in our DNA. It's absolutely in our DNA. And so it's why Baldwin responded almost immediately. No, not the notion that, oh my God, after this, we're gonna have to deal with communities' mental health. No. We do this all day, every day. If I can get on a live with another Baldwin person and read each other, I can get on live and take care of each other.
Everybody bring it, let's have a fun at a ball. You matter. Black lives matter. Trans lives matter. LGBTQ, Latinos matter. We matter. We're not gonna settle, and we're not gonna fall behind. We won't let those fall behind. Not on my time.
My name is Leanne Field Stewart. I use they, them, she, her pronouns, and I'm the founder of the Oprah Project. Today, I call upon each and every one of you to make a commitment. Today, I urge you to commit that today is the very last day that transphobia will claim the lives, loves, and joys of Black trans people.
My name is Johnny Guadalupe. I'm the program coordinator for community access under the Access to Care Department. Working at Housing Works for the past 10 years, I've learned to just build from the bottom up, just like a grassroots organization that we are. Housing Works started over 20 years ago, and it started from ACT UP, and so when ACT UP came up with treatment, right, they fought, these are the gay activists in the 80s that fought for the treatment for people living with HIV and AIDS. Different committees started, and the housing committee, they started Housing Works. We have a space, so we decided to, just start opening up the space for not just young gay men, anyone in particular that's young, that's in need, but we've seen a high attendance rate with young gay men, especially young folks from the Kiki scene as well.
So after hours, Monday through Thursday, they have different Kiki houses come and use the space for practice to prepare for any balls that are coming up in the Kiki scene. Kiki scene has been around for, I think, about 10 years. Kiki came from the word shade, or reading, if you want to remember.
Shade comes from reading. Reading came first. You get in a smart crack and everyone laughs and kikis because you found a flaw and exaggerated it, then you've got a good read going.
Kiki to have fun. That's basically what we like to. This is what Kiki stands for, to have fun. There's several houses that you can go to and perfect your craft. I say your craft as what do you want to do in the ballroom scene. You can do from fashion to runway to be real, or you can Vogue. You know, it's still the same thing that goes on in the main ballroom scene, that they just bring it to prepare you for the main ballroom scene. That's what the Kiki scene is for. Different agencies throughout the 5 boroughs come together and they form a coalition. And these coalitions are to help these houses to have space for them to practice. It's amazing. These teens come out and they have fun and they compete, you know, with each other. But the best thing about it, at the end of the day, when they finish, they go home as friends.
It's an interesting subpopulation that not many people think of as a positive. They always think of, you know, just a negative, like, you know, just young people trying to start trouble, just young people that don't have an education. Yeah, and it's like, you know, really creative people that some do have some guidance and some are coming from nowhere, just run away or thrown out their house or going through, you know, the city or state system.
A lot of them are talking about getting housing. Some of the youth are having issues at home. What I went through, just like the other people, like Paris is Burning, you can see from that movie, there's the same things are still happening, is repeating itself. Family not accepting family, and we build families within our houses. And that's what you need in this scene. It's building communities amongst each other, and that's the best thing about it. My feeling is just having fun. I don't care if I win. I don't care if I lose. At the end of the day, that I got on that floor and showed you what I got. I was given a little taste of Vogue because I do Vogue. I am legendary for my Vogue, okay? Being in the Kiki scene, it does get us, especially myself, complete confidence in myself to better myself in life. It's to prepare us for a better future, especially if we would like to be in the main ballroom scene.
Shake these motherfuckers out of this money to throw this free ball in this big venue and give out prizes and trophies and awards. Ooh, ooh. Clap. This is the maker of Black Pride, the creator of the Heritage Ball.
I do it all. I do it all.
Bizarre.
My name is Lee Soldier Simmons. I am a visual artist, dancer, promoter, and the executive director of New York City Black Pride.
Hey everybody, make some noise. Happy Black Pride. Now we're gonna do it one more time. I said Happy Black Pride. Y'all know what it is. You know the Heritage Ball. Tonight is your night to make a moment, to have a moment. Are y'all ready to do that tonight?
Ballroom is a microcosm of society at large. Ballroom now is made up of all different types of people, gay, straight, white, black, every nationality, every age sector of the group.
Y'all know what I'm talking about? You ready for a moment?
You got a girl from Tiny Mountain?
I have got a girl whose pussy is so good. If you threw it up in the air, 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 if you threw it up in the air,
It would turn into sunshine.
I have got a girl. I have got a girl.
Show me what you got.
Hi, my name is
Precious Ebony, and tonight we're here in New York City for the biggest ball in New York City. It's called the Heritage Ball. It's a free ball. Everyone's here to have excitement. Everyone's here to compete, have fun, acknowledge, give homage, pay respect. Everyone's here for the heart, the love, and the history of ballroom. And we're gonna have fun. There's gonna be drinks. There's gonna be some drama. I hope you guys are here. Stay tuned and be alert because it might happen tonight.
All right. I want to say a few words. Every year, it takes a lot to raise money for Black Pride here in New York. It takes a lot for me to do this so that all of the events are free. You don't go to anybody else's Black Pride that all of the events are free except New York City. Can I have a round of applause for that?
When I came to the ballroom scene, immediately I felt like I was a part of something. Just the warmth of that took me by surprise. I walked into a ball not knowing anybody, and all of a sudden I had an instant family.
Family coming together and using these categories to represent themselves. You have your mother, you have your father, and those are the people that represent you with these houses when you go out and compete for your category. There's several different categories. You have your film queen, which is your transgender women who go out and vogue. You have your butch queens, which are the feminine boys. And you have your butch queen twisters, which you're still real and you still can vogue. Now they're opening up the category for women, cis women to vogue, which is amazing.
I came to the ballroom scene in 1986, so it was before we really began to have a wider public acknowledgement. Also, surprise, surprise, I'm white. I was not your typical member of the ballroom community, but I came to the balls and I was accepted. I became a member of a house. I became a member of the ballroom community. And as we've seen it continue to grow and embrace all different people all over the world, it's really amazing to see how it's grown.
My name is Labelina Milan from the Royal House of Milan, and I'm at the Heritage Function today to judge. For the voguers, the 5 elements are critical. Your spins, your dips, your hands, catwalk, floor performance, duck walk. I'm looking for all of that. If you're missing an element, you're not going to get my vote. For the fashion categories, absolutely a tailored look. It has to look like it fits you well. I don't need any waves like you're in the Pacific Ocean. I don't need any ruffles. I just like a nice, clean look, and it can't be fraudulent. First and foremost, it's important for the LGBT community because this is a segment of that community that is often criticized, marginalized. We've been segregated, and yet they take our talent, they take our fashion, they take our dance moves, and they take it into mainstream, and they don't credit the people they need to credit. In general, just in the community in general, the talent itself, it's what you see on the stages, it's what you see on the runways of Paris and Milan and New York. It's ballroom. They just won't give the credit to ballroom.
This is our heritage. Who we are is nothing to apologize about. So clap your hands in celebration. Well, the scene started because Crystal LaBeija kicked the motherfucking doors open and said she will not deal with the pageants anymore.
Crystal, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the third runner-up in the 1967 Nationals.
She will not deal with that situation anymore. She will not be judged amongst those girls anymore. And she stormed out.
Crystal, where are you going? This is not the time to show temperament. Get back here and stay with the other finalists. Oh, well, you've got to expect
Here was this woman, Crystal LaBeija, who had been walking balls and also participating in this fledgling pageant drag scenes. So it's all part of the sub-drag culture.
Do you think she deserved it?
There's a famous documentary film that documented this moment in time where Crystal just had enough of the racial divide of how she looked, makeup, and, and losing in this particular competition.
Monique, would you tell her why you didn't come? Because she knew it's Victor Holler. She said, Crystal, darling, don't go. Because you're not going to get it. And that's why all the true beauties didn't come. It's in bad taste and you're showing your colors and stuff. I am doing it bad, but I have a right to show my color, darling. I am beautiful, and I know I'm beautiful.
Nervous, move to the side.
let me win. I will get my tens, pump to the side. I get nervous, won't you go to the side, just move. I get nervous, move to the side. I'll get tens, bitch, let me win. Won't you move to the side. I'll get nervous, I'll get tens. Won't you let me walk, I'll win. Let me walk, I'll get my tens. Move to the side, just let me go. I can't take this, no, so no. Don't you move.
We often don't connect it, but it's the whole reason why there are Black Prides. It's that, you know, these are trans people of color who started these movements. These are trans people of color who were fed up and decided to fight.
I always knew that I was a woman inside, but growing up in my family, I had to put that on hold because I had to be somebody else for everybody else. As I got older and got wiser and realized that, you know, I can be comfortable in my own skin and live my truth, I started living in my truth 7 years ago. After, you know, my drug addiction and my alcohol abuse and the attempt of committing suicide. And when I failed at suicide, that's when I realized that God came to me and said, no, I'm not ready for you, my child. I need you here to live your truth and tell your truth and speak to other people about your truth.
It was these trans people that walked in their truth that risked themselves being arrested, that risked themselves being shot with all types of medications and things because it was considered a mental illness. And these things who stood in their truth to stand up to the police and corruption and say enough is enough.
Years ago, you know, when we started back in the late 70s, early 80s, it was very underground, it was very niche, it was really something very few people knew about. Today, it's really recognized globally. You have people participating in voguing and ballroom events all over the world, and it started here. It started right here in New York City with this community, and that we get to celebrate that, and we continue to get to show the world that celebration is really amazing. It's a really important cultural event.
Are they in the building?
In terms of a historical perspective, it's great to see that the ballroom scene has really been embraced by the larger culture, people of color, by Black Pride. So it's no longer an underground niche thing, but it's really part of the larger culture that we all live in and all experience today. And an event tonight that's a real affirmation of that. The acceptance that we have, the cultural influence that the ballroom community has had.
There is no ball without music, and you have some of the top amazing DJs who put these beats together. We call it rap. It's called commentating in the ballroom scene. You commentate over that beat, and that person who's voguing can hit every beat that they're saying.
Looking for my
legend.
Looking for my legend. I'm legendary. I'm looking for my legend. Yeah, look at my legend.
Come on, legend.
Looking for my legend.
Legend for a reason, not for a season. Bitch, now give it to me now. Ow, give Amari a round of applause. Legend.
See a bitch, let it all out.
Damn.
Bring it back on a count of 3.
World.
1 for the ready, 2 for the set. DJ. Let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out.
The voice of ballroom is about coming together as a community, lessons that society can learn about being able to create a house that has someone that's straight, someone that's trans, someone that's non-binary, someone that's gender non-conforming, and all to be in something that's considered to be like a family or a house, can show the greater society how we can get along and work together and thrive together. Ballroom has a lot to teach the world.
Somebody need to tell her that she need to quit. I wanna see a bitch let it all out. DJ, drop the beat. Let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. Let it all out. Let it all out.
We've always existed. We've always been a part of society, or under the radar, but we were there. As time changes, ballroom changes, the drag world. 100 years even before Stonewall, here we are creating a space for LGBT people to express themselves.
Well, you thought that's your favorite. I'm gonna tell my favorite.
It's historically very important, not just for people of color, just for LGBT people in general to know that this space existed. I think that it's important now that we also, as a community, own our own history, right? And so I started a research project myself, and I came across this newspaper clipping from a black African-American newspaper, which dated back to 1926. And when I saw the article and I read the article, it said it was like the 58th anniversary of an event. The first thing that came to my mind was 58th anniversary. Like, okay, that means that this was going on a lot longer than I first anticipated. Ballroom started, or the first drag balls started in 1869. It has always been our thought that because white people were winning the bulk of these awards, that it was white people that initiated drag balls. So to understand that it really was a black organization that was giving it, now I had some dates to go back by, and I started this project. That newspaper article stated in it that it was a black organization that was giving this function. And so that organization was known as the Hamilton Lodge. So during that, I came up with this research. In 1842, a fraternal organization of free black men called the Philadelphia Institute in New York City petitioned a Manchester, England aligned lodge of American Oddfellows for a dispensation to form their institute into a lodge of Oddfellows. They were denied because they were black. Peter Ogden, a black sailor who was a member of the institute, suggested they try again directly in England. Peter sailed to England and obtained permission to form the Philadelphia Institute into the Philadelphia Lodge number 644 on March 1st, 1843. By 1847, there were 22 lodges under Peter's organization, including the Hamilton Lodge number 710 of the Grand United Order of Oddfellows, which opened in February 1844 in Harlem, New York. The Hamilton Lodge number 710 gave their first annual masquerade and civic ball in Harlem at the Rockland Palace Banquet Hall and Casino. This is the first known ball on record in Harlem of men dressed as women. We know that every year they gave this reception, but the success of that reception was the fact that these men would show up dressed as women. When you look at the attendance records of some of those newspaper articles, some say 3,000, some events say 5,000. I've even read articles that said as much as 8,000 people attended an event. Here I am thinking that today we get thousands of people event. To think that in those days, something that again was against the law, that thousands of people showed up for, these people still stood up in their truth and did that and risked being arrested when it was considered to be a mental illness. To have newspapers print the names, the race, and the address of the winners was dangerous. But it also showed that they didn't care. There was this existence of people that might have been, so to speak, in the closet. Those events were attended by both white and black. They were attended by celebrities, by high society people. We tend to always think about that period of time in America, the 1800s, of saying slavery. 1865, we just became free. The cities that we migrated to, it's not by accident. Those were cities where free blacks already existed and were making a living and had jobs. that some of them were LGBTQ people. They were gay people. We don't talk about that. There are so many people that we need to catch up on. We helped create so many major things that is part of American culture, but we're not accredited for it, right? So, and the way we do that is that we need to document those things, because the more you know, the more you can have pride in knowing I come from greatness.
My name is Nola Hansen. I'm an artist and the founder of Trans Boxing, boxing club exclusively for trans and gender variant people in New York City. So Trans Boxing came to be after I had been personally training for a couple of years. I had a fight. I was really into it. Just training all the time, trying to fight as much as I could. And I got an injury. And I wanted trans community. Like, I wanted queer community, and I didn't have it. And so that's why I started it. I thought, well, maybe if there was a class just for trans folks, like run by a trans person, we could see, you know, and provide the space for people that want it. And for people that don't, that's okay, but it's there. In New York, there's a good amount of self-defense programs for queer and trans people, but trans boxing is not really that, right? And so I think that those are important and they're life-saving for people. People rely on them. But we wanted to offer something that was different, that just for people who wanted to learn how to do a sport, right? It was like a personal desire that I had to connect with people through boxing. And, you know, my experience at the gym I box at has shown me how boxing can build really beautiful community and deep, unique relationships. And so I thought, well, this is how I know, this is how I want to relate to people, you know, and I've seen how boxing can do that. So it just felt right, you know, it felt right. And I thought, you know, maybe I can connect with people, keep doing the thing I love, you know. Trans boxing started out of a gym in Brooklyn, and then we moved over to Overthrow in November of 2017, and that's when Liv Adler came in as my co-trainer. And I would say, to me, that's when I really feel like it sort of solidified.
First time I put on the gloves, it was over. I've been training for years as a boxer and as a fighter, and when I started boxing, everything just felt very like natural and normal, and like I'd been doing it forever. It just felt like it fit. At this point now, I've started to just give back to the community, just teaching people what I know, getting people into the gym, getting people interested, and just showing them, you know, like that it could be something really healthy. And I think that's a really special part of trans boxing, because it is a really binary sport. It really is. And traditionally, all sports have been, but specifically with boxing, when it's a one-on-one sport, you know, there tends to be more boundaries for people who have more of a different gender expression or gender identity. We just try to take down those barriers and provide a safe space where people can train and enjoy the sport and not have to worry about all those factors that have traditionally kept trans and GNC people out of the sport and out of the gym doors. We cater to all levels. There are some people that come and take our class for a couple years and they just want to hit the bag and learn boxing. And there are people that have been taking our class for a month that are asking us about fighting. A lot of buildings just make people choose what gender they are when they just go to change in the locker room. It makes people uncomfortable to go to the locker room. It makes people uncomfortable to wear what they want to wear in a space that doesn't feel safe sometimes. And a lot of people don't participate in sports or even like do things to make themselves healthier, like go to the gym, because they're afraid of the locker room or what people are going to think, or that their gender expression is going to be judged. And a lot of people just isolate themselves. You can come use the bathroom that's comfortable for you. You don't have to go in one locker room or the other. We ask everyone their pronouns. We try to cater to the community and like their needs in a way that a typical gym wouldn't, or maybe wouldn't understand.
Feel a little timid? Yes. So think about that, like you're stepping on something.
I joined this class because I've always kind of been interested in boxing as an exercise. I've always been attracted more to exercising and sports in a way that like it's something that I'm doing rather than just going to the gym and trying to do tasks I get bored with. And it seemed like just a more open and less intimidating way to get involved and try it out than having to like show up at a gym where maybe I was nervous about what that gym's culture is, what the reception would be and what my skill level is. It seemed like a more, just like a less intimidating way to get involved. It's really, really more personal than a lot of classes I've been in. Some other classes I've taken are very like fast-paced, like calling out the exercise. You got to do it. Maybe you don't know it. You might feel a little lost. I appreciate a lot that they take the time to like explain everything they're trying to teach, every move, make sure everyone is on the same page and knows what they're doing.
There it is. That's what I'm talking about. Good. There it is. Oh, Liv and I are really, we're like devoted to the craft of boxing, and that's what we like to teach. There it is. So it's technical boxing, cardio, warm-ups. We have everybody, do warm-ups together. And then we go into, we'll split the class up. Usually we have a big class, so we'll split it up. Folks will do partner work, partner drills in the ring, and then people will do bag work, and then we'll switch, so everybody gets a little bit of everything. And then at the end, we usually all do burnouts together, which is like everybody hitting the bag fast, getting sweaty, and, making it funky. And then we cool down, Trans boxing is important to the community, I've been told, because people have said there are not enough trans-exclusive spaces. People have told me, like, oh my God, like, people come to class and they're like, I've never seen so many trans people in one space. For me, boxing allowed me to embody my identity fully and confidently, while also knowing that, like, there were changes I might want to make, right? And that knowing that the way I feel inside is not necessarily the way the world sees me. But I think it just helped me get back into my body. Just really helped me to feel in my skin, because I had to pay attention. I had to know where my hand was. I had to know, if I'm turning my jab over, okay. I had to know, okay, when someone's throwing the body, I gotta back up. So I think, like, for me, the biggest benefit has been, like, yeah, it might be uncomfortable. Can I tolerate it? Like, building up that distress tolerance. And that boxing did for me. Because, like, you get hit in this sport. It's not comfortable, right? And, sometimes I get in there and especially in the beginning, I felt scared, right? And so I think for me, as a trans person, before boxing, before, like, really getting back into a physical discipline seriously, I had just tried to not be in my body. What I want people to take from this class is that, boxing is for them, if they want it, and we want to help make that happen, right? The challenge is getting people through the door, right? Because once you're in, it's like, oh, hey, what's good, If you work, right, a lot of time, from my experience, like, if you're there to work hard, and listen, that's the most important thing.
We are at Dapper Q's fabulous runway featuring 70 of the most beautiful queer, trans, GNC models and designers.
What's it called? Dress code.
The biggest queer fashion show in New York City and during Fashion Week.
It celebrates inclusion and diversity and beauty in all of its many forms. I want to see a fashion industry that is reflective of humanity as you see it when you're walking down the street.
There is no representation for fat queer girls, so that's why I'm here to represent.
I'm kind of in the beginning of my transition, but I think shows like this represent the beauty and people who are outside of the binary, and I feel like that's extremely important.
I think every time our community gets itself into the spotlight, we become stronger and we become more visible.
It's good to be a part of what we created and show that we have community and love.
I do this for my people. I do this for queer people of color. I'm here for them, and I'm here for non-binary folks.
This is for queer people by queer people. Queer people run fashion.
Now this is what you've been waiting for all year. 10 designers with runway beats by DJ Mo. Hit it for me.
At birth, I identified as female. I was born biologically female. And now I identify as trans male. Growing up, you know, nothing, you know, I wasn't the one, you know, who got raped or treated bad by a man in a bad relationship. You know, my father was there all my life. He grew up in my life all the way, you know, until I was 24 years old. I've been in a relationship, you know, with men before. They've never done me wrong. But that's not, you know, the reason why, you know, I'm going through with this transition. I was not played, I was not abused, I was not, you know, sexually, you know, assaulted, none of that by a man. It's not why I'm doing it. You know, it's solely because it's for my happiness, for myself, my being, you know, my self-esteem, my confidence. Not because a man has done me wrong or there was no male figure in my life. In school, it wasn't really, being gay, lesbian wasn't really accepted. You know, after I came out, a lot of people that I talked to, you know, they stopped talking to me, you know, they stopped being my friend because of that. I didn't really know why, but, you know, I still kept going on, like, with myself. I even, you know, at one point, I started dressing feminine, you know, just to, like, fit in, just, you know, so maybe these people would be my friend again. It didn't work. To be honest, it ate me up inside. When my mother didn't, you know, accept it either, it hurt me even more. You know, that's when I got into, you know, self, you know, mutilation. I started hurting myself when I was around 16 years old. I would cut myself with, like, razor blades, safety pins, anything I could really find. I was just angry, so I did it. I felt better hurting myself. It was like a release. So after feeling that release, you know, I would feel better. But then, you know, something would trigger me and then it would come back. So after a while, you know, as I got a little bit older, you know, I stopped cutting myself, but I still found other ways, like, as an outlet to release, like, the anger. So I resorted to, you know, stretching my ears. I haven't had a name change yet, and that's where it gets really, really hard. You know, going on to construction sites, you know, mostly because that's like what I like to do. It's like, when I apply for jobs, you know, they'll see my regular name, and obviously, automatically they think, oh, Selena, it's a girl. It's a girl, I'm not gonna, you know, so I'm like, you know, it makes it harder for me to get a job. So the dysphoria plays, you know, a big part in this. Every day, you know, I wake up and I'm just like, shit, you know, I gotta put this binder on. And it's like, you know, can people tell, you know, that I'm still female? Can, you know, is my face not, you know, masculine enough? You know, is my, you know, it just doesn't stick out, my Adam's apple. You know, I feel like, you know, there's certain things that I do that people can still tell that I'm, like, female. So it gets to me, it gets to my head a little bit. You know, so it's like every day I kind of gotta, like, practice, you know, masculine, like, traits, like the way I walk, you know, the way I dress, you know, the way I talk. It's just about me not being, you know, dysphoric and being, you know, hating my body. You know, it's not about, like, privilege and them having, you know, man having it over women. It's just like how I feel like as a person. I feel like I would just feel better, you know, have more self-esteem, be more confident, you know, if I was if I looked more and felt more, you know, masculine. As far as where I am with my body, I'm not where I want to be yet. I'm still waiting, you know, on the first surgery to happen, which is the top surgery. Once I get there, then I will be, you know, somewhat, you know, closer to happiness. But for right now, you know, I'll take that for what it is. You know, I need people on my side, you know, not just my community, my people. I need everyone, you know, mamas, papas, uncles, granddaddies, everybody in different countries, straight, pansexual, bisexual, everybody. I need everybody, you know, on my side. I need the whole community. I want to feel safe, you know, I want to be, you know, I don't have to step on my door and pray to God, you know, that, you know, am I gonna make it to the end of the day? You know, am I gonna make it, you know, to the next morning, wake up, you know? I just need everybody. I need that support, totally.
My mother came to visit me and lived with me when I was dating my ex-boyfriend. To her, we were roommates, but we loved each other very, very deeply.
So can I get some chicken with that? Can I get like red meat? Huh?
Ammi left for Pakistan. She was crying and she was sad, and in our village she had all the women come in. She started doing several Khatmul Quran. And I get a feeling, an instinctual feeling, that she did it so that my ex and I would break up. I was born in Islamabad, Pakistan. I live with my boyfriend in this city that I don't want to name. We're getting married in the next month, and I'm afraid for our lives if I was to come out. If my family tried to erase me or my voice, it's very easy for them to do that. My dad, if he demands something, like, people will listen to him. I lived in his ex's house.
Yeah, and so then we hit it off. And so then he moved out of there and moved into here.
What has happened since Orlando is that I've become very vocal about who I am, what I stand for. I'm at a point in my life where I have to make a case for my existence. I've never had to do that. As a Muslim and as a queer person, I could have been Omar Mateen due to the parallels that exist between our identities. Becoming very bitter and frustrated due to what I would have had to suppress, what I did not end up suppressing. I do feel like he's a brother of mine who wasn't able to survive his fight for his independence as a person, as an individual, against the traditions and the norms and the expectations. And for that, my heart reaches out to Omar. For that, he's my brother. Omar, my brow is heavy for you. My heart is lost in the pit of my sour stomach, looking for yours. I keep searching your face, those features I've known so many times in so many men. For what, I don't know. Omar, how long has it been since you cried? Until yesterday, it had been almost a year since I did. Narkhaze. Did that word torment you like it did me, Omar? I know the poison that you ate because I swallowed the same flavor. I feel your isolation. A victim of our own culture's wounded masculinity. We were born in wartime, dear, and you didn't survive it. I keep looking at your picture and asking, brother, why? Why? And I cry every time. And I call my tears a little revolution for you and for all the little boys like us. May we outlive the wounds of our fathers and learn to mourn the wounds of our mothers. May we heal.
Yes, let me just go. And then these are the same thing, but they're at the entrances. And they have a little bit of a different hierarchy.
Hi, my name is Matthew DeLeon. I'm a graphic designer by day and Brooklyn's drag queen of the year by night-ish, 7-ish on forever till morning again, and then I wake up and I'm back into a graphic designer behind the computer.
Bodega's always a good show.
Very New York. So I was going to art school. I went to grad school at Parsons, and I was doing these kind of video character kind of dress up things, and then a friend that I was going to school with suggested that I should try drag. She was kind of into it, and I was pretty resistant because I was like, oh, this doesn't make sense, even though I'd seen a few drag shows. It wasn't something that like piqued an interest in me. And then after we graduated, a few months later, someone else I knew was starting a variety night, and they're like, well, if you want to, it's going to be drag and other things and performance art stuff, which is other stuff I've been doing at the time. If you want to come down, just try it. And I was like, all right. So I did it that first night, and then I started going out more. She's like, I have this contest at this bar called Metropolitan. Why don't you try it out? And I was like, all right, why not? And then I won the contest, and then that's when it like snowballed into being out all the time, and I started co-hosting, and then started putting together my own nights, and yeah, so then it never stopped. Doing it for 3 years, in various shows. I'm usually out once or twice a week, and then of course I work 40 hours a week, Monday through Friday, and yeah. It's huge for me to represent a community like Brooklyn, a borough like Brooklyn, and because it's really embraced the kind of drag that I do, and I really feel like I do this without compromise. It's I don't conform to do a certain style of what I think people would imagine or want drag or think drag should be. I've always sort of done it my way, and not met that much resistance, and I think for that, like, Brooklyn's really kind of opened its arms for me, and it's always had a space for me. And then not only that, then I've been able to challenge myself and now be sort of appreciated for those things, and it's like, yeah, the best thing in the world.
This is the list. So this is the list of all the outfits, and you can see it's just the two of us. So Havoc is that other model right there. So it's like Havoc, Untitled, Havoc, Untitled. So then it shows like silk sleeveless top. This is my first look.
Let's give it up for the one, the only Untitled Queen.
Untitled Queen. Oh, sure. Untitled Queen is wearing a silk sleeveless top, medium to large. It's also one of the items from out of the closet. We want to keep it in this auction because it's easy, it's breezy, it is not CoverGirl, as you can tell.
My name is Jason Daniels, and I am more known as Mary Cherry, and we are in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Mary Cherry is a international drag performer, MC, actor, event producer, and all-around character. I started doing drag in San Francisco just for fun. I would go to friends' parties or go to office events, you know, and drag, but nothing too serious. And New York was gonna be that place where my dreams and my destiny was gonna happen. I didn't perform on stage until I was in Brooklyn. I was at my local bar, Metropolitan Bar, and I told the manager, I was like, why don't you have a coat check? He's like, well, I guess we should have a coat check. Do you want to do our coat check? And I was like, well, I have a 9 to 5, but more coin? Yeah, let's do it. So I ended up working the coat check, and maybe a few weeks after working coat check, I
decided to just start putting on a little makeup just for fun. And I realized I made even more coin doing that. So I ended up doing even more of the fantasy, because it first started off as like a little lipstick, and then darkening my eyebrows, and then putting on a fascinator, and then eventually it became a wig, a dress. It was like destiny took control. And I went from coat check to having one party, and then having people contact me to speak at their event, to performing at their event. It's been almost 6 years now that I've been doing drag in Brooklyn. Being in drag has made me so more sure of myself and more confident within myself. The power of being on stage, or the power of just dressing up and having people be in awe of you, regardless of how busted you may look, okay, can be life-changing. The owner of Metropolitan, when the bar first opened 15 years ago, the neighbors were not very happy about it, and they actually, a group of them beat him up to the point where he was in a coma for a few weeks. That was 15 years ago, and now those people, those groups of people that, I don't know if it's still them or if maybe it's their sons or whatever, because there's a little club across the street for the Italianos, you know. They are one of our biggest protectors if there's something that happens downstairs. I don't like to give up on the plants. I come from a very interesting family tree, you know. So my grandmother was conservative from Arkansas. She won a special scholarship to go to an all-black school. In the South at that time, the only jobs that a black woman could get, an educated black woman could get, would be either a teacher or a secretary, and she said no. So she came to California and got a cute job with the Army. And for me, being raised by her in Berkeley, California, which is a radical liberal city, definitely created conflict, but now I appreciate that, because in a world where everything is just so laissez-faire, I like that I have some love for tradition. My father was a huge part of the Black Panther movement, and my mother, who was raised in the conservative household, met him and was just like, hey, you know. My grandparents did not like that at all, of course. And eventually my grandparents got their way and removed my father from the picture completely. And my grandparents paid him to leave my mother and I. He tried to kidnap me, and then my grandparents had to give him more money. So yeah, drama, okay, yeah. Because I do remember being in a field and having my grandmother like yell at me to come to her, but then having this figure holding my shoulders, but not, I don't remember the face that well. And I think that's when it all happened. And I remember police. I went to my first protest at 5. My mother has definitely taught me to be passionate, and I think activism and compassion is something that my mother taught me. And then my grandmother taught me how to use my mind and be strong and not let anyone break you, regardless of how much they'll try. People need to pay attention, because we are going to be the foot soldiers of the revolution. It's not about color, it's about heart. It's not about gender, it's about heart. I do sausage, egg, cheese on a croissant, actually, not a bagel. America has spent so many years building these walls that I just imagine it being that's how change will happen, is from the inside. Are we there yet? Hell no. We have to completely squash
the establishment that exists.
All I was hearing the bang, 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 thought it was part of a song.
Regarding the Orlando tragedies, it was an interesting moment for me, like everyone else. It's kind of reminded me of 9/11, to be honest, where everyone was so much about community and coming together. And it gave me a glimpse of what the world could be like, what our community, the gay, queer community could be like. It was gorgeous, People were hugging each other. I had no help financially for college, so I am in huge debt. And it angers me that I'm in huge debt. What I want to really do is create a fund for queer youth that are going to college. Specifically, the fund that I want to create is going to be queer people of color, and put some money in some kid's pocket that has dreams just like all of us that are accepting the awards. It's not going to be just drag. Drag is my stepping stone, but there's so much that Jason can also do.
People talk about safe spaces. You need to find where you feel comfortable and free. Shea Josephine is my safe space. Everyone calls me Miss Pearl. That was given to me by a minister. This is home for me. The red carpet's rolled out. I love the vibe. I love to hear the music. It has such a beautiful aura of freedom because that's the way John Claude lived his life. John Claude Baker, Josephine Baker's son. And I love my champagne, my Kia Royale. Keith was an interesting child. I was born June 6, 1961. I was raised as the only child. In our household, it was very Southern. So there was manners, yes ma'am, yes sir, church on Sunday always, fabulous meals. It was like being at the Ritz-Carlton. I was always a feminine child, the way I walked, the way I talked. I always was around the girls. I didn't want to play any sports. Christmas time came, all of the girls in the family got beautiful dolls. When I saw those Barbie dolls, I began to go crazy. They began to notice and they said, something interesting's going on here. My father took notice that I wouldn't play with trucks. Never once did I hear, be a man or be a boy or a sissy. Never from my parents. I got those names outside. I met a wonderful friend by the name of Jason. Jason was one of the first ones to take me to a trans club. I had seen the trans girls and always thought they were beautiful. There was something exotic about them. There was something magical. I saw a world that I had never seen before and knew that this is where I'm supposed to be. We were leaving and two beautiful trans girls were coming up. One just stared at me and she says, "You're going to be a queen one day. You're going to be a queen." I didn't know what I felt, but I knew I didn't like the outer body of Keith. I just didn't like being that person. And I decided I can't do this anymore. It's hard to try to be something you're not. And so many of us live that way. It's hurtful, it's painful because you can't be you because you're living for everyone else. I was in my late 20s and early 30s when I began to go into the direction of transitioning. I had a lot of obstacles that were before me, my career, family, the faith I came out of. My boss's wife looked at me one day and she said, "You gay?" And I said, "Of course." And she just burst out and laughed. They didn't bother me. I went and got my name changed. I got on the hormones and I took off. I went out one night and I was coming from a bar. The next thing I know, I felt this knock in my face. And the blood came and the tooth went and all of this. Didn't realize my jaw was broken in 2 places. I'd been through 3 surgeries. There's a plate on this side. They took this one out because it wouldn't heal. I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder from that. I have to be honest, it was my faith that has carried me through. My face was swollen and it was coming down. Pain. And I just would muster myself up to go to church. I had a burning need to just be in the house of the Lord. It's strength for me, not just because the way I was raised, but my relationship with God. It's a personal relationship for me, and it keeps me stable. If you've been a victim of hate crime, you have to reach way down inside and go to that core. If you go through some depression, don't stay there. We have plenty of support groups out there. You have to stay strong, and we have to do something about this violence against those that are transgender. Everyone has to be happy with who they are, because life is not worth living. I am the happiest that I have ever been in my life because I'm me. I want people to remember me as someone that would encourage you and lift you up, as a soldier of love.
This is a family here.
How you doing, Joy?
Okay, how are you?
Good.
How was class?
Listen, I need somebody to rub me down after them classes. You know, I could barely walk to get here, let alone do some exercise.
Lunch is every day here. It's like you get so much information and you can, people share everything with you. I feel like this is a part of my family.
Our biggest program we have is our lunch program, where seniors can come together, have a meal, conversate, tell their stories, hear other stories, and don't feel isolated.
The lunches are excellent.
That's not a little too sweet for me.
I was watching TV one day, and I saw a program on Channel 13 about Grill Circle. And I found out about it, and I just called the phone number, and the young lady on the phone said, "Oh, come on down, we're at such a location." And I went there, and it was very accepting and very accommodating and welcoming. And I just started going there every day. I had a place to go because I lived with my sister. I didn't go anywhere. I stayed in the house all day. But finding Grill Circle was a godsend because I didn't have a place to go.
Grill Circle has been here for 20 years. Our mission is to reduce and eliminate all forms of oppression as it relates to our members. We do this by offering health and wellness activities, leadership, and advocacy.
We joined Grill when we had no place to stay. We used to have our meetings in a church. It's always been a place where you can be yourself and where you can discuss matters that go on in the most of the gay associations and whatnot, and a place where you're not judged because you're not living the life of most people. Just knowing that there were others and there were people who really cared about what we were about, that's what I found.
This is like a second home to me. I come here at least 4 times a week. I take the number 5 train from the Bronx. It's an hour and 15 minutes. Well, when I get here, there's a lot of activities to do, a lot of things to be involved in, and they're fun. You come here and you are productive. You come here and you have friends. You come here and you find different things that you have never ever known that you were interested in, and all of a sudden you find an interest in that.
I made all new friends here, and it made a big difference in my life because I had a purpose for myself. I had a place to go, people to talk to, and things to do.
You know, isolation is one of the biggest factors when you age. You know, with isolation itself, it brings on other things, depression, you know, mental health, you know, struggles. For us, we recognize that that is an important issue here at Griot Circles, so we try to provide various services that address isolation.
I am having problems, memory problems. I'm having depression problems. And somehow, because I'm connected, some of the workers and the people who work here have given me information and referrals to people who can help me and who are helping me.
Other organizations don't necessarily cater to us in a way. They don't have the same understanding of what our needs are. And then, of course, there's the prejudice that happens, unfortunately.
Our core audience is LGBTQ, and with that, we have unique needs that other centers, places won't be able to provide. As we age, we recognize there are not that many places that we feel safe or feel comfortable or feel welcomed in. Here at Griot, we're affirming. You know, we welcome everybody, whether you're LGBTQ or however you identify.
You don't ever come back for that?
She knows to pay you no mind.
Listen, Felicia can take care of herself, honey.
She didn't say one word.
You can hear the stories when they get together and the laughter and the fun, you know, so that's the value of the meal program, is that it brings you back into the community and it makes you more visible and it lets you know that your stories and yourself matters.
I now feel that I'm going to live a long life as much as possible. I may have problems with my health, but as long as I can get around and do things, I'm okay.
I would say here at Griot, the space, the rooms are always filled with laughter. But here, you know, if you're not laughing, you're smiling. If you're not smiling, you're being hugged. There's always something going on.
Okay, baby. Watch it. Don't be letting nothing touch nothing.
My name is Nia Astro Witherspoon. I am a playwright, director, theater artist, vocalist, composer, and scholar. And I am premiering my play, The Messiah Complex, at BRIC Lab Premiere.
Right, so he's already there. Maybelline has just like him into the space. And with that, it's like he's experiencing, you know, his nerve endings are out to here. So it's like he can feel everything again.
This is huge for me. I've been working on the Messiah Complex for 10 years now, almost a decade, which makes me feel really old. But it's so interesting because it feels that the play has come of age at the precise right time in history. And that all of the kinds of, like it's really at a time when Black voices are amplified in what I see as the most complicated way that Black voices have ever been amplified, right? It's not just the flattened out view. We're seeing the prism for the first time, being hinted at. It's just the beginning, but I feel really, really excited and lucky that this play gets to come of age into that. It feels all destined and divined and meant to be.
How you doing?
I'm fine. Just playing the numbers here.
Any luck?
A little bit, yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. I'm good.
The founders of the Black Lives Matter hashtag and organization are 3 Black queer women. The fact that all of that is occurring at the time that my play is also premiering feels really important to me. This is a play about Black queer folks in particular coming to voice, but in relationship to the larger Black struggle, that like these are not and have never been mutually exclusive moments or struggles. And I think this political moment shows that in a really, really profound way, as does the play attempt to.
Ha! Thought I'd never see him again, like as if I was the one that sinned grim or gave up like it's the end. My end.
because of the nature of creative work, we have the opportunity, and particularly because of the nature of theater, where we get to see, right? Theater comes from seeing place. So we get to actually create vision before it happens in reality. And it's like a little mini world in there. You know, we have the opportunity to reimagine worlds. We have the opportunity to reimagine past, present, and future. And so when we're thinking about injustice, how powerful is that to have the chance to reimagine the world?
Thank you. Quiet them down. Go now. All around the world, we got blacks at the bottom. I got them. Clock. The feds are shot because they couldn't hide them.
Also, for those of us in the African diaspora whose histories have been so really intentionally lost, intentionally denigrated, intentionally brushed to the side and disappeared, the ways in which peoples are disappeared. It's really important for us also, I think, to do that work of looking not only forward but back. So my father was involved with the Panthers when he was young. He was young for them, but he would help out, you know, he would just follow them around and help out in Philly, in West Philly. And, you know, he would help with the free lunch program, he would deliver messages, he would kind of spread the word. I've always been really fascinated with this idea of a Messiah. With this idea, not necessarily of only one person, which I know goes against the idea of Messiah as we usually hear it, of the Christian idea, but more so about this power, this potentiality of a human to rise above whatever we think is possible. And as far as people go, just everybody, as far as communities go also, we can't just look to a leader, but really finding that Messiah inside of oneself and the ways in which, especially certain folks are deemed holy and certain folks are deemed unholy, you know? And when you think about who's asking, that's a huge deal. We are described as monstrous, as demonic. And so I think really when we think about the ways in which the monstrous, the demonic, and the sinful is projected onto unwanted bodies, unwanted social bodies, bodies who are oppressed, and bodies who the system survives based on oppressing, to claim I am holy and to claim I am Messiah for any of those bodies is absolutely revolutionary.
Hey, I'm from the Black Panther Party for self-defense. I will not be disrespected.
You know that voice.
Nah.
It's him.
I can't.
Go.
I got this, man. You sure? Yeah. What's up, man? Get out of here. You all right? Yeah. I'll be damned.
It was always a struggle. And, you know, how to be yourself without all this discrimination that, you know, that we faced on a daily basis. Today is trying to bring people back. Where are we? What's our community like? I was always curious about what was happening on the outside of my community, and I wasn't allowed. And when I found New York, I was just elated to find something different from where I came from. I came out as a three-piece butch. I wore the suits and I patted things down, and I was very much so-called butch. And but that whole look brought negative attention to me. So men would want to stop and cause a fight. And if I was with my lover, the first thing they would pick is, hey, sister, you know, what you need is a good male, stiff, and you need this, and, you know, and I would get so harassed on the street. Salsa Soul was developed because of women's lack of services, discrimination, health, lack of health care, that we just needed to be with each other, the network, to sit down and talk about some of the problems that we ran into. I marched out of my shoes. We were building a movement. Circle of Voices became something for women to be proud of. Women really worked hard. I got a lot of cooperation from women once they realized that I was serious. The next big issue is where we're going, and sitting down and talking and deciding where we want to go. That's one of the main ones, getting the youth and the elders together and talk about where we have been, what it was like for us, and our music, our culture, our past, and help bring that forward.
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like a customer, it's like a family to me now.
Beto Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello. The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Duncan, did you?
Nice stains.
Hi, hello, this is Beth.
Come to the conference room, please. Hi, we were just having a meeting about the Art Basel releases.
It looks like you're staring at a plant.
Don't be a bitch.
Okay.
So we were just talking about the Art Basel releases, and you gave them to Duncan?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we give you work to do for us, and then you give it to Duncan, you make us look really lazy.
You are lazy.
What?
Wakey, I got a cakey. You want some?
That's my birthday cake, spelled wrong.
Hey, Beth. Hold up. Did we get a plant? What?
Is it your birthday? Happy 40th.
Oh, you're 40? Bummer.
No. Oh, I'm not 40.
Hello, buddy. Oh, you're feisty, aren't you? Hey.
Okay, so we're still in a meeting, Beth.
You need water?
Should I stay for the... I'll just... Happy birthday.
To you. Yeah, bye.
Duncan?
What?
I'm not feeling well, and it's lunch, so I'm just gonna go home.
No.
I've got 157 sick days.
Yep. I need for you to do all these press releases from now on. Her last headline was just a flame emoji, and the New York Post printed it verbatim. Honest question. Do you like being invisible? Hello?
No, I don't.
It's been 8 years, and you're still not an account executive. I've been waiting for you to step up, ask for a raise, anything. What do you want, Beth? What is your purpose? It can't just be this... Oh, look, Ivanka.
And so I told him, if you want to go on a date, you gotta come to Brooklyn.
Oh, hey, girl, hey. Oh, no, Beth, we didn't know you were
coming. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything since Saturday.
I texted you, I'll be there in 10.
You didn't text me. Oh, yeah, you did. And I texted you back. That's weird.
I had a terrible day at work.
Oh, hey, can I give you a compliment? Even though you clearly haven't slept at all last night, your skin looks amazing.
Thanks. Hey, are you guys forgetting something? Today is my...
Holy shit! I just found my roommate's ex-fuck buddy's HBO password. Technically my fuck buddy.
Hey, guys, it's my birthday.
Oh, shit, I knew that.
Oh my God, I am so sorry.
You know, I actually thought that it was next week. I'm sorry. I'm such a disgusting person. I know that you must hate me.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's not fine.
You're
It is
the
your
best
birthday.
person.
Literally, your day is shit.
I value you so much. I cherish you. You are so valuable to
You're
me.
embarrassing me.
No. Plus, I forgot to get you presents for like the past 3 Christmases.
I don't celebrate Christmas!
That came out of nowhere.
Roya? You remembered.
You broke my computer.
Huh?
Netflix was all good. I sit down to watch The Crown, my password is erased.
Roya, you hadn't cleared your cache for 3 years.
I ask for so little in life. All I want is at the end of
Roya.
the day, a little nice.
Roya.
Sorry, niceness.
Roya! Do you love me?
Do you know what I have done for you? I raise you. When my mom was working all the time, I stay in this horrible country for you. I have 3 jobs working all the time. Missing our family in Tara. Ungrateful sister, I can't believe it.
Seriously?
Guys, I love you. Please, I love you. Please.
I don't have any
love
money.
you. I love you. Please. Bless you. God bless you. I'll wait for you.
The hell?
Goddess.
Haha. Did you guys put this here? Oh, I get it. You all want to laugh at me, right? Dumb, lonely wallflower? Is that what this is?
No, we would never.
Goddess! We have been awaiting your arrival.
What is this? You're cruel. All of you. Cruel!
Oh, Goddess, wait, God.
No time like the present. Hey, Allah! I don't believe in you, okay? Got it? But I'm here now. I guess my brain is melted. So, I can really kill myself now. Fuck.
Hey!
Hey. Wait. Am I normal again?
It is normal for a goddess to descend from the sky. Where else?
I didn't descend!
Why do you yell, Ishtar?
Who's Ishtar?
You are Ishtar, goddess of love, war, and civilization.
Maddie, time for yoga. Oh. Oh.
Why do you say I'm Ishtar?
It is fact.
Why is it fact?
Because you're Ishtar. Daughter of Nana, sister of Utu. You're the fulcrum of justice and the giver of life. Your body is descended from Babylonia, where a mortal form once coupled with the shepherd Tammuz.
I coupled with a shepherd?
Your power has passed down, woman to woman, for the past 4,000 years. But you've forgotten that power.
What power?
Exactly.
That's it?
Would you like an Aperol Spritz? We just installed a Sonic.
Weird. Are you an Uber?
No. Problem. Wow. Please allow for me to Uber for you. Day or night, please.
Surge pricing?
No pricing, goddess. Of course not.
Fine, but don't call me goddess. Of all the ways to lose my mind, this has got to be the most annoying. Call me Beth.
Yes, Beth. Goddess, Beth. Where would you like to go?
To Bay Ridge. See, the one person I know will treat me like shit. My sister.
Jesus. Oh no. They surrounded us.
Please, calm down and go home!
Almighty Ishtar, I need a miracle. I've noticed that my Instagram followers aren't engaging as much. I think I'm losing them. No, I
Right now. Oh my God. Please, can I get a picture? Please?
Being crazy is driving me crazy.
Do you wish me to mow them all down with my SUV?
No, thanks.
Toto.
Toto. Like the dog.
Classic 80s new wave band.
No, don't kill them. But I do need to hurry. I'm just gonna make a run for it.
Goddess, Bay Ridge is far. Hey, he's no number. Day or night.
sec.
So, I think I'm losing my mind.
Hail Ishtar, my divine sister. You needed to recharge with a moon sleep. Sorry, almost done.
What? I've never heard you say the word sorry in my entire life.
My goddess sister, I love you.
Yeah, right.
I vow to protect you, my angel. You are here for a reason. We are so imbalanced. You must lead us into harmony.
Harmony? You once locked me in my room for 2 days. I missed my high school graduation. Can you just slap me in the face? Hard, like when we were kids. I think I might be caught in a lucid dream.
I will never do that to you again.
I'm nuts. This is it. This is insanity.
Life is a mystery. Everything changes all the time. We are young, then we are old. Maman and Baba were here. Now they're dead.
Can I just stay here tonight? I just want to be with you. No worshipers.
June, I've invited all the family to pay honor to you.
Nope.
Hey, car!
Goddess.
Hello. Hey, car, stop!
I love you.
Please! We love you, please!
Ow. Holy shit!
Your royal priestesses, goddess.
She's angry. Jazz, the offerings.
A finely woven rug and jewels.
And oils.
Hey! Please stop.
But we're here to serve your every need.
I need to go to bed.
Would you like for us to begin preparations on breakfast?
No. Please just go home. And stop being so nice to me. It's freaky. Okay. Time to wake up from this weird-ass dream. Wake up. Wake up. Holy shit. That was the most epic nightmare in the history of nightmares. Yes!
Good morning, goddess.
No, no, no!
What's wrong? I told you she wouldn't want Trader Joe's. We should have went to Whole Foods.
This is so real. This is how it is. This is my life. This is my life. You ladies do whatever you're doing. I'm going to work. Not about to let some weird alternate reality ruin my day. Hello? Hey! Duncan, come to the conference room, please.
What do you desire, most astonishing creature of immortal paradise?
Can we move past this whole worshiping thing, please? You are my boss, remember? I just want to come to work and be regular old shitty Beth. Your greatest ambition is to be Anna Wintour. You are a catty, social climbing, hyper-ambitious prick. Don't change now.
What, you like that I'm ambitious?
Yes.
Vain?
Yes.
Willing to do whatever it takes?
Exactly.
I will do whatever it takes to be your #1 servant, goddess. I will put those bitches to shame. I will be your top bitch.
No.
Please castrate me.
What?
What better way to serve your needs than to become a eunuch?
No! You do not want to be a eunuch, Duncan. You are out with a different guy every night. As someone who hasn't had sex in a year and a half, trust me, it's not great.
Better idea. Oh, you're gonna love this. Everybody, hello? Attention! In honor of our perfect goddess being here in the office, we are having our parade. A day early! Serena, Crown, Deshaun, banners, let's get this party started!
Fuck up!
Don't be angry, goddess.
I am not anybody's goddess! I snore! I have OCD. I am 32 years old, and my longest relationship was with a man I met on Reddit! Not only am I not a goddess, most of the time I don't even feel human.
I think you're the most beautiful, awe-inspiring treasure to ever walk this earth.
Well, I mean, I'm open to other opinions.
Your beautiful mascara is running down your cheeks. May I clean them for you?
Uh-huh.
Can you not see a false idol? She is no goddess.
You are so funny. You really believe all those mean things you said about yourself?
Yes.
Hey, I get it. You don't like attention. Think I don't get sick of looking like this? I can't even leave my house without someone asking for my phone number. But your perfection isn't going anywhere. Bam.
Bam.
Bam. Plus, goddesses have mad perks. Everyone in New York wants to kiss your feet. And then no one will disrespect you or laugh at you or make fun of your comic books.
Well, I don't have any comic
You
books.
can do whatever you want. Literally anything. And me. You get me. Today and forever. I pledge my life to you. Oh! Fire! Oh, it's exciting.
Mad perks. Juice. Gucci flip-flops.
Yes, ma'am.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Trying to find a man, or my friends trying to help me find somebody, and they was always looking in the wrong places, calling me saying dumb ish. Talking about, girl, you should go up to the dollar store and look at that cute dude that's working security up there. He look good as hell. I'm thinking about saying something to him. I said, I ain't going up there looking at him. I ain't wasting my gas. She talking about, see, that's what's wrong with you. You don't know what his situation is. That could be his second job. He could really be trying to make an honest living. Woo, woo, woo. I said, I don't know what the hell wrong with him if he wouldn't lose his life over dollars-ish. He ain't got no self-esteem. I don't even know what the hell you got to protect in the dollar store. How much do a person got to steal out the dollar store for you to stop them? They got to have like 10,000 pencils. You be like, nigga, I'll see you with the pills. You better put the pencils back. I don't even know what you talk about when the person come home from work. Babe, I saw a brother trying to put a broom down. I'm like, put the broom back, put the broom back. You ain't gonna fight nobody, help no dollar broom. They be calling me. My friends wonder why I smoke weed.
Painful being single, ladies. I get it. I'm single and I'm lonely. I do like lonely girl stuff, like I don't pay my bills just so my phone could ring. Yeah, because they be calling you from long distance numbers, making you feel real special and whatnot. Like the other day, my phone rung. It was like, brrr, brrr. I'm like, who's calling me? Brrr, Iowa? He was like, hello, may I speak to Agent Bennett? I was like, this is she? He was like, my name is Dan. I'm calling to go out see a Macy's bill. I was like, stop right there, Dan. I may see the bill, but I'd rather see the Dan. How you doing, boo? Shoot.
Join that website, OK Cupid. Yeah, I wasn't brave enough for Tinder. I don't know. I don't like that site because it feels like it's too close to home. Like it feels like the person is right behind you. You're like, don't swipe me. Where are you? But anyway, I wanted to share a few messages I've gotten on the site. I feel like it is my job as a citizen to share these. And if you're in a relationship right now, you can be like, oh, better get out. Market's hot. Everybody's on there. I want a piece of the pie. Okay, here's the first one. Hi, we should meet up. We are both Indian and live in NYC. That is a good reason to meet up. Whoa! Slow down with the charm, buddy. You're like a poet of census information. Getting me all cold and bothered. Mostly bothered.
They got women doing so much stuff. Men are doing stuff too. I snoop. I go on lots of first dates. Meaning I don't get many seconds. But I snoop. I like to snoop. I go in the cabinet and I see the Just for Men. You know what that is? That's hair dye. He's bald. So what are you dyeing? About that time his robe comes open. You've had over 1 million downloads. You have gone platinum. He says, that is knowledge. That is a tree of knowledge with a low-hanging fruit. Eve would not have taken a bite of that apple. Wish would have been different.
Sorry, y'all. I realized I ain't got like an Instagram of this, you know what I'm saying? Bang! Here it is. That's the piece right there. Just come on in, man. Because forget this nonsense. Because somebody threw up on my piece, yo. This is my masterpiece. That's my baby right there. The piece is an albatross, man, and you got to get the angle just right, or else you won't get the wingspan. Hey, get a little, there you go. And it's called Wings of the Air. You know what I'm saying? So you want your freedom, so you just kind of like jump in the air like an albatross, and you just get your wings up. What's up, y'all? My name's Aqua. Peace. I'm a community graffiti artist here in Brooklyn. Yeah. So we're gonna meet my friend Sean. He's just gonna drive us around for a little bit. You know how it is. Yo. What's up, man? Hey. How you doing, brother? What's up, Aqua? How you doing? Chill, man. Looking good, man. Come on, man. Let's do this.
You're good, you're good.
I really think it's about the art, like past anything, how small you could paint something and how big you could draw someone's attention. Aqua and I go way back. Like we were in like 6th grade, painting with our hand, like little finger paintings. The first one I ever did, I'm gonna stick my hand full in paint, take it out, put it right on the paper, turkey. As you can see behind me, Aqua is tagging right now. So basically my job is to watch out. Yo, be cool, man. Yo, Aqua. It's cool, we cool. All right, What was the question?
So have you ever done mini graffiti even as a kid or anything?
No, I've never done mini graffiti. I've never done tagging. I've never drawn anything. I don't like coloring. I don't go to museums. I don't like art. Anything involving destruction of property, I don't do it. I'm here to uphold an oath. Sometimes I feel like I took that oath as a child. Before I could talk, I didn't want to break the law. So no to everything. No, absolutely not. I was doing narcotics for 8 years, and I was making a lot of these busts, and a lot of these busts were in these neighborhoods with a lot of graffiti. So when I'm reviewing my evidence, looking at these photos, and I'm zooming in, and I'm zooming in, and I'm zooming in, what do you see? What do you find? You find this whole new underworld. Look at that. Look at this. Sometimes they use brushes. I wouldn't even get too close to that. That paint might still be wet. And if you look over here, see, look at that. Straight from China.
Spray. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We're about to tag. Ain't no time for shit to bag and tag.
Oh, heads up.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Would one of you say something?
So do you guys have like a thing that can change my voice up? No? It's okay, I can do it. So the thing is like, especially Minigraph is about being anonymous, and the thing is like when Aka's got camera crews there, it doesn't make it anonymous, but if you guys want to check out any of my work, it's like 2 blocks over there. There's a smiley face, and then if you look right below it, that's all me. If you need some footage or something.
Mini graffiti, although the subculture was going unnoticed, I mean, we were talking about hundreds of pieces. Now we're maybe down to 100. One day I hope to see this city with 0 mini graffiti. 0.
Nobody really agrees on the origins of this here movement, man. East Coast, West Coast, Iceland. But what I'll tell you what, fam, what we could all agree on is that somebody's always gonna go smaller, man. Yo, I heard a guy in Germany was using stem cells to paint on salt crystals, fam. And this morning, yo, this 5-year-old kid from Laos retweeted one of my throw-ups, yo. Yo. All bullshit aside, that's mad cool, yo. That's love. That's love.
I know that most of you didn't want to be here today. I know that you were coerced into coming. Your bosses are paying us very well to be in this room right now. Let's just embrace that, right? Right now. What the hell? I know what it's like because I used to be the same. You look in the mirror and what do you see? Sadness? Anger? Loneliness? My name is Kara Gandrier. I am an author and a disruptor living here in Brooklyn. You know, people ask me that a lot. They say, Kara, why do you do this? Why this? And what I say to them is, I didn't do it. This is just a tool. And with this tool, I think that we can change the world. I use my own personal story a lot of times in my guided meditations with people. I change it up a bit, you know, to protect the innocent or the guilty, as the case may be. But really, it started on a very, very bad day. And for a moment, I'm sure the impulse was to just cry and give way to feelings of anger and sadness, and something inside shifted. And I felt this release, and I smiled instead. Before we go any further, let's go around the room, and I want everyone to take a turn and introduce yourselves. We'll start with you.
Oh, my name is Jerome. I'm
worked for IT Car, was a financial analyst.
Financial analyst.
Yeah.
I'm Eugene White. I'm the consumer ambassador, so I take a look at products.
Eugene, let's back it up a little and take a breath and say it with a smile.
I'm Eugene White.
Nice. Oh, that's beautiful.
I'm Jesse Flynn. I'm Jesse Flynn.
Uh-huh.
I'm a programmer.
Thank you, Jesse.
I stare at a screen all day. I code. Like it's a language all on its own with my fingers. You want me to smile at a screen?
I'm Tad Schatz.
Yeah.
Tad,
may I touch you for a minute? Yeah, just for the shoulders. Just release a little. Give yourself a smile. And say your name again. It's good. It's good.
I'm Tad Schatz.
Oh.
I'm a programmer with IT Co.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, why don't we start on some exercising? Take everyone in one by one. So smiling is actually a very physical exercise. We use a lot of the muscles in our face to smile, but when you are truly, truly smiling, it comes from deep inside here.
I feel like sometimes when things aren't going right, I just get really, really depressed. And then I have to tell myself, just smile. And I already feel it working, just smile.
You want to release your jaw and clasp your hands together in front of you. Let's take these off. Right here. You've been fired. Eugene, you can just be with the exercise. You don't have to write it all down. Just experience it in real time. It's okay. It's okay. With a smile. Jesse.
Well, the human brain is incredibly responsive. There's been study after study proving that physicality directly relates with the brain to affect mood. Break it down. When you stress a muscle or muscle group, an electric signal is sent straight to the brain. The brain then interprets the stress on this muscle group, and if you follow the trajectory of the synapse response by conducting a brain scan, you can see in the brain that is frowning that there's hardly anything happening. This brain is in a neutral state. But look, when you put the smile on, look what happens. It not only makes you feel happier, but it changes the way you problem solve, and in effect, the way you view the world around you. You no longer have to fake it until you make it. You can now fake it in order to make it.
In relation to the activity influencing my effectiveness in the workplace, that it was memorable.
I don't know, when they looked at each other and something just clicked, I was like, wow, I think this actually works. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm smiling right now, I guess, right? Yeah.
A Looney Tune, cult leader, hey lady, you're full of baloney. People have called me all sorts of terrible things, but I'm still smiling. And I'll keep smiling, because if I can smile right now, then I know I can smile in the next moment, and tomorrow, and I can smile the next day too.
When they first started making these kind of beautiful sounds, when they grew out of the jazz scene, their original name for it was beautiful music. I mean, I think they hit the nail on the head. started calling it smooth jazz. You know, and it just kind of got pushed further and further into the corner. The time is obviously ripe to bring it out of the corner and give this beautiful genre the credit it deserves.
It's almost like the beginning of new scenes. Like when you was on the Lower East Side, you was like getting into punk in the early 70s, or you was in the Bronx getting into hip hop when it first started off. New Smooth is the boom bap of right now. You're getting a little high energy, same time, you're getting a little smoothness in your life. It's like this dichotomy in your body. It's like
hard and it's soft, soft, hard, yin and yang, and it stirs the soul too. That's something that's really important. The other shows that I promote, like classical metal pop or, you know, street punk house style or anything like that. Any of those forms of music are so loud, you know, they're so intense, but the great thing about smooth jazz, it's that neighbors at these venues I'm promoting at aren't coming downstairs, putting the sound ordinance on anything. They're actually coming down the next day. They're like, thank you, I have insomnia. You helped me go to bed last night.
DJ Baby Cheeks brings the smooth. He's like the Grandmaster Flash of New Smooth.
You know, sometimes mixing in like a little fresher elements, prog music, bubblegum garage, elevator, minimal new wave zydeco, yacht metal obviously has been hot for a while. You know, with what we're doing here with New Smooth, it's smooth jazz, but it's a little bit more in your face, you know? It's a little bit more like unapologetic. The first time I heard Shade, it felt like God was whispering into my ear and high-fiving me at the same time. I'd say like that was my entree into the music. And it's become hard. Like, you know, you walk into a record store and you ask the guy if he has any Kenny G and he just like laughs at you. A lot of the great smooth jazz radio stations are folding up. So, you know, I kind of have to seek it out in other ways. I'm always looking for that perfect smooth.
I've been pleased by the smooth jazz 2.0 emergence, but not surprised. I've noticed, is what I've done, I've noticed. As you go deeper into these scenes, you're going to get to the great work, right? That's always the case. When an artist like this walks in the studio, they're not constrained by the length of tape that they're recording on. They're not constrained by the length of a compact disc. The streaming world has really, you know, made this prevalent now. Plus, I can send you an email, you know, through my AOL or my Hotmail account, and you'll have a link to that song that could play for months. And none of this kind of jumping up in a club. They've got to maintain that mellow. We got to break the mold here. You know, how many elevators are you currently in? These are metrics that we can track now with digital technology. I think that we could see, you know, tens of thousands of people really getting into this soon.
The first time we noticed that Spam was kind of having a moment was at the kimchi taco truck in Carroll Gardens.
Yeah.
We both were struck by its presence and we started noticing it more and more.
Popping up.
But it really seemed like nobody was owning artisanal Spam.
I came to Woodrow and I said, let's do this, let's try it.
We started off with some test batches, just trying to get creative with ingredients.
Some failed.
Yeah, some failed. But we found some ones that worked and got enough positive feedback that, we said, hey, let's try and sell our Spam. Yeah.
The first successful one was the sriracha pickles, so that was great. And the lemongrass and coconut oil. That's going really well with so many Asian dishes.
Every can of Spam Bushwick begins with inspiration and, frivolity, experimentation.
A lot of experimentation. Right now, I'm working on one for people who are lactose intolerant, but still want that cheesy flavor. And so I'm using nutritional yeast, which will replace the cheese.
You really need to get in there like you're a personal trainer prepping a professional athlete for a big game, just getting the most out of that meat. And then this is the test. Yeah.
It's congealing just right.
So now we'll boil this down for 6 to 8 hours. We'll have a sampling, invite friends and family over, see how this test batch is received. And from there, we'll see whether or not, we can it and share it with the world. Yeah.
This can is not just packed with delicious food, but inspiration. Taking something that is, widely considered processed and making it into this refined, artisanal product it's really amazing and kind of a godsend, especially to my menu. Everybody's done Spam fried rice, but right now we're doing Spam fried arancini. And it gives it that je ne sais quoi, It's just something really beautiful about the local artisanal. It's like I can taste the terroir of Bushwick.
It's this challenge of taking something that's commonly thought of as, not a particularly exciting or sexy product and really elevating it, to making it something more than people could ever have imagined that Spam can be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to bring something almost like back from the dead is really exciting.
One of the things that fascinates me about Spam and canned meat in general is it's almost like a time capsule. You're able to take this perfectly formed meat product, seal it away, and enjoy it at a later date just as much as you would, fresh into the can. Blows my mind.
It's like we're preparing you guys for the apocalypse.
It's going to be a delicious apocalypse.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
So, when you are doing inventory, it is very important to double count so you don't miss anything.
Dad, I got it.
You have to listen. This is all hard work. There is no divine intervention. There aren't any miracles in owning a bar that serves breakfast food.
Dad, I know. Like, count the stuff. A penny saved is a penny earned. You know, don't do business with fucking idiots. Daddy, I've gotta go. But I'll see you soon, okay?
I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon.
Fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, God. It's not going on. No, don't. I got it.
And I can't think of any good reason why you would allow someone to look at the space in terms of buying it, unless you're trying to end this faster. Because you want to.
I just answered the phone.
Yeah, so said every traitor in history. So said Benedict Arnold, probably, because now I see. You're not my best friend. We aren't gonna buy houses next to each other, and we aren't gonna raise our kids together, and we're not gonna happen after this. You're fired.
You can't fire me! Fuck you! Fuck you!
¿Sabe qué, gordito? Creo que voy a empezar a escribir música. Si el restaurante cierra, convertirme en la próxima estrella de YouTube. ¿Qué dice? ¿Ah?
How are the avocado tacos?
Oh, no. We stopped having that a long time ago. No.
Oh, no tacos, amigo.
¿O sabe lo que puedo hacer? Puedo dar clases de guitarra para niños, enseñar al próximo Justin Bieber, ser un gerente de talento.
Eres demasiado flojo.
No, puedo ser flojo y ser un manager. Por lo que sé, lo único que hacen los managers es mandar mensaje de texto, ¿no? Y yo soy bueno para eso.
Ahí sí estamos de acuerdo. You're right. Salud.
Well, it's true. You do look like a burglar, or
Catwoman.
Oh, wow, that's so nice. I love Halle Berry.
Oh, come on.
Oh, it doesn't really breathe, though.
Why don't you just wear a big striped t-shirt or a hoodie? All the bombers do.
But I'm not a bomber. I'm a robber. Oh, God, it's all wrong. Oh. All right. Which one? Bang or like bang bang?
Dude, I don't fucking know. Actually, yes, I do. Bang, bang. Oh, dude, my customer's almost ready.
Let me try one more outfit.
God, I'm so fucking mad! I feel like a guy when technology isn't working. Like, I'm not gonna hit you, but I'm gonna hit everything else.
Well, now you see how I feel. I'm not gonna play your girlfriend being like, the computer will start again, so calm the fuck down!
I'm trying! I'm trying to fix it!
Fuck you! Your idea is to stage a robbery!
Yeah, that's my idea, babe! That's the plan, honey!
Stop throwing things! These are important documents!
Fuck you! Fuck your document!
Oh, I hate having to watch you!
Oh, please! You get off on mothering me!
You're wrong! I am going!
Oh, good! You know what? Get the fuck out!
Oh, yeah, I'm going now!
Yeah! Get the fuck out! God!
¿Sabe qué? Nunca más me vuelvo a comprometer a un trabajo así.
Sí. El problema es la lealtad.
Exactamente.
Una vez que uno se dedica a hacer un trabajo, se acabó.
Y es por eso que nunca voy a estar en una relación.
Es estúpido decir eso.
¿Cómo que estúpido, Jorgito? Soy sobrino, pero no soy estúpido.
Hello.
Hi, how can we help?
Well,
how about the braised beef sliders?
Oh, hey, we don't have that either. Jorgito, why don't you cross off all the items of the menu that we don't have?
Sí, claro. Yes.
And the Mai Tais are on us. Salud.
Excuse me. No, we don't have this one.
Oh.
And this one.
Oh, God, I feel so fat. Omar made me feel so shitty yesterday.
Chris, I gotta tell you, I'm giving horrible service to the 2 customers still inside.
Oh, God.
Dude, I gotta go back.
No, don't leave me here.
Listen, all you have to do is blow off some steam. Throw a temper tantrum. Kick the side of a car until your foot hurts and you have to stop.
That won't help anything.
Listen, nobody has time for therapy. All I know is that in the service industry, everyone's always yelling about something else. So go to some cafe and unload it all on some poor motherfucker. Whatever makes you feel better. Go yell at Omar if you want to. I have to go back.
Those are everyone's tax forms!
Well, they won't need them now!
Yes, people still need tax forms. You still need your tax forms!
Oh, like I don't know that! Like I haven't done my taxes before!
Let me put them in alphabetical order.
There's like 5 of us, I can do it!
Stop it, let me do it. You'd be nowhere if I wasn't here.
Oh, don't make this about me! You wanna leave!
Yeah, because I could be anywhere right now!
No, you're still here because you like Omar!
I'm not into Omar.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Omar! No, you called me ugly in public yesterday, so I can't yell at the other motherfuckers on the other end of my text, so it's you. You're the fucking person, so fucking call me to cancel, fucking don't jerk me around, and fucking say sorry for calling me ugly!
I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry.
Thank you. I really needed to hear that right now. Sorry, everyone. Oh, this is totally like a me thing. My mom has crazy cancer. Sorry for being like so yelly.
We're from out of town. Is this the way all New Yorkers are?
Wow, everyone has been so angry. I mean, wow, this is really amazing.
It's gonna work. I know.
Okay, the bar is done.
Cool.
So are you going home?
Are you going home?
Oh, you're making fun of me?
I'm not. It's just, where else would I be going?
I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd want to, like, watch a sports game or something.
Oh, sports. Yeah.
I'm just making conversation. I don't, I don't have any other thoughts in my head.
You want to come to my place? So cute. We can watch your TV.
I don't know. I've fallen for that before. I'm not going to fall for that again.
I don't need to brag.
Shut up.
What?
I'm sorry. I don't.
Ma.
Whoa! Boom, 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 boom!
Yeah. Monica!
Why have you still not Googled our pictures?
Great Granddad, I'm so sorry. I've been Googling pictures of celebrities to try to figure out their personalities.
Celebrities don't have personalities. They have publicists.
Sorry.
Monica, your idea for a robbery was all wrong.
Wait, no. No.
I meant like a car wash, a cookie drive.
Bake sale.
A bake sale. Monica, you totally fucked up!
I'm sorry. It's too late.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh, hi.
Congressman Peters?
Hey, sorry, we just, we're really hungry, so we let ourselves in.
Are y'all open for business? If not, we could wait outside until you are, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. I do hope you can accommodate my very specific diet, though.
Oh, please. This is New York. They eat nothing and drink everything.
OG is running a little late, so you get me.
Oh, well, I always prefer a female waiter.
So many would.
Shit, I forgot to brush my teeth.
Can I get you all anything to drink other than water?
Oh, no. If I drink anything else, I'll be on the potty all day.
That old boy's gonna look just like me, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Sure, he will. Unless, of course, your wife's been fucking another guy. I'll give you a second with those menus.
Pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up.
The fucking future president is in there.
Ayúdanos a salvar nuestro destino.
I'm so sorry I'm late. The future fucking president is in there.
Aaron, he said that.
I'm calling Chris.
Fuck, why today?
Wait, no, it's gonna stop my call from going through.
Portado como un hombre perfecto, pero sería mejor, por favor, Diosito, ayúdeme a que este hombre conteste el teléfono.
Everyone just calm down.
Rush ready to reach him, get the ship drink.
Dude, what the fuck? That's not a fucking go phone. God, get a fucking horse.
Fine.
Chris!
Hey, put your number in my phone. No, that guy's got my phone! I'm the robber today! God!
OG, get off. Oh my God, we need to stop this robbery from happening. Everyone just calm the fuck down. OG, go outside. Monica, you keep waiting at the tables. Oh my God, I'll go out the door. This is gonna be fine. We're great.
What the fuck do I do?
Just pretend to do work like you always do. We're gonna be great.
I think I'll do the farmer's breakfast. Steak well done, please. I love medium rare, but I can't risk it with the little one on the way.
Oh, how far along are you?
Any day now. Can't you tell?
I'm not really clear on the stages of pregnancy.
Well, it's very exciting because we have a history of failed pregnancies.
Don't tell me this.
It's my duty to demystify the miscarriage.
Oh, God. Sorry, I'm just looking for your waiter.
Yeah, well, our last pregnancy was a real doozy because, well, our son was born alive. Well, better luck this time, huh?
Yeah.
I will have the same thing that my wife is having.
That'll be coming right up.
No! Oh! Ah! Help! Help! Please!
Yo, I see you, but I can't help you right now. I'm trying to stop my friend from coming into this restaurant.
I'm a casting director. Nobody will miss me if you don't help.
Oh, God. Oh, God, please don't tell me that. Oh, I'm coming. As a concerned citizen, I'm gonna help you.
Oh, God. Oh.
Dear God, if you get me through this, I will canvass. I'll donate money. I will go door to door.
Don't lose your shit right now. Stop sounding crazy. You're right. I'm not gonna decide who I vote for till I get to the polls.
Everyone get down on the fucking ground! Come the fuck on fucking down! Take the money out of the register and put it in the briefcase.
Well, I guess we're doing it.
Please, sir, I have a son.
Oh, we all have kids, man. We all have kids. Put the money in the briefcase.
Everyone take him seriously. He has a gun.
Don't test me, bitch.
Please, just take the money and leave.
Hello, may I see a menu, please?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you. Everyone get down on the fucking floor, take the money out of the register and put it in this backpack.
Oh, my God.
You too, Bob.
Please, sir, I have a son.
Wait, no, dude, no fair. I'm the one holding this place up. Whoa, who the fuck are you, motherfucker? I'm the guy holding this place up. No, dude, I'm the one holding this place up. No, dude, I saw it first. Well, I saw it second, and first is the worst, and second is the best. Don't fucking say that. Oh my God, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm so sorry. For second is a total bonehead.
Oh no.
Oh no, no, not now, not now.
They just don't know why she fell just so. Just a word at the record store.
Congrats on your first night of managing.
I feel like I messed up a million things and felt like such an idiot.
It will never be this bad again. It will never, ever be this bad again.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Well, I was planning on holding this place up, but it's becoming clear to me I need to take my business elsewhere.
Are you gay, bro?
I don't even know what that word means!
Do not fuck with me!
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I should have drank more water before my hot yoga class.
Oh, please, you have to hydrate. Fuck, let me try to get you a cab.
No one will miss me if I die. I spent my whole life looking at headshots to put them on broadcast TV.
Please don't tell me that. I'm an actor. I get what you do. God, why is it so hard to find a cab in Brooklyn?
I need to make a car payment, so I need that amount of money. Fuck!
I knew that wasn't far-fetched.
Listen, I just want to walk through that door and go home. And I don't know if you robbed my trade or if this is like a freelance gig, which, congrats if you can make money as a freelancer, because I know it's really hard. Oh, God. Look, they say in this situation I need to just tell you facts in order to get your empathy. Well, my mom's name's Emil, and she moved from Germany to Williamsburg and is currently dying. And I only have a few weeks to find someone to fall in love with before she goes.
You're a fucking cop, aren't you?
Oh, my God, no. I only know the Miranda rights because of my improv background.
Fuck improv. Show me your fucking face.
Leave him alone, motherfucker!
Get out of here!
Oh, fuck! This is the worst day I've ever had managing. One time we had Mad Cow. Do you remember that? Damn! Tell me how to turn this thing off.
I'm on it!
Omar! I've never been so glad to see you on your phone.
If I'm already dead, I just want you to know I really like you. But how would you hear that if I'm already dead? According to this, you have to identify the safety.
It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine.
You don't know that.
Oh, it's true. I'm lying. Oh, but let's pretend I'm right.
You bitch! I had this all under control.
Joke's on you, because it's such a relief to go.
Hey! Hi! Sorry to bust in like this, but I'm a concerned citizen from the U.S. While driving in my top-down 1946 convertible, I was changing gears, and I heard something strange. So I pulled over on the corner of Flatbush and Ocean.
Who the fuck are you?
I'm happy to answer that question. I'm a teacher at a Montessori school in Bed-Stuy. I got a wife and 2 kids. I have rosacea. Now the question is, who the fuck are you?
I'm robbing this bar, motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Well, I can't let that happen. I'm a citizen that happened to see something and say something.
That still needs to be work.
This shit is too much. Fuck off.
You saved me.
I never miss my cue. Never.
Downstream. Downstream Peters.
I love that name. So we really appreciate y'all being willing to give this thing a, hush hush.
Oh.
Yeah, we just really want to avoid the media blitz.
Oh, we were only too happy to not call the police. I mean, we didn't want that attention either.
No. Look, I know it's not much, but just, thank you.
Wow. Wow.
Hey guys, what'd I miss?
Shut up.
I think I know that guy.
I can't thank you enough.
Hello?
Oji, it's me from casting.
Hi. Oh my God. Hi, I'm so sorry. My mouth is full. How'd you find me?
Your tampon commercial's playing at the hospital.
Yes, that's me.
This is a miracle. Thank you. Thank you, Chi grandfather.
Okay, I have to be honest, I'm not totally sure what's happening here, but wow, female emotions are really hard to understand.
Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?
Yeah. Wow, you look much better than you did with those flyers.
Yeah, I just had a near-death experience.
Oh my God. Tell me all about it.
You look great in there.
You too. I had no idea that someone who was so good at spreadsheets could be so good at handling an emergency.
Me neither. If I had known, I'd gone into medical.
Omar seems fine.
Oh my God, he didn't even get shot at just Grace's nose.
Hey, look at this shit.
Oh my God, no fucking way. I'll put this in the safe. Wow, I can't believe it.
Yeah, I know. Like, oh my God! My afterlife is gonna be so karmatically fucked, but like, thank God. I mean, just, thank God.
I know I moved too quickly. I laid my heart out bare. Please tell me you feel something. Please tell me you
I almost got away with it, bitch.
Times were tough, so I sold my soul. And I don't think I'll ever regain control. Devil looked me in the eye, and I looked the other way. What else could I do? I just stared at the doorway, knew I'd rather be drunk with you. I'd rather be drunk, but I'm caught outside the bar talking to a blues.
dream of
Hi, I'm Angela Renee, the host of I Love BK, and I'm so excited today because I am talking with Shirley Jones of the legendary R&B group, the Jones Girls. Welcome to I Love BK, Miss Shirley Jones.
Well, I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me and inviting me.
I'm so happy. Let me tell you why I'm so happy, because basically, you know, I'm a New Yorker. I was born and raised between Brooklyn and Teaneck, New Jersey. And all I heard growing up was the Jones Girls. That's all I heard. You know, my uncle was a music enthusiast / DJ. He was always playing. Oh, so I'm just in love with the whole sound. So
Well, thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. So take us through Detroit, singing in church with mom and your sisters, singing background with Diana Ross, to Philadelphia International. Take us through that. How did that happen?
Okay, let's do a speed version because it takes a long time. But we grew up. Our first background singing job was with our mother, Mary Frazier Jones, who was the first Black gospel singer that RCA Records ever signed.
Oh wow!
This was before I was born, and once she realized, maybe about 7 or 8, she realized that I could sing, and I started singing in, classroom, the music department. But she and I, with her being a popular gospel singer around the Detroit, Chicago, the Midwest area, she and I started singing together. And then once because Brenda, Valerie, and I are stair steps.
Oh, okay.
So our first gig was with her. We went on Holland Dozier Holland. Of course, Detroit is Motown. Holland Dozier Holland had spun off from Motown, and they had a label, Music Merchant. So they hired us to start doing background for like the Honeycomb and Free to Paint on their recordings. Chairman of the board, we did background for them at maybe 12 or 13 years old. After that, Curtis Mayfield heard about us, and we were with his label and recorded some singles. And after Curtis Mayfield, Holland Dozier Holland had moved to California along with Motown. And they started flying us out to do background work. It was very difficult because I was in my first or second year of college. Brenda and Valerie was still in high school. So when they flew us out, we would be there for a week or so and just do tons for different people on the Motown and the Music Merchant label. And then we, other people started hearing about it, hearing our sound, know how quickly we worked in the studio and how professional we were. So then we did background work for like Helen Reddy, Lou Rawls, Aretha Franklin, so many different people out there in California. That was, that was the hub for the music industry at that time. In doing a background session, we heard that Diana Ross was looking for some singers. And of course, when they asked us, our manager said, well, you guys want to audition? She's been turning everybody down. And we said, oh, okay, yeah. Diana, of course, we grew up with, at my age, the Supremes were what every young Black girl could relate to. And we would sit around our TVs watching the Ed Sullivan Show when the Supremes would come on. And of course, with it being 3 of us, that was what we always wanted to be, like the Supremes. So we were like, oh yeah, we'll audition, but we didn't think that on our way up there, we actually were going to audition. We thought we were going to audition for her road manager and her music director. And we drove up to his house, and our manager was our keyboard player as well. And so we had rehearsed Reach Out and Touch. And Ain't No Mountain High Enough. And as we were singing that, they were like nodding their heads and everything, and you guys sound good. And who comes out of a back room but the boss herself? And it freaked us out because never in a million years did we think we would actually meet Diana Ross. And the words out of her mouth was, "You guys are terrific. Can you get passports? We're going to London." Yes, and that's how it started. We went to London and Europe with her. It was a European tour. And once we came back from there, we were headed to Caesar's Palace, which she would do 3 or 4 stints a year. She said to us, "Well, you know, I change clothes a lot of times in my show, and everybody's just ranting and raving about you all from when we were just in Europe. And I just want to tell you girls that you're too talented to sing background behind me or anyone for so long. So I want you all to pick a song, and during one of my costume changes, I'm going to bring you out and introduce you to the world." And that's exactly what happened.
Oh, wow. That is amazing. That is amazing.
And then Gamble and Huff happened to be in the audience in Philadelphia when she did that. And
so
they came backstage and they said, you guys are terrific. Can you, are you signed with anybody? And we like, no. And we're like, oh my God. Cause you know, at the time, Philly International was the OJs, Teddy Pendergrass, Lou Rawls, Billy Paul. We were like, oh my God, we're getting ready to sign with the baddest label out there, you know? And that's how it all happened.
So let's talk about Philly sounds, because you're right. You said Lou Rawls and Teddy Pendergrass. I think
OJs,
OJs,
yeah.
and then there was Bunny Sigler.
Dan,
what's his name? The one that wrote Nights Over Egypt.
Dexter Wansell.
That everybody sampled in hip hop.
McFadden and Whitehead,
all those people, and Cynthia Biggs. Talk about how did that feel being a part of that legacy?
It was absolutely amazing. And like I just told Kenny, I just did an interview with him after, you know, not seeing him or anything in 15, 20 years. That was one of the best, if not the best, experiences musically in my life, being with them.
Awesome. So let's talk about the songs, because there's so many. There's so many.
Yes.
There's so many. I've been listening to it all day, just getting into vibe with you. But there's so many. There's a sassy, I just love that, man. We saw your sass come out with that. There's Nights Over Egypt. There's Who Can I Run To? There's so many. Is there a favorite that you have? And if so, why?
I do have a favorite. It is Who Can I Run To? And I just think that the lyrics to that is such a beautiful question. And it lets you know how so many people in relationships really don't, they're together, but then sometimes you just need somebody to talk to and somebody to just, really understand that you just don't, it's not about, like I say in my show now, it's not about just wanting to be with somebody to make love and all that. You want someone that you can spiritually, emotionally connect with. And to me, it asks that question, who can I run to when I really need love? Not so much physical love, but just spiritual, uplifting. And I love it so much that I have a record out now that is a sample of that called I Won't Tell, that's doing very well. It started in Europe on vinyl only, and it sold a ton of vinyls over there. And then it's been out over here streaming and doing quite well, and we're getting ready to shoot a video for it. And because I like it so much, I use that. Now, my version, the lyrics it's about an illicit love affair that happens, but it's very, people are loving it because it has that same kind of uplifting type of feeling, groove wise, musically wise, as Who Can I Run To?
So let me ask you a question. I just love that, man. You guys seem so young. when that song was performed. Were you guys?
We were young. When we were working with Diana, Valerie had just graduated from high school. So we were young. By the time we were with Gamble and Huff, we were in our mid-20s, you know,
okay.
so we were young. And that song is funny because the song, the singing part of the song was done.
Yeah.
It was completed. But Gamble just kept saying, something else needs to be there to make it a hit. And I don't know what it is. And while we were waiting, he said, just hold on, girls, because we were in the sound booth recording, you know. And he said, just hold on a minute, girls. And while we were holding on, I was going through a situation with a guy friend of mine who shall remain nameless. And my sisters were basically saying to me, you just need to leave him because he just runs around too much. And, you know, so-and-so told me that they just saw him and we didn't know Gamble had the mic, and he was listening into us and he said, that's what we need. That's what we need right there. And that's how the talking part came in because I was actually going through a situation and they were telling me off about it too.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I love that story. So who can I run to? And I want to say Nights Over Egypt both were covered by other artists. How do you feel about that? That those songs were covered almost 20 years later, 95 and 99.
Yeah, well, you know, who can I run to? That the Escape, when they redid it, we were actually happy because it brought a new attention and a new group of listeners to the Jones Girls because in 1995, they were doing a lot of things at radio where they would play their version and then play our version. And, you know, and so that gave a whole new audience to us. So we were happy, you know, both of my sisters were alive then and we were actually happy. And we did some work, you know, we were able to work because people were like, oh, okay, the Jones Girls. So we were glad. And then the girls have since told me, oh my God, when I met them, oh my goodness, we don't think we did anything near, you know, the original. And I'm like, yes, you did. You guys sold 2 million records. So, and I do like their version. Yes.
And that record went triple platinum. Did that go triple platinum or was that Nights Over Egypt?
That was Nights Over Egypt.
Would you consider doing something with them? Some of the ladies from Escape, would you consider doing that ever?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I'm out there. When Brenda passed away in 2017, I made a decision then. I was already out there touring and keeping, you know, the legacy alive for Val, who we lost several years ago. But once Brenda passed, I became more determined than ever to just be out there because so many people tell me in my audiences that they absolutely love the music and they love and I have some terrific background singers that give you that harmony so that I can really do my thing on the lead vocals. And people say, oh my God, I forgot that you guys had did that song, talking about like Dance Turn to Romance or Children of the Night, you know, I'm at Your Mercy. They be like, oh my God, we forgot you. And my mama used to have us washing windows to this song and blah, blah, blah. So that is what makes me smile. It's what makes me just keep going and keep on staying out there because this young generation with Nights Over Egypt, that has a life and culture of its own. It's amazing to me how people like Anderson .Paak, Mary J. Blige, when she had me at Essence, she says, girl, I work out to Nights Over Egypt every day. So, and you know, people tell me about Nights Over Egypt, and the story with that was Dexter and Cynthia. And when they first presented that song to us, we actually thought, no, we don't want to do that. It's too jazz. It was a little different from say like, I Just Love the Man or You're Gonna Make Me Love Somebody Else. And so But they said, no, let's try it. Let's just, and then we started loving it. Well, Valerie always did, because Valerie actually wanted it to be the first single off of that Get As Much Love As You Can album. But of course she was voted down. I wish she hadn't been, because, but when we did the song and we were in there recording it, we sat there and they were saying, we really want this song to be where the unisons and the harmonies blend together like the lead voice, like a lead. And that is what the mystique and the beauty of that song is, that there's no lead voice. It's just our unisons and harmonies on that song, along with that absolutely gorgeous arrangement by Dexter and those phenomenal lyrics by Cynthia Biggs.
I think that, I'm not going to say any names, but there were several female groups after that mimicked that sound, but we won't get into it.
Right.
But let's talk about, I know one of your sisters had moved here at one point, but what I want to say is Brooklyn Museum here in New York City is commemorating Studio 54 with an exhibit of that heyday, disco and the high life of New York City around that time. Talk about if you have any memories of New York City or Brooklyn, because I know your sister lived here. Do you have any highlights of performing here or
Oh
here?
yeah, we did Studio 54. We did Studio 54 in numerous times, but I remember so much coming there to New York. New York was one of our favorite places, especially because Frankie Crocker, WBLS, he became like a big brother to us. And he would, have Kenny, the girls got to come here. The girls got to come here. Whenever we would come and interview with him, we would go to lunch afterwards. He'd be like, all right, we're going to be recording. Let me put me on record after that, because I'm going with my girls. And he would take us shopping. We would go to lunch. And that is a beautiful memory of coming to New York. And Frankie Crocker was so much a part of us that we were on tour with the OJs, and Frankie said, the girls got to perform for me at this prison, where he was doing some sort of social thing in New York with the prison there. Okay. And he said, they've got to perform, because the guys need to listen to their message in those songs, and so Gamble said, well, yeah, but they're on tour. And that night they have to be in Cleveland with the OJs. And so Frankie said, well, let's get them a private plane. And they did. And I tell people, everybody's talking about these private planes. This is 40 years ago. There were private planes then. But oh my God, was that a scary trip, because we did the performance for Frankie there at the prison there. Mm-hmm. And then we flew from there to Cleveland, where we were working with the OJs. And we were a little late and the audience was salty, but we got on stage and did our thing.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Yes.
So let's talk about something else. You were talking about Nights Over Egypt and how that song still resonates and carries through. We're in this unusual state of a pandemic now, but because of that, we've had DJ sets and tributes on Instagram and social media.
Yes.
And I checked on Spotify, you have over 200,000 plays a month for the Jones Girls.
Yes.
Over 6 million hits for Nights Over Egypt.
Yes, yes.
I want to say, I think that, the DJ tributes between DJ D Nice and DJ Cassidy and Dion Cole and so many more. How are you feeling about that? This resurgence in this of your legacy. How are you feeling about that? How does that feel now?
It feels absolutely terrific. And it's so funny because my son is the one that got me involved on social media and Instagram, because he kept saying, Ma, everybody loves you. These DJs are just loving you all songs, and everybody's playing. And so he got me set up. And so I listened, it is just such a wonderful feeling. And I always say, I just wish my sisters were here to experience it. And, with the upcoming episode of the Jones Girl story for Unsung, it is going to probably be even more fans then, because we've just completed it, and they're in the editing phase now. So I'm looking forward to that, and looking forward to hopefully get back out there. I mean, if everybody gets out there and vote, and we can get this pandemic, which should have been obliterated months ago, and I just pray that we can, and I believe that we will, and I trust, because I was just loving telling people the story of the Jones Girls through song, and I weave our entire story through my show. And it's all about love and, just making people smile. And that's what I tell my audiences. I said that my purpose now, with my sisters not being able to be up here with me, is to continue that same legacy of beautiful music, the best of me that I can give, and to just relate to all of you that, hey, it's all about love. And it's all about the fact that there really are no differences. If you look at somebody from your heart, you don't see color, you don't see gender, race, none of it. All of that stuff is erased when you really realize that we have so much more in common than we have in our differences, because there really are none.
You know what that makes me think of is your song "Peace with Woman." Is that
Peace
right?
with Woman, yes.
That the pandemic and everything that we're going through, and the divisiveness that we're having in our country. I think like now, of course, that song was written, I don't know how many years ago, but it's
40.
I didn't want to say,
Yeah.
but and I really feel like that's so appropriate now, because of course in 2016, we didn't come behind Hillary Clinton, and all that, but more than that, I just really feel like that song is appropriate now, because we are what carries humanity, women.
We are, and it's amazing how we're just getting the differences that have been shown even in this pandemic. I mean, the women are being affected more than anyone, because most households are run by women, and that's why I say it is so important for us to vote. There's a song that Cynthia Biggs and I did, and it's a video. I'm going to send it to you. We did a video on it, and it's up. It's been submitted for consideration for a Grammy. Both the video and the song. I'll send it to you once we're done, as well as my single. I'll send that to you. But that song is called "There Are No Differences," and to me, Cynthia Biggs is like the most underrated writer. She not only wrote Nights Over Egypt, but she wrote Love TKO. She wrote If Only You Knew by Patti LaBelle. She wrote Living All Alone, Phyllis Hyman. I mean, she and Dexter have written so many. We're a Melody for Us. So many beautiful songs. And this song, I really hope right now, that like at Peace with Woman, it's a song that the world needs to hear. And we did a video mainly because of the pandemic. So quite a few people have been playing it on their different intros to their podcasts or whatever. So because it's about coming together. I was just listening to Joe Biden's speech before we came on. And my God, it was just, I mean, we haven't heard anything like that since the Obama.
I am going to really take that, to heed that you're using your platform to make sure we continue to command our right to vote. I mean, people died for it.
That's
people
right.
die for. I'm so
Okay.
glad that you came on to chat
Thank
with
you.
people.
It's been my pleasure. I'm Shirley Jones, and I love BK.
No differences between you and me.
Because I'm of the belief that cooking is a form of alchemy in the way that we take a certain set of ingredients and transform them into something else. The world is made out of energy, right? Food is energy. And so before I start cooking, always when I'm doing a class, we set intentions together. That is the energy that you're infusing into the food in order for it to nourish people. You know, if you create a meal and you're like, I don't want to be cooking right now, I hate you. That is what is going to feed those people, and it's not going to feel good, it's not going to taste good. When your grandmother makes you a bowl of chicken soup, that is like the tastiest chicken soup you've ever had, and it is so healing because of the energy that they infuse to that food. I live in the south side of Williamsburg, Brooklyn, New York, and the south side, Williamsburg, is so heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking because my family is rooted in Williamsburg, in the south side, in what they call Los Sures. And my entire family has actually moved from Los Sures and has gone to other parts of the country because either it's no longer affordable or because they're at a place where they don't want to live in the apartments that they're living anymore. And it's so heartbreaking because the gentrification in Williamsburg is alarming. It's amazing how I could be doing outreach for an event that we're doing at El Puente, and I could run into someone who's asking for directions, and then he'll ask me where my family's from, and I'll tell him I'm Puerto Rican, or I'll tell him about the organization, and he will say to me, I didn't even know there was people here before like we got here. Liberation Cuisine is an effort to feed the revolution. This is an effort to feed the liberation of our people, mind, body, and soul. Through my work with El Puente and different organizing work, I've worked with a lot of community leaders and been around a lot of community organizers and social justice folks who are about freedom for our people, right? Like empowerment of our people. And I was seeing how much folks are really pushing themselves to the edge, like really pushing themselves to a point where then they crash and then they're like out of work, out of commission for a week or longer sometimes, and then push again. And how folks are working so many hours without any time for self-care or without a lunch break. And for me, Liberation Cuisine is a way of integrating my deep belief that food is healing and so necessary, and my passion for community organizing and social justice movements. Collective cooking as an art was a creation with myself and a co-worker of mine at El Puente, Tina Orlandini, who has been the facilitator, really bringing together a group of artists to create an artist collective called Cadre. And they've been meeting really consistently, really beautiful group of people who are about doing their art together, sharing their art, sharing resources, especially in the south side of Williamsburg, saying this space is open or this grant is open and we're gonna support each other. They were working on a project in preparation for a street festival. And so they were gonna, they had to keep talking about these projects, and we were like, let's do it a little bit differently. Rather than sitting down and having a meeting, let's work through this art of cooking. Let's co-create with our minds while we're co-creating with our hands. I think it's also really important to acknowledge the folks in Puerto Rico that are really committed to the land and really committed to the success of the island. Right now, Puerto Rico is in a really difficult situation economically, politically, and there are a lot of folks out there who are saying, we're gonna take back our island, we're gonna take back our land, and we're gonna do it in a sustainable way. I'm really looking forward as a Boricua who's currently living in New York. I'm really excited to support you all and learn from you all and grow with you all, because the only way for us to survive as a people is with our land. And making sure that we're feeding the next generation food that they can actually live off of.
Hello everyone, I'm Ray DeJean and welcome to the first Laughaholics comedy battle here at the BRIC House in downtown Brooklyn. Now it's an understatement to say that this year has been a little different than years before, so we're bringing you a comedy battle that's a little different as well. Here's how it's going to work. 3 comedians will be competing for the top prize in 3 different categories. Our audience and superb judges will weigh in on who we think was the best and the one Brooklyn comic that will go home with the grand prize today. Our first comedian up in the stand-up category, his name is Mark Gregory from Dayton, Ohio. That last name may be a little familiar to you because he's the nephew of the late, great Mr. Dick Gregory. Please put your hands together for Mark Gregory.
Yo, what's going on? Glad to be here telling jokes. COVID kind of killed comedy, right? So that means money's a little bit tight for all the comedians. I'm not broke, though. I don't want you to think that. The way I refer to it is I'm in between blessings. Anybody? That's your story? You're not broke, you're just in between blessings. Well, let the church say amen, right? Because COVID has just messed up everything, man. Now we got to get our temperature checked before we go in buildings. And I'm cool with the temperature check, but you got to have the right person working the door taking the temperature, right? I went to a restaurant in Brooklyn a couple weeks ago. They had some little hood dude taking temperatures. I get to the door, this man got the temperature gun turned sideways like it was a real pistol, okay? He is inching towards me. I'm thinking my noodles about to be splashed on the ground. He was like, what's wrong? You scared? I said, scared? I just peed on myself, sir, okay? You can cancel my reservation. I'm about to go to CVS and get a panty liner because, yeah, I got driblets in my drawers. I'm about, am I scared? No, it's about to freeze over. I don't want this food no more. You just got to have the right person working the door, taking temperatures. Went to church 2 months ago. Was excited. Ain't been to church in a while. They had an older lady at the door taking temperatures. She didn't even have a temperature gun, though. She was just putting her hand on people's forehead. You know how many children and grandchildren you have raised when you know body heat from epidermis to epidermis? This lady is amazing. One person walked up. She said, 97.4. You good? Come on in here. I was like, whoa. She done been here before, right? I get to the door. I guess I had a fever. She was like, you can't come in here like that, young man. I'm going to tell you what you do. You get you some onion, some ginger, some garlic. You drop that in a sock. You put that sock behind your neck, behind your kneecaps. Your fever going to break in 24 hours. I was like, yes, ma'am, right? That's one thing I love about older people, though, because that's where you get your wisdom from. My next door neighbor, Mr. Williams, he said something to me that was so profound, it was simplistic. He took a puff of that cigarette. Hey, young blood, I'm going to tell you right this. At the end of the day go in, and walked off, came right back. You hear me? I said at the end of the day go in. In case you missed it for a third time, at the end of the day go in. Hey, I'm Mark Gregory. Thank you all.
Come on, guys, let's give it up for Mark Gregory. That was amazing. And you could tell that he had a lot of those abilities from his uncle, Dick Gregory. So we're going to go to our judges right now. And our first judge, let's go to Talent. Talent, I see you over there laughing in the chair, man. What did you think about delivery? What did you think about the content? Because we are in COVID-19, and it's amazing how he's come up with material already.
Well, I mean, I think the content was perfect. Whenever a comedian can match the climate that's going on in the surroundings, is always on point. You're going to get the biggest, highest rate of laughter, period. And, Gregory, Mark Gregory, my favorite is the temperature gun to the side. So I don't know if anybody like me, I had 2 flashbacks, Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood. That's all I'm saying. Great.
It's funny you said that, Talent, because what was a flashback for me was the hand on the forehead, because my mom is Puerto Rican and my dad is Haitian, and that's all we use as remedies. If it's not Vicks, it's something else.
Man.
Speaking of Vicks and Spanish people, imagine, so what did you think about that? What about his delivery?
I totally agree with you, Ray. The hand on the forehead, because we don't have, what do you call it, temperature, especially electric. We just have the little stick thing, so that's not around, because right now, it's hard to clean. Anyway, yeah, this brought me back to abuelita.
What would your Puerto Rican mom say to you?
My mom's would go like this, "You're not hot."
Now, in delivering a joke, there's always technical parts of it.
Yeah.
And our other judge, J.P. Justice, he's all into technicality because he does have a book out, like I mentioned earlier, The Art of Stand-Up Comedy. So what'd you feel about it on a technical level, Jay?
I really, first off, it was like Talon said, the climate is going to definitely dictate what comics are saying. It will be an overload of COVID jokes to see how comics stand out on their own persona and their own personality. So I like the way he took today and yesterday and blended it in his own. So I will give him credit for that. It was quite creative. It's nostalgic, but yet current. So yeah, it was good.
Well, audience, remember, we're not judging today. We're giving opinion. We're giving some technical advice, but it's all up to you. So make sure that if you think that Mr. Gregory should be in the running category, make sure that you vote for him and look at the information on your screen, all right? Just Pam, all the way from New Jersey, frequently tours with Kevin Hart's group called the Plastic Cup Boys. Please put your hands together. Representing the ladies tonight, let's give it up for Just Pam.
What up, what up, what up? Ladies, where y'all at? Make some noise. That's what I like to hear. It's only 2 of us in here, but that's all right. It don't even matter. That's right. Where my big girls at? Big girls, anybody? It's just me? Okay, y'all making this great for me. That's right. I'm representing the big girls and adjust your TVs. Yes, this is a belly shirt. Absolutely. Crop top, whatever you want to call it. I lost 6 pounds, and I cut all the bottoms off all my damn shirts, is letting you know. Absolutely, okay? My confidence level went through the roof, okay? This is up here for you big girls. That's right. I'm telling you, confidence is key. I don't care if you got a limp. I want to see you finesse the hell out that limp. You better make it sexy. I don't care what you got to do. You be sexy at any cost. That's what I do. A lot been going on in the pandemic. The OnlyFans pages and stuff got my man's attention. All right, it's not my man. I borrow him. But I give him back. I'm telling you, like the 10 to 2 Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Thursday, he mine. So these women up there, OnlyFans pages, and I'm like, yo, his attention is here. How do I get it here? So I'm like, all right, you know what? Let me do something, I went out and I bought a thong because all my underwear come in a pack. It's like a 6-pack, and it's a little yellow +2 on the top because I get 2 bonus pair of drawers. I get 8 pair of drawers for $9.99, okay? I don't own a thong. I got home, I read the instructions, I was ready. And I looked in his eyes and I remembered the movie that I watched. It was porn, okay? It was porn. And I saw the lady take her thong off, and it was like the sexiest thing I ever seen. She grabbed the string, pew, she stepped to the side, and then she did this sexy walk. I'm telling you, ladies, it's all about confidence. If you are in a relationship with somebody else's man, it's fine, okay? Valentine's Day is coming up. I know he got jury duty from February 12th to the 19th. It's all right, you know what I'm saying? I understand that. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day. That is your day. Dress up like little leprechauns. Y'all do whatever it is that y'all need to do to spend that time together. But I'm going to leave you with this little bit of advice, ladies. Under no circumstances do you ever deny your man sex. Fellas, I'm telling you, this is for you, your own good. Never deny your man sex. If he don't take out the garbage, fart on his toothbrush and laugh at him when he watches teeth. Do something like that, okay? But never deny him sex. Let me tell you why. Because you send your man to work without sex, it's a bitch at the job. And she meets your man every morning like this. Okay? Here she comes. She walking around the office. She filing unnecessary papers. She at the fax machine twerking. And you mad because he ain't take out the garbage. This is not the problem you want in your life, ladies. Imagine, right? Not the comedian over there, it's the judge. He looked like, huh, what? Imagine you at home, and your man come up to you, and he like, baby, do that little sexy thing I like. You mad because he ain't take out the trash. And you talking about, I do not like it in my face. I do not like it any place. I will not suck it here or there. I will not suck it anywhere, right? You think you winning, right? And then he get to work the next morning. And who gonna meet him at the door? The bitch at the job, and she coming out like this. Okay? Well, all through the office, right? And he like, what's the matter? You know, she sees something wrong with your man. What's the matter, Quan? Quan gonna look her right in the face and tell her, you know, me and my girl got into it. She not gonna hear nothing except the part, and she didn't give me no sex. She's gonna be like, what? Oh my God, that is crazy. I can't believe that. That is ridiculous. Because you know what? If I were your woman, I would sex you in the house. I'd sex you while you're with your spouse. I would sex you here and there. I would sex you anywhere. In a bar, in a car, in a hut, up the butt, in a tree, in the balcony. Take this and let it be. You could come all down my throat. I'll suck it until I choke. Ladies, who out there trying to compete with this bitch? Nobody. Yo, that's my time. I'm your girl, Just Pam Jersey.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Just Pam. That was a lot of information. And I'm going to go to you first, JP. So I like the part when she actually, in the beginning, she started, you know how like when you have the elephant in the room, like let's just say somebody has something about them and the comedian immediately addresses it so you don't get that heckler out in the crowd. So she immediately started talking about her size, and which I thought that was brilliant. What do you think overall with her set?
Well, first off, what you said is definitely right, and that's the first line of defense of a comedian who wants to get their point across. They point out their imperfections so that this way anything heckled at them would almost fizzle. But Pam is, if you ask me, Pam is an example of what today's comedy is. First off, this virtual comedy is a new hybrid of what stand-up is. So you're seeing traditional comedy clash with virtual comedy, and some of the stuff doesn't translate as good. Like, I definitely get what she was saying, and I definitely understand what she was saying, but to do it virtually, it will get lost in its content. But I thought it was good, though. I definitely.
And I'm glad you said that, JP, because stand-up comedy traditionally, in a sense, has always been a male-dominated profession.
Right.
And so, and going to you, Talent, what do you think about that? Being a male-dominated profession, how do you think Just Pam fits in that?
Well, first of all, the hell with all that. JP sound like Dr. Fauci. Well, if you take the vaccine, and don't be afraid, this is not Tuskegee. Listen, let me tell you something. First of all, I loved it. Right away, I wanted an office job. I wanted the bitch at the office. Why not? Right? You got the lady at the house, wife, fiance, whatever you want to call her, girlfriend, baby mother. But if that ain't going good and you forgot to take the garbage out, get an office job with an office bitch. That was great. I like it. The one thing JP hit on the nail on the head is we are in a new hybrid season. And we got to figure out, it's up to the comic to figure out how to transcend through that lens. You know what I mean? Come into your living room and affect you to the point to get that same laughter that if you were sitting in front of me on a velvet comedy club chair with 2 drinks in front of you. I thought it was good. I think it's her perspective. It's fresh. Can't nobody be you but you. Ain't that in the song, Imagine? Nobody could be you but you, right?
Beto said it.
Nobody could be you but you. I loved it, Ray. I said
And
all
Chandler,
that.
you know what? I'm kind of glad you said that too, because all of us during this pandemic, we had to become creative. We had to make it work. There's a lot of comedians, A-list as well, that cannot do Zoom shows because they kind of require or necessitate that individual or that intimacy with people in the room. So creative comics and comics that have a lot of confidence have been able to, you know, transform and be able to speak in a lens as if there's an audience there because they're very confident in their material. So Imagine, so what did you think about her set?
Me personally, the only time she got my attention is when she yelled out my name, Imagine. And I was like, uh-oh, what did I do? So it was like one of those little moments, like, but she addressed it and she was like, it's not you, so I calmed down. But then after she kept speaking, after saying my name, I got a little concerned because there was a lot of, you know, explicit stuff going on there. And my name started first. And I was like, oh my God, what my wife is going to do, because if somebody hears this, my wife is going to be like, what's up, who was that over there talking about that? Well, I will have to reverse. Anyway, I think she got me in trouble. Basically, that's it right now.
Okay, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, Imagine has had too many Budweisers.
Yeah.
No,
So one more time.
I had a
give it up.
flashback of when my wife smacked me in my face because somebody else said, Imagine.
What?
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Back to
one
you,
more
Bob.
time, let's give it up for Just Pam. And if you're interested in voting for Just Pam, please read the information on the screen so she can advance to the next category. All right? Next up, we have a guy that's kind of new to the game. Love his energy, love his confidence, and he happens to be Latino. Please put your hands together for Mr. Julio Diaz.
What's going on, y'all? Represent Brooklyn. When Corona first happened, I didn't know how important I was to my neighborhood. My whole life, I thought everybody hated me because of my job. Then around April, it hit me that I was essential to my community because I worked for FedEx. I didn't know I had all this power, man. I know that life is all about perspective. I know y'all see a young face, but I'm all about perspective. Before I got the job at FedEx, I hated FedEx too. They act like it's my fault I live on the 6th floor, no elevator. Deliver my package, you're lazy. If you complain to FedEx, they leave you a sign downstairs saying, I'm sorry, we missed you, sir, you wasn't home. I don't have a job, I was home all day waiting for that package. They don't even ring my doorbell, nothing. They just leave it downstairs acting like people in my building care about me. Ain't nobody in my building care that the package at Julio Diaz. They're gonna steal my package and then make fun of me because they know it was for Julio Diaz. Hey, there goes Julio, I just stole his shirt. They're gonna laugh at me. And then I got the job at FedEx and that's when perspective hit me. I'm not going upstairs either. There's some people in the studio not laughing. It's because they on my route. I don't care. Even if you move, you still never see your package, all right? It is a FedEx problem. It's not just me. When I got there the first day, I was like, you know what? I remember what it was like to wait all day for my package. I'm going to try to deliver 84% of my truck. You know, that positivity BS that we like to do. Showed up that first day and I saw 3,443 packages. I was like, ain't nobody going to see none of this. I checked every package. I thought they were playing with me at work because I'm the new guy. No, apparently everybody in New York City lives on the 6th floor. No elevator. I checked every box. 6B, 6D, 6E. One of them says storefront, Macy's. 7B. How y'all up there? Y'all not a storefront? Who's y'all clients? Angels? Ain't no come down here, all right? I be tired. Ain't nobody, you know what it is? People act like I just work for FedEx. I go to sleep in the truck and I wake up the next day in the truck like I don't go home. People like, yo, why you don't want to do your job? There's no bathroom on this truck and I got to use the bathroom, all right? You going to let me use your toilet? No, I'm trying to get home, please. I'm trying to deliver this package. You understand what I'm telling you? There's one lady, I rang her doorbell, and she was like, yes, I'm on the 6th floor. Make sure you come upstairs. I was out of breath. I was, can you meet me on the 3rd floor at least? Please. These people be acting like they the only ones on my truck. It got so crazy. I didn't care who you were. It wasn't nothing personal, but you were just another package on my truck. I got home one day, and my father was like, can you believe the FedEx guy left my stuff downstairs? And I was like, yeah, it was me. FedEx over family. I don't know you anymore. Apply for the job, and maybe I'll love you again, Poppy. It got so crazy. Y'all remember when people were looting around May and June? They pulled over my FedEx truck, talking about, hey, yo, run everything on the truck. And I was so upset because it was already 8 p.m. The day was done. I'm like, why y'all trying to rob me now? Come back tomorrow, 7 a.m., same block. You gotta have the whole truck, just tell them you hit me. Came back the next day, there they were. Hey, yo, run your truck. I was like, all right, cool. Please, just don't hurt me no more. Call my manager up. I'm like, yo, you won't believe what just happened to me on East Houston. He was like, what happened? I was like, yo, they stole the truck. And he was like, come back, there's another one. I was like, oh, my God. Stop ordering stuff. Please, leave your house. Go do something. It got so crazy, I just started beaming packages out the truck. I roll down your block, I wait till it gets quiet, FedEx, and just throw it at your window. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Thank y'all for having me on the show because I just got fired from FedEx, so I really needed this. Julio Diaz from Brooklyn, New York. Thank y'all.
Julio Diaz, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for him. Whoa, incredible energy, to the point, aggression, name of the game. Sometimes you need that in stand-up comedy, guys. What I thought was the best thing that he did, and we are all so familiar with this, we all relate to the fact that we're shopping online, Amazon.com, everything is online. And we all know what's relative is something that will awake people when it comes up to stand-up comedy. So imagine, what did you think about that performance?
I think I had fun with it. It was rapid fire. The words were still clear, which was good, and it had his direction. And I rode the ride with him. That was pretty cool. I had fun with him.
Wow, nice.
That was fun.
JP?
First off, it was emotion-driven, and that was dope. I would like to see him after the pandemic and see if his set still rides, if he's able to take that same aggression and put it in a regular set. And he did classic things in comedy. The first thing that, if you didn't notice, if you noticed, he milked his joke. Like, he took it from point A to point B and damn near left no stone unturned.
Right, he became a client and then he became an employee in his own joke.
Yeah, well, yeah, but there's nothing else about FedEx now that I don't know. He has definitely milked his joke. He's definitely shown aggression and emotion in the joke. I'm curious to see what he's gonna look like after the pandemic.
And I also think there's a lot of us that can relate to that. Your package is downstairs, and a lot of times it gets stolen. Yeah. That is something that does happen in the hood. So, Talent, what was your feelings about it?
Well, my feeling, first of all, there is no after the pandemic. It's the end of the world. This is it. Get used to it. They're gonna have next week. They come out with the mask with the hoodie on it. Trust me, this is it. But no, I like them. I mean, I got my new phrase for my new T-shirt. FedEx over family. I love that. That right there. That's a moniker to go for life. That's branding right there. FedEx over family. Got to do that. And he was throwing the packages. He's not a FedEx delivery guy. He's a paper boy. A paper boy used to fling the paper, but he flinging back, fragile stuff, man. I like it. I agree with these guys. Rapid fire. Sometimes you got to do that. Remember how we were just talking about transcending through that lens? That's a way to get there. Like, if you rapid fire and you ain't leaving too much breath in it, then, all that stuff matters. It's like a on-point monologue with energy, if you will. I like it.
Yeah, I thought overall it was great as well. And you know, we all know about catchphrases and, you know, imagine you have pow pow and Talon has it's just comedy.
Yes.
And sometimes you're remembered by that. It kind of stands out to the audience. So that was our last stand-up comedian in the stand-up category. Please put your hands together one more time, all the way from Brooklyn for Julio Diaz. Great job. Now, some comedians make good actors, but some are just awful. Let's see how well the comedians do in this next round. So here's the scenario, guys. You're walking home and you come home from work and your wife is standing at the door with a box of Magnum condoms. What you need to do is convince your wife that those condoms don't belong to you. So first comedian up, again, comes from Brooklyn, New York. Please put your hands together for Julio Diaz.
See? You done snooped around and you found the surprise that I got you, man. Yeah, that's for that threesome you always wanted with my brother, man. You know I don't feel those out. Why you think I had to take birth control before we got married? You think the Magnums is for me? Thank you. Nah, yeah, that's for my brother. He's coming through. And, yeah. Yeah, those ain't mine.
You good with that, Julio?
Y'all want me to look in the camera? Like, y'all didn't really look in the camera? Like if
Yeah, look at the camera like it's her.
All right. Let me try one more time.
Yo, wow, disrespect. You
got 60 seconds.
I can say that was clean
You
enough.
want to use a lifeline, motherfucker?
Nah, you was good.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna do it one more time, Bob. All right. I feel good with the first one. I'll do it again. Go for Julio? All right. What's up, babe? Huh? You see, that's what you get for looking around the house. You done ruined the surprise I got you for your birthday. That's for that threesome you always wanted with my brother. Come on, you know those ain't mine. Why you think you was taking birth control before we got married? I don't fill them shits out, babe. That's for my brother. He's coming through. He got the crazy. Just get ready. Yeah, that's the best y'all gonna get from me, trust me. We all
I'm gonna give you one more shot, all right?
All right.
Because we're getting ready to dismantle your ass. So I'm just saying.
I appreciate y'all for believing
No,
in
it's
me,
all
but
good.
We all start somewhere. I'm confident with that.
So,
You good, yeah. All right.
so you get home and your wife is standing at the front door with a box of Magnum condoms. Julio, you got 60 seconds to prove that those are not yours. Let's go.
Hey, what's up, babe? Huh? You see, that's why I don't trust you. You always around, sneaking around the house trying to find things. I got that was a surprise for you. Yes, that's for that threesome you always wanted. You remember my brother that you always said is better than me somehow? Well, he's better than me in that too, all right? Yeah, he don't wear regular condoms, so I was trying to get, you know, now you ruined Valentine's Day. Now you're gonna have to spend that by yourself. I hope them condoms fit your vibrator. Goodbye.
All right, let's give it up for Julio. Not too convincing, but that's Julio Diaz. Imagine, let me go to you first. That's your Latino brother. What do you think? Convinced or not?
Man, I think we should have done it 8 more times. Maybe, I don't know. I wanted the doors swinging. I wanted more like details in a sense, like, you know, like if he's walking into the door, I expect him to like kind of like, oh, hey, what do you know, like,
how did you
like
do it?
find, like we need to feel that she is there.
How did you do it?
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way I
how did
felt.
you do it when your wife asked you?
Well, I would like, you know, that's not mine. That's it, because she knows.
So,
She
and
knows the
then
size.
for me it was, what threw me off was the brother part. Because I don't know if that's too relative with us, especially in the Black and Latino community. The brother?
But it
Tyler,
was a
what you
good
think
lie.
about that?
It was a good lie.
Well, first of all, we talk about the Magnum condoms or the Magnum ice cream, because that's delicious. But anyway.
Hey, Tyler, he is big.
But I just thought it was, you know, in the journey of trying to unconvince or convince, you know, we got to, you know, TMI, you know what I mean? We got to know the size of the brother. That bothered me. It's a little awkward. It's a little awkward. You know,
JP Justice, maybe you could be in the justice in this category. Should we take him to court on this one, convincing or not, Jay?
Hold it, Tyler said he's disappointed. He said we know too much about his size. All right, okay, here we go. First off, no pun intended, it was short. He only had, he had 60 seconds. And in pure male fashion, you did not use up your time. And if she found male condoms in your house, there's a role playing switch in here. Like what are you doing with another size condom? Like that don't sound like boyfriend. Brother, that sounds like boyfriend.
Right.
Yeah, I think maybe he should have threw the comedian part in there a little more.
Well, I think should have gave him, we're talking about sex and condoms, give him at least 2 minutes. Jesus, everybody knows 2 minutes is the regulation time.
Standard, it's standard.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Julio Diaz in the improv acting category. We're gonna go to our next comedian. Let's see how the ladies represent. Please give it up for Just Pam. Okay, Just Pam, it's a little different for you now. You've been married for 5 years, your husband and you just don't use condoms at all. As a matter of fact, he doesn't wear a Magnum condom, he wears a medium latex. So in your situation, you run outside to your car, your pocketbook is on the dining room table, your husband looks inside, he sees a box of Magnum condoms. When you come in, he's holding that box in front of you, convince him that they're not yours.
Okay. Hey. Oh my goodness. Yo, I'ma kill her. Remember the girl at work, the one I told you that's cheating on her husband? She got caught the other day and she gonna put the condoms in my pocketbook. We had this whole conversation. Remember the dude that I told you about she was talking to, the one that she was like meeting in the parking lot after work? Yes, remember? So she came home, her husband was like in the driveway waiting for her. So she saw him and they been cheating ever since, but she put him in my pocketbook, was supposed to take him back. Like, we might as well just use him or something, I don't know, but I'm gonna kill her. Matter of fact. Bitch. Yeah, you know exactly why I'm calling. You try to get me killed. Yeah. I'll bring him back to you tomorrow. Stupid.
All right, that was 60 seconds for Just Pam. Give it up for Just Pam. I don't know about you guys, very convincing to me.
It was?
What do you think, JP?
Convincing. I like that it's improv, so she didn't stop with using everything she had.
Okay.
She pulled the phone out. She used everything she had. First off, what were you doing with these Magnum condoms again? Get this slide together. Say it one more time. Tell me. No. Yeah. It's okay. It's all right.
Imagine.
Yo.
I mean, if you was a West Indian husband, and she came home and she told you that, what would you think? What would your response be in Jamaican?
Don't lie to me, you hear me? Don't try to ramp with me. Lie. I be a lie. You lie. That's a lie. What? Be a lie, you say. Move and go, liar.
So you don't think that she was convincing?
Nah.
No? Wow. Talent, what do you think, Talent?
I think she got me. I think I was convinced because of, like JP said, one, she used everything she had, but her ad-libs and expressions, like that was all black woman right there. Like, bitch. When she called and said, bitch, I was like, oh, the other girl's in trouble. I believed it. I thought it was good.
For me, it was the cell phone at the end that was convincing for me, because she actually picked the phone up and was going to call her girlfriend. And guess what? And it's a joke that Talent says all the time on how women usually collectively collaborate and they get their lives together up front. So let's hear it for Just Pam in the improv acting category. Next up, again, like I told you earlier, all the way from Dayton, Ohio, the nephew of the late, great Dick Gregory. Please put your hands together for Mark Gregory. Okay, Mark, she's waiting for you at the front door. She got that box, that gold box of Magnum condoms. 60 seconds, convince her that they're not yours. Here we go.
Man, so you found some condoms. So, well, I never lied to you before, so I'm not gonna start lying now. Looks like I'm caught. I'll be honest with you. What can I say? I was cheating. But here's the thing though. You're not about to put them condoms on me. Cause the chick I was rocking with, I've been going raw the past 3 years, okay? Yeah, Keisha. She got her tubes tied, there's no way she can get pregnant. I haven't been wearing condoms. So while you trying to jam me up, the real question is, whose condoms are those, okay? I don't wear condoms with you or with her, so I have no need for them. So again, whose condoms are those?
All right, let's hear from Mark Gregory. Mark Gregory, y'all. Mark Gregory in the improv acting category. What you guys think? I couldn't really get a feel of it too much from over here, but we'll go to talent first. Talent, what do you think?
First of all, that was my favorite scene from Cornbread Earl and Me. First of all, I loved it. He knocked that, he brought that home, brought that all the way home. I thought that it was a total different approach. Wasn't bad, total different. He owned his own approach, took us in a whole different direction by admitting he don't even wear condoms. I thought that was deep. Like, that was deep. It can't be mine. I don't even wear them. So, I mean, it's acting chops there. You know what I mean? But it's definitely his own take on it and everything. Very solemn and serious. Like, I mean, the humor wasn't there. Maybe people were looking for the humor way out, but without the humor, I thought it was deep, man. I'm telling you right now.
I'm glad you made that point because it doesn't always have to be laughter. You don't have to find humor in every acting situation. JP, what'd you think?
Well, Talent went to public school. The word he was looking for was ironic.
They killed cornbread.
The fact that he took you on this journey, and then when you thought you knew where he was going, ironically, he goes off the trail and off the path, was excellent. So I like the fact that you got comfortable thinking that you know, and then he took you somewhere else. And it was humor. I thought it was deadpan, subtle humor. I thought it was real low-key, subtle humor. But you would laugh at a situation like that if you saw it on a screen or something.
So
like
basically, is it fair to say, JP, that since we didn't really know the direction, it became captivating and because we were waiting for that next move?
And then and the humor came in the fact that you didn't know.
Ironically,
yeah. I went to the same school he went to.
Yeah, right. Your Talent did go to public school. I'm glad you know that too. Let's go to Imagine for the final opinion.
I think the fact that he did not laugh or break a smile or anything like that was the most powerful part that made me laugh inside. So it was still funny that he was not trying to laugh and hold his face. But then it became a moment where I felt like I should take out my phone and record this because this looks like he's about to smack somebody in the face or something. I felt like there was going to be a fight. Like, you know, when you take out your phone and be like, oh, it's going to happen. But then they walk away and be like, ooh, that almost was going to be a situation.
Right, he did look kind of serious.
Yeah, no,
borderline threatening.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, okay. But deep inside, I was cracking up.
See?
Because he held it. It's hold it. He was committed. And he released.
And you laughed inside.
Yeah, I laughed.
Let that be a lesson to you boys and girls at home.
I laughed
inside. If all of you laugh inside, we're out of a job.
Yeah.
Bring it out.
So overall, Mark Gregory, good job. Round of applause for Mark Gregory in the acting improv category. Stay right there. We got more coming at you. It's Lapoholics Comedy Battle.
Rated show. OG, yeah, the city. Lapoholics.
Y'all know what it is? DJ Gully in the building, Mr. Incredible. Give it up for him. You know what it is. Ray DeJean, the OG in the city. It's time for the last category, and this is going to be crazy because I believe that this is the first time that it's done in stand-up comedy. You ever seen a freestyle artist in hip-hop? Somebody throws a topic at them, and they take it off the top of their head, and they create some lyrics on the spot. Well, today, that's exactly what we're going to do in the last category. It's called freestyle. I'm going to throw a topic at the comedian. They have to take it and do a joke and present it in 60 seconds. Are we ready for the freestyle? Yes, we are. Coming to the stage, our first comedian. He's been first in all 3 categories. Let's hear it from Brooklyn, New York. Julio Diaz, freestyle. What's up, Julio? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, Ray.
You good? All right, man. So, you know we've been in the middle of a pandemic, COVID-19. We've all been locked down for a while. So I just think it's appropriate, since we've been experiencing this. Here's the topic, pandemic. Go with your joke.
Pandemic. I feel like a lot of people during the pandemic were talking about stuff that's changing for them, like, oh, I can't go out to the club no more, I can't go to the bars. But the pandemic and COVID is changing real things. It's taking away our rights. If you get a ticket in New York, it is your right to fight it in court. And everybody is supposed to go there physically. But now, because of the pandemic, I was the only one physically in court. Everybody else was on Zoom. The judge, the jury, my lawyer, the custodian, everybody. I was the only one there like an idiot. The judge was like, I can't see your evidence. I was like, because your camera's off, Your Honor. Turn it on. After he found me guilty, he was like, oh, okay, can you hit the gavel for me? I was like, are you serious? I'm guilty.
Julio Diaz, everybody. Julio Diaz, give it up for him. That was creative. That was creative. Yeah, a lot of the inmates are feeling that, guys. The inmates are feeling that because they can't go to court. So some people that are just being detained, man, it's just taking months and months for the inmates to hit court. So that was kind of creative because that is happening. We'll go to Imagine first. Imagine that. Imagine.
Yo, that's exactly what he made me do. He made me imagine the whole scene. It was in my head. It was very vivid, very rapid, but straight to the point. Good job.
Good job. I like that. Let's go to Talent. Talent, what'd you think, man?
Yo, that right there, perfect. Knocked the ball out of the park. Grand slam, whatever you want to say right there. In 60 seconds or less, he got it done. You just said pandemic, and that's probably one of the most relatable things right now. If you look at our new vice president, Kamala Harris, that's what they talking about, man. Criminal justice, get these cats in court. You know, Zoom or no Zoom. Hey, man, I think I got a court date next Tuesday.
It looks like the judge are feeling this. So you know what they say, and we're all stand-up comedians, they say, subject, setup, punchline, subject, setup, punchline, in that order. And usually when the punchline comes, JP, it's like it's a surprise. You're taking somebody in a direction where you weren't expecting it. How'd you feel about his performance?
One thing I like is that he stayed consistent to what his personality and persona is on stage. He still had that high energy, that laughable anger, but you really did see him create on the spot. And cats don't realize that your improv skills is like putting another bullet in your ammo when you go on stage, because you never know when you have to call an audible when something ain't happening in the audience. So you can just show one of your bullets, and show one of your guns, and he definitely had it.
I thought it was well done. I like the setup. I like the whole creativity and how he got to the punchline. One more time for Julio Diaz. Give it up for my man.
OG of the city, I could call him Ray DeJean. OG of the city, Ray DeJean. Keep a smile on your face, on your face, on your face, on your face.
It's DJ Gully out of the Q Borough, East Elmhurst to be exact. Fellas, y'all feeling that beat, fellas? Y'all feeling that beat, man? I like that. He's real creative on that set over there. Let's go. You know what it is, Just Pam. This is the time for you to freestyle. We already gave you the instructions. You know what you got to do, and I'm not going to be unfair about this. I'm going to give you the same topic I gave the comedian before you. The topic is pandemic. You got 60 seconds. Let's hear it, baby.
Okay, pandemic. It's hard for me because I just lost both of my parents to the pandemic. Like, my father's funeral is tomorrow from the pandemic, and I just buried my mother a month ago due to the pandemic. But I'm gonna try to bring out this pandemic. So I'm gonna say I've been trying to get closer to my family, you know, my daughter, but I realized through the pandemic that my daughter don't listen for shit. all she do is listen to social media and watch TikToks. So when I'm in the house, I'm like, can you do the dishes? Can you do the dishes? Do the dishes. Right now, kitchen. Gotta get the dishes. Everything gotta be put into a TikTok for her to respond. But I got them dishes done. I'm your girl.
That's Just Pam. Give it up for Just Pam. Creativity. And she started off, fellas, she started off making that connection, got our attention right away.
Yes.
Talking about the loss of her parents. Immediately, you're focusing in on that. What'd you take from that, JP?
I don't think she caught our attention. What I think she caught was our sympathy, and that cued us in. Oh, let me hear it. And then at the end, she delivered. So she definitely made us, oh, wow. And then she brought in the funny. I like how she expanded. She didn't just take the word pandemic. She took situations in a pandemic. The TikTok is things that will be associated with pandemic, will be the things that, and she definitely did a thing. She rocked it.
And do you think like TikTok is something that kind of grew,
In
even
the
if you look
pandemic.
at the numbers behind it during the pandemic?
During the pandemic.
TikTok, right, the followers have increased so much. Imagine, what'd you think?
I feel that basically it was a roller coaster. It was like, it gave me that feeling like, wow, okay. And then she gave me comedy, basically. She took it from drama and then gave me the laughter. So great job, that was good. Like
Yeah,
that,
so
with both
even when
emotions.
someone is under the influence of marijuana, they still get el joke.
No, but that was the only reason why.
Okay.
No, that's the only reason why. I come
Porque
out.
tú sabes,
Poof.
well, why'd you talking still?
You don't even see it. There's a cloud right here. Poof.
It was definitely in the cloud, literally. Talent, Just Pam. And you know what? It's a lot more difficult for the females because, again, we talked about how stand-up comedy is a male-dominated profession. And so when they come in, they got to come hard. Did she go hard, Talent?
Absolutely. You know how they always say is levels to this shit. And I think that 60 seconds showed levels. I mean, you seen her side of, relating to the pandemic with loss. Then you see her come out of loss and end up with a TikTok dance. Like, that's comedy to me, man. Like, we have to make people laugh no matter what kind of day we having. You know what I mean? And I told her, hey, man, I respect that. I lost plenty of relatives, you lost your relatives, but we still hit that stage, man. That dance was hot too, yo. I think I'm gonna download the app.
Yeah, it was something like this.
One more time for Just Pam. She did her thing in the freestyle battle. Yeah, this is getting hotter and hotter. Remember, you guys, look at the bottom of the screen. Take the information if you think that she should advance to the finals. We're only going to pick one comedian out of the three in all three categories. They will advance to the final. All right, we got one more comedian. Y'all stay right there. We'll be right back. Mr. Incredible DJ Gully, you know what it is. Last segment, last comedian, last joke. It's time for you to just pay attention because you're gonna have to vote very, very shortly. Remember to look at the information on the bottom of your screen. Only one person can win. This is our last comedian in the last category. You already got your instructions, Mr. Mark Gregory. Let's let it pop. 60 seconds. The topic is pandemic. Let's go.
Yo, I will be glad when the sneeze is socially acceptable again. Remember when it was, right? You could be in the car with your homeboy. You sneeze, he will say, bless you. Hey, if you need a napkin, it's in the glove box. Sneeze in somebody's car. Now, y'all could be on the highway. He will pull over to the shoulder. Yo, you good? Now, when you got in my car, I asked you, did you feel a little COVID? You said no. Okay, now you got sneeze residue in my automobile. Okay, no, you gonna have sneeze debris in my car. Yeah, sneeze is a weapon at this point. You could rob a bank with a sneeze. No gun. You just go in there, nose tilted up. All right, everybody, get down, huh? Put the money in the bag. I'm sneezing on everybody. Achoo! What? It's not a game. You could rob a bank with a sneeze.
Mark Gregory, y'all, give it up. 60 seconds, pandemic. Creativity is the name of the game tonight, and these comedians have been bringing it. It's gonna be kind of difficult. Now, we're just consultants, basically. We're not really judging who's gonna win, which is a good thing. And I'm happy to say that we've given the comedians some constructive feedback, in each category. So we'll go to Imagine first on this one. Imagine, what'd you think about Mark Gregory?
I think he went straight to the point. Gave us a nice visual in the car. He sneezed twice. I put my mask on while he was talking. He didn't know, but yeah, about the pandemic. Keep your mask on.
Well, he's about 32 feet away from you. Imagine. I don't think.
Yeah, but still, I don't care. No, they
You
say
don't care?
it travels. It travels.
Talent, what's your feeling about it, man? I like the presentation. I love the delivery.
Hey, ain't nothing to talk about, Ray. I think he won this one, man. I mean, as soon as he went over there, he didn't even have to use the mic. The sweater is a pandemic sweater. So as soon as that sweater hit that lens, game over. Game over. Everybody go home.
He Cliff Huxtable. Bill Cosby, huh? You hear that?
Now, considering, when I introduced Mark Gregory in the beginning of the show, we let everybody know that Dick Gregory, very infamous comedian, also a philanthropist, and he represented us, but he was also funny. Do you think that puts him at an advantage, JP?
Well, clearly Mark was adopted. That gene didn't last when it got to, no, I'm only joking.
Damn.
Hey, JP.
Damn.
Where's the love, baby?
No, I thought, I really thought, this is what I really like with all of the comics. I like how they broaden the topic. You told them pandemic, they took pandemic and took elements of the pandemic and made jokes. So all the comics did it, and he definitely did it great, and he animated as well. So it was definitely good.
Hey, Ray, the real question is, you thinking about whether he has an edge or not because of relations to the late, great Dick Gregory. Only if that's Dick Gregory's sweater passed down to his nephew, I say that's cheating.
It's an heirloom.
Guys, hey guys, besides the contestants tonight, first of all, let's clap it up for all the contestants. Appreciate them coming out. It's going to be very difficult, and we're going to turn it over to the audience out there, wherever you are in the tri-state area, especially Brooklyn stand-up, or around the world. Vote for who you think is best. Remember, you can only vote for one. But the pandemic, we've all been affected. JP, Imagine, Talent, we've all been affected, and we've all come out of it with some great material.
Yes.
And what kind of experiences have you guys had besides the show tonight?
With the pandemic?
Yeah, with the pandemic.
That the pandemic was selective, because I was looking forward to some other people dying, and they still here. So I want to know,
Wait a minute.
like, is the pandemic? You got a number for pandemic? Because I got some people.
Now, and a bunch of us have felt that awkwardness. We've been doing these Zoom shows, and it's like an empty room. You're talking into a screen. If you're a comedian that has any sort of animation about them, there's no real room for you to become animated. It's like if you don't have straight material that's going to have somebody laugh, it's like you're kind of doomed. And I've noticed that there's a lot of A-list comedians that don't even attempt to do anything online. What do you think about that, Talent?
I think that's how you get lost in the sauce. I think the world of entertainment is constantly evolving, and that's where you get the word reinvention from. And right now it's just another era of having to reinvent yourself and getting towards that hybrid, if you will. How do I make my funny transcend through this lens or this camera, whether you're using a phone, your home computer, and laptop. It's a new situation, and you got to learn to do it, just like outdoor venues are. We stepped up our outdoor game. You know what I mean? Like, it used to be a time when you do maybe one or two of those a year, a festival or something in the summertime. But now you find yourself doing way more of those and getting your chops up. You're reinventing it, man. Comedy's always gonna be comedy. You telling jokes, people listening to jokes, you got the joke teller and the laugher together, you have stand-up comedy.
And I think one thing that Talent's referring to when he says outdoors, the drive-in has become very popular. And in the drive-in comedy show, you can't really feel the people because they're in their vehicles. A lot of times their windows are down, so you don't feel that intimacy of comedy. And I've seen a lot of comedians on my stage bomb and fall flat because they didn't have any confidence in their material to keep pushing forward. Imagine, what do you think about that?
Just like Talent, said, you have to evolve. You have to, put yourself in the mix so you can be part of the source. Because, I've done maybe about 20 Zooms already. And right now, since I've done 20 Zooms, my first 5 was a little awkward. But after doing 5 of them, I've learned to how to handle it. I get a little more creative with my background. The lighting is different. So it's almost, it's a learning process. But hey, it's a challenge. And if you're really into comedy, that's what you're you're facing with. So hey, I think he did a great job. All the comedians.
And JP, we'll end with you. What do you think overall with the Zoom and the drive-ins and?
Well, one of the things with comics, and this is the comics magic. We're one of the most adaptable forms of art. Like you can put us in any situation, and we're going to adapt and mold to the situation. As far as the old heads, the vets in the game that don't want to get involved with this new hybrid of entertainment. They'll wait around until it comes around. And then what'll happen is they'll see, first off, this whole pandemic, this whole time has yet to emerge a star. So right now, this whole time period is still looking for that star that encompasses and embodies the whole situation. So it's still evolving. It's still pretty new. And I like the creativity that the comics are now coming up with.
I want to thank all my judges tonight, and of course, we're going to go right back to you. Those of you who are watching the show right now, look at the bottom of the screen. If you think Mark Gregory should advance to the finals, you know what to do. Follow the information, Just Pam, and also Julio Diaz. So let's clap our hands for them one more time. I want to congratulate those comedians for doing an incredible job. And this has been the first episode of Laughaholics Comedy Battle. Stay right there. We'll let you know who's the winner very shortly. Let's give it up for my super DJ, Mr. Incredible DJ Gully did his thing today. I want to thank everybody that's tuned in. If you've been watching the show, the first episode of Laughaholics Comedy Battle. Have to acknowledge my judges tonight, JP Justice, and on the panel, and also Imagine, and of course, Mr. It's Just Comedy Talent is in the building. Most importantly, we have 3 contestants tonight. They've been battling in 3 categories: stand-up, freestyle, and of course, improv/acting. They all did their thing. So let's acknowledge them first and give them a round of applause. Great job, guys, and I see a great potential for them in the future. However, it's up to you guys at home to vote right now to see who's going to the finals. It's your choice, ladies and gentlemen. It is absolutely your choice. We do have a panel. I am the host, but it's not up to us. It's up to you guys. So vote right now. Laughaholics Comedy Battle, first episode. It took a little bit of time, ladies and gentlemen, but the votes are finally in. We want to thank you all for voting. We have a final tally, and the Laughaholics Comedy Battle winner is, all the way from Dayton, Ohio, now living in New York City. Let's give it up for Mark Gregory. Yes, this was a hard choice, but I think he excelled in the stand-up category, and he did his thing in the freestyle and also the improv and acting. It's time for us to be taken out with some great music by our super date DJ, Mr. Incredible DJ Gully. Take us out, baby. We out.
welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like your customers, I like your family to me now?
Danger Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Okay, it's sad because we have good.
Stop directing me and let's just do it again. Roll it again. Give me a second to do it.
How many times do you have to do this?
Fuck you.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do it any more times. If you keep talking to me like this, that is the truth. So fucking take it down a notch and let's let it roll and stop interrupting everything with like, okay? You're being an asshole. Go.
So, Mandy quit the show, and I've had to replace her with an actress named Lindsay Burge, who's going to be playing her. What's going to be confusing is that we've already shot half of the scenes for the next few episodes with Mandy. So it's going to switch back and forth between Mandy and Lindsay. So I'm sorry about that, but that's what's happening. So anyway, after Ashley broke up with me, I was heartbroken. And all I would do was like listen to this breakup song all day long.
It all happened too soon. It all happened too soon.
I was really heartbroken because I felt like our relationship never had a chance to grow. And like, we could have had sex if Mandy had just told me the truth about her and Jamie. And instead, we would never have sex. And something really beautiful that could have been would never be. Okay, so Ashley also quit the show. It's a long story, which I'll tell later, but I had to find an actress to replace her, and I found this actress that looks kind of like her, I thought, named Zia Anger. So Zia's gonna be playing Ashley, except that Zia didn't want to do the makeout scenes, so whenever there's a makeout scene, it's gonna be played by this woman named Farah, except that Farah sometimes plays Ashley even when it's not a makeout scene because Zia wasn't always available. So it's gonna switch between Ashley, Zia, and Farah. So anyway, even though Ashley had broken up with me, we made plans to see each other the night she got back from Georgia. And then almost immediately, we started making out. And before I knew it, my hand was going down her pants, and then I think she came. I mean, like, I think it felt like that. I mean, like, it's like when the vagina muscles kind of contract on you, like that's coming, right? Isn't that what coming is? Anyway, and then she said, "Best first kiss ever," which surprised me because I've never been a great kisser, but she, inspires me. And it was great, except, she didn't want to have sex beyond that. Why not?
Because I promised myself I wouldn't, and I want to stick to my promise.
Okay, that makes no sense. You can change your mind if you want to.
No, I can't. I can't.
But then later she told me,
I didn't want to have sex because then I would have to tell Robert.
because Robert still didn't know about us at this point. So then the next night, I go back again, and we have sex. We have really good sex. Except, here's the thing. Before she got back from Georgia, Mandy wanted to have sex because Jamie wasn't having sex with her anymore. So what happened was that Mandy wanted Jamie to stop having sex with other people. And he was like,
I just got out of a bad 10-year marriage. I am not ready to have a relationship. So if you're thinking that, I think we should probably just be friends.
So anyway, Mandy says to me,
I'm really horny. Would you just have sex with me?
I would, you know, like out of charity, but I don't want Ashley to feel weird about it, and I don't want to fuck up my chances of having sex with her. So I asked Ashley, is it okay if I have sex with Mandy? You know, I don't really want to or anything, but she wants me to, and, you know, I just feel bad for her.
Oh, yeah, you should totally have sex with her. She's your wife and she needs you.
But, of course, when I'm having sex with Mandy, I'm, you know, fantasizing about Ashley. And so then when I see Ashley, and we're actually having sex, and she's actually giving me a blowjob, I'm like, this is what I was fantasizing about. But for some reason, I'm having a hard time coming. And I'm like, and she's like trying, and it's gonna take a long time, and I'm starting to feel bad, and like, I gotta just come. So I'm like, maybe if I fantasize about Ashley giving me head while she's giving me head, then I could come. So I kind of close my eyes and pretend she's giving me head, which she is. But somehow it's different in reality than in the fantasy, and that difference I was hoping would do it. But it didn't. So I didn't come, and which is okay, but you know, I felt bad for Ashley because she tried really hard. So anyway, Ashley and I keep seeing each other, but she also still hasn't broken up with Robert, and is basically alternating between seeing me one night and him the next night. So he'd be calling her every night.
Oh, shit. I have to take this.
And I'd hear him crying through the phone. And then when Ashley would come back, she'd be crying too. And there was nothing I could do about it. So that's happening. And then I get an email from the slut machine. And I'm like, is she inviting me because she likes me? Or why is she inviting me? I guess she wants to be friends? I don't know. But I couldn't decide if I should go or not. On the one hand, I was attracted to her, and I was hoping that this meant that she wanted to have sex. On the other hand, I didn't want to fuck up the Viceland deal. Plus, I was worried the slut machine wasn't going to show up to the class web show screening, and I thought that if I went to her birthday party, she'd be more likely to come. So I tell Ashley that I'm thinking of going to Slut Machine's birthday party, and I ask her if she's okay with that.
Of course, you should totally go.
Yeah, but like I'm attracted to her, what if something happens?
That would be great. I don't want to be monogamous with you. Plus, I'm seeing Robert.
So I'm like, great. But part of me is worried that she'll pull away if anything happens with Slut Machine. But I decide to risk it, and I go to the party. But on the way there, I'm like, I should call Ashley just to check in.
What?
So you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
But she didn't sound like she was fine.
Just do it, okay? I want you to do it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So anyway, I didn't really believe her, but you can't force someone to be honest when they don't want to be. So I decided to just take her at her word, and I went to the party. And Slut Machine is like on mushrooms, and I can't tell if she likes me or not. She's being pretty nice, but she's also a little bit absent, but maybe that's just because she's on mushrooms. So anyway, I kept trying to remind Slut Machine about the screening, but she was tripping. So I decided just to let it go, and I go to Ashley's, and we have sex. So anyway, the screening of the class web show was a few days away, and I invited Ashley to come, and then Mandy said she wanted to come too. But Mandy had been saying kind of mean things about Ashley.
She obviously is into you because she just thinks she's going to be able to get famous.
And I was telling Ashley what she was saying because I'm trying to be totally honest and transparent with everybody, including you. But so Ashley was like,
I don't know if I want to go and have that negative, energy.
well, you don't have to go if you don't want to, but if you want to, maybe you could.
No, I don't want to go.
And I wasn't sure what to do, but Ashley had written a song for the class web show.
Higher education. Come down.
And I thought it was really good, and I thought that maybe if I played for Mandy, Mandy would like it, and then maybe she'd be like nicer to Ashley, and then maybe Ashley would feel better and be willing to come to the screening. So a few days before the screening, I played Mandy the song that Ashley had written.
Higher education. Come down.
What do you think?
It's good.
So I told Ashley that Mandy liked it, and then Ashley said,
Okay, I'll come.
so I was like, great. But then the night before the screening, I'm watching the kids while waiting for Mandy to come home from school because she quit her job to go back to school to study photography, even though we can't pay our bills. And then she sends me a text. And then she tells me, I'm at Jason's getting stoned. I'm like, what? And then she's like, oh, now I'm at this bar with Matt Grady. And I'm like, what are you doing? And she said, so I'm upset by this because the class web show still isn't done, and I'm not gonna be able to get any work done on it until the kids go to bed, which they're not gonna do until Mandy gets home, which she does at 3 in the morning. So what happened was that Mandy had started seeing Jamie again, but she was hiding it from me because she didn't want me to put it in the show. And that night she had called Jamie and wanted to get together with him, but he told her that he was too tired and that he was going to bed. So she called Jason to see if he wanted a party, and he's like, sure. So she ended up doing ecstasy with him and his girlfriend. And then she found out that Jamie had spent the night actually partying with some other friends, and he was up all night, and she was really upset because why couldn't he party with her if he was gonna party? So anyway, because of Mandy's need to party, I wasn't able to finish the class web show in time, and I'm still working on it as the screening is about to start. And then Slub Machine arrives, so I go up to her and tell her that I've been seeing Ashley.
You're dating a fan?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? And she's like disapproving, and I felt bad because, I mean, what's wrong with a fan? It just means she likes my work.
I love you.
So anyway, Slum Machine also said,
I mean, you and Mandy are never going to stay together in an open relationship.
we're not?
I mean, I tried it with my husband. It lasted for like a month, and then we just broke up. This is just the beginning of the end.
Okay. And then both Mandy and Ashley arrive, and I introduce the screening. Here we go. I'll turn the lights off first. Okay. And the film starts.
Higher education coming now.
So today was our first film production class.
My teacher, I already forget his name. I'm kind of on the fence with how I feel about him.
I got to meet our teacher for the first time ever, and he's a nut job.
And then after the screening, Slum Machine comes up to me and says,
I really liked it.
Oh, thank
I thought
you.
it was so funny, yeah.
Thank you.
Totally gonna show it to the people of Iceland.
Oh, good.
Do you have a link you can just send to me?
Yeah.
Great.
And then Mandy says she wants to talk with Ashley.
Hey, can you give us some space, please?
Is you okay with that?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mandy had just read a New York Times Magazine article on open marriages, which made a distinction between what it called primary relationships and secondary relationships. So when I come back, I hear Mandy telling Ashley,
In this open marriage scenario, me and Kaveh are the primary couple, and you and Kaveh are the secondary couple.
Okay.
but I'm like, no, it's not true. My relationship with Ashley is primary, my relationship with you is secondary, Mandy, because I care more about her than about you right now, and fuck you. Like, this is your fucking fantasy. So after this berating by Mandy to Ashley, and now she's feeling really bad, Ashley and I go back to her place. And we get stoned, and we play music, and we read Finnegan's Wake, and I teach her to play the recorder, and we have sex. And then I tell her how Slum Machine reacted when I told her we were dating. And then she's like, you're dating a fan? And Ashley is clearly hurt by this. So I try to make her feel better. There's nothing wrong with being a fan. I mean, I'm a fan of your songs. You know, it's like an absurd dichotomy. It's just like super hierarchical. And then I'm like, we're all just different manifestations of God. And that seems to work. And then she says,
Do you know what I'd love more than anything?
no, what?
To help you edit.
So here's the thing. I have a hard time editing by myself, okay? It's boring, it's alienating. I'd rather procrastinate. I will procrastinate if I can, and I can't decide. I'm indecisive. So it helps me to have people just sit with me and just like, hey, what do you think about this cut? Like, I need that to edit. So I have people coming over to my house all the time editing, but you know, I don't really pay anybody because I can't afford to, so people just come for a while and then they leave and stuff. So the idea that Ashley wanted to help edit the show was like so important to me because it meant I could have someone really helping me get this done. And also the emotional support she provides and the sexual solace that comes with that emotional support. But Mandy was like,
no fucking way. I will stab that fucking bitch if she comes over. I will kill her.
and I'm like, okay. And so I'm trying to talk her out of that attitude, but she's like adamant.
We'll talk about this in couples therapy. I'm done talking to you.
So we go to couples therapy and we talk about it.
I'm afraid of losing my children. I already lost my mom and my dad and my house and my brother. And the idea of them meeting Ashley just makes me feel like I'm gonna lose my kids as well.
So I'm like, great. She's figured out what a resistance is about, so maybe now it'll be okay. So I'm like, now can I have Ashley come over?
Could we please just get stoned and talk about this?
So she agrees to that, and we get stoned. And because she's stoned, she tells me that Jamie just broke up with her.
I feel rejected by Jamie. I feel rejected by you. And you being with Ashley makes me feel really bad about myself.
And that brings up all the feelings of self-esteem, of like, you know, no one wants me, I'm worthless, etc. I know the feeling, I have it too, but that's what was coming up.
Listen, I have an idea. Why don't you get stoned with me and Ashley? Maybe if you hang out with her, you won't be jealous of her anymore.
So Mandy agrees to this, and we go to Ashley's, three of us get stoned, and they really get along. Like Mandy starts really liking Ashley, and at one point they start talking about how hard it is to get me to come.
It's impossible.
And does Mandy have any blowjob tips? And Mandy's like,
just practice.
And I'm like, this would be good in the show.
I can show you.
And she was just kidding, but they're talking about this, and I'm kind of like, this is great for the show and also just for life. And then at one point they're talking about sex, and Ashley says,
There is nothing else like it.
And Mandy's like, she's stoned, and she's like,
That is so true. There's nothing else like it. That is so deep.
And she was like really impressed with Ashley for saying that.
So anyway, now that they had bonded, I assumed that Mandy would no longer feel threatened by Ashley and that it was okay to be openly affectionate.
Hey, can you not do that?
Why?
Because it's rude, it's insensitive, and it's Mother's Day?
So yeah, it was Mother's Day, which was really a big deal for Mandy because her mother died when she was a kid, and when she was at school, all the kids had to make Mother's Day cards for their moms. And she would make one too, even though her mother was dead, because she didn't want to stick out. And it was always traumatic for her. So I was like, okay, fine, I won't do it in front of her.
I have an idea.
What?
Jamie's doing this performance art thing tonight where he irons people's shirts for them at a bar. We should go.
So he irons people's shirts, but he also makes them listen to a song while he does it.
Come on, it's gonna be fun. The girl he's trying to fuck is gonna be there.
Okay.
And I kind of wanted to go just because I need my shirts to be ironed. I never iron my shirts. But I didn't have my shirts on me, so we bought a bunch of Ashley's shirts. So Ashley and I go with Mandy to the bar, and Jamie's ironing shirts. And I haven't seen Jamie since he started fucking Mandy. So I thought we'd have a little talk about it or something, but he totally ignores it and pretends like it's not happening and just sort of starts pontificating. He does this sometimes. He gets pontificatory. I guess when he's stressed. But no, all the time. Almost all the time. And I'm kind of like alienated by this, and then he's kind of pontificating at Ashley, and she's like, I don't like this guy. And then we go outside, and he's getting stoned with this girl that he's trying to pick up on. And I thought maybe we'll have a moment, and he still ignores me. And then I just go up to him, and he's ironing, and he's got these headphones on, and I say, I really wanted to bring one of my shirts.
I'm just trying to make small talk. And he doesn't say anything, he just keeps ironing. And I'm like,
I really wanted to bring one of my shirts.
And he just keeps ironing. And he can't hear me, but I'm also standing right in front of him. Like, he should be able to see that I'm trying to talk to him. And I'm like, this is typical and symbolic of his attitude or his availability, so I give up. So during the evening, Mandy befriends Jamie's other girlfriend, and they're like talking and laughing it up. And then Ashley is sitting there, and I'm like, this is truly strange. What is Mandy thinking here? And what is she doing? She's like trying to insinuate herself into everyone else's love life. You know, Jean Genet once said, I cannot stand the thought that other people make love without me. And like that's what I was thinking, I was looking at her. And then Jamie taps me on the shoulder, hands me the headphones, and says, put these on and look at them. So I put on the headphones, I look at Mandy and his girlfriend, and he's right. It's amazing. And then later, Mandy says to me,
You know, I really like Ashley. I can see why you're in love with her.
and I was like, oh, thank you. And I'm like so happy, everything is good. The two women in my life are getting along, and so Ashley's gonna be able to come over to the house. But no, Ashley still can't come over. Even though it'd make it easier for me to finish the show and collect the final installment of my BRIC money so I can pay our bills. Also, Mandy doesn't want the kids to know that we've started seeing other people. So the only time I can really talk to Ashley is when I'm walking the dog. So the dog got walked a lot. Also, I was worried that Beckett already knew about Ashley because I had set up his computer with my Apple ID. And whenever I would send a text to Ashley, or she would send me a text, it would show up on his computer. So he was reading all these like texts that were all like, you know, sexual and romantic. And also, whenever I was texting her, like, and he was there, I would notice him sort of peeking over, like looking, and then when I would look at him, he would sort of turn away like he wasn't doing that. So I'm like, he knows something's up, and it's better just to tell him what's actually up than to have him just imagining, like, does he think I'm cheating on Mandy, or what does he think? So I thought it was important to tell Beckett what was actually going on, which is why I decided to get Mandy stoned again and pleaded with her. Just listen to why this is important to me.
I don't want the kids to know. I don't want her coming over.
I know, but I don't want to be dishonest with my children. You know, they're asking me where I'm going.
Where are you going?
And we're lying to them. I don't want to teach them that. You know, they need to trust us. They need to trust their parents to tell them the truth.
Okay, yeah. Beckett, can you come in here?
You mean right now?
Yeah, right? Why not?
And I'm like, well, she's stoned, so maybe now is a good time. So Beckett comes in, and if you're wondering why he looks so tall all of a sudden, it's because that's not Beckett. That's Julian Grady, the son of Matt Grady, who played the paraplegic in episode 2 and who Mandy had drinks with while she was on ecstasy. So anyway, Mandy not only quit the show, she also doesn't want the kids to act in the show anymore. So just imagine that Julian is Beckett. So Beckett comes in, and we're like,
Your father wants to tell you something. Go. Go.
so Beckett, have you noticed how your mom and I have been getting along better?
No, not really.
Well, we are. We're getting along a lot better. We're both like much happier. You know, and the reason is because she's seeing Jamie and I'm seeing Ashley. And so we're staying together, we're not breaking up, but we're just gonna be seeing other people. So nothing's gonna change except that we're just gonna be happier.
I just go play my video games now.
Okay.
No, you have to stay and listen to this. This is important.
Do I have to?
Yes, you have to. It's important.
No, you can go. And then Mandy gets upset because I just undermined her authority. And we start arguing. And then Beckett says,
Can I just go now?
Sure, sweetie, you can go.
What?
And Mandy said she saw him crying. So I guess he was upset, but he didn't say anything about it. And I was like, how do I bring this up? So I kept trying to find ways to bring it up, but he didn't seem like he really wanted to hear it. And eventually I just gave up. And we've never spoken of it since. We got it, right?
The director knows.
Do it again.
Okay, you know what I want to do? I wanted to do a shot of you saying, where are you going? Is that cool?
Do it.
I'll tell you what, I'll do that if you do where are you going.
First do it.
Okay. Deal. Okay, wait a second.
Don't
Everybody ready? Is everyone shooting? Wait.
Yeah, I'm good.
Are we rolling?
Yeah, we're rolling.
Do I need a slate?
No. Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna spin first.
No, 5.
Okay. 5. Okay, 5.
It's on there.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's why it's wet on my back?
Yeah. His back.
So this one, Scarlett, I'm gonna put on my coat, and you're gonna say where you're going, okay?
Okay.
You gotta stand up.
Rolling, I need a slate.
Okay. Can you clap? Good job. Now you're gonna look at me, and you're gonna ask me your question.
Where are you going? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ready or not, here I come.
So Ashley and I start meeting at my office every day during her lunch break, and we basically just make out. I'm totally into her, and she seems pretty into me.
I'm so in love with you.
So basically her heart is wide open, and then I get this email inviting me to tell a story at this live storytelling event. And the guy who invited me wanted to rehearse together, so he came over to my apartment with this woman named Elise, who was in charge of clicking through the slides during my story. And the guy was being kind of mean to her. Like at one point I asked her, "Do you have any suggestions for making this better?" And he was like,
Kaveh, I don't want to hear her ideas.
and I was like, why is he being so mean to her? So I was trying to compensate by being like extra nice to her. And then she wrote me this really touching email. And I wasn't that wonderful. I was just not mean. But then I was like, does she like me? Is she attracted to me? I mean, it was a very intense email. So I'm thinking, Elise, if she's attracted to me, then maybe I'm attracted to her too. Plus, Ashley was always saying,
I don't want to commit to anything. I want to see other people, and you should see other people too.
and then I get another email from Elise. And Ashley's like,
You should ask her out.
I'm not gonna ask her out, but I could use some help on the show. So Elise comes over, and she's super helpful. I mean, she's a sound designer, so she has really great sound ideas.
I think you could have some sex sounds in the background.
And at one point, I'm like, I'm really tempted to kiss her, but I don't know if she feels the same way. Plus, I didn't want to sacrifice her help on the show by freaking her out. But I tell Ashley, I was tempted to kiss her. And Ashley gives me this look. So I ask her why she's so upset, and she says,
I'm not upset because you were tempted to kiss her. I'm upset because a woman that you were tempted to kiss was allowed into your house, and I'm not.
So when Ashley had originally offered to help out on the show, I'd asked her what exactly she had in mind, and she had said,
Craft services?
So here's the thing. Her job was serving food at a post-production house to editors. So she always thought of herself as like beneath editors and didn't feel that she was worthy of helping me to edit. Well, if you'd asked me to edit, you could have edited. That would have been fine. So a few days earlier, Ashley and I had watched outtakes from the video she had sent me.
I can't do this.
Do it. You can do this.
I can't do
Do
this.
We're
I
rolling.
can't
Please
do
do
this.
it. Please. All you have to do is read
I don't
those
know what
questions.
I'm doing.
All you have to do is read the questions.
And I was surprised to discover that Robert had helped her shoot it.
Please just do it. Okay, then don't do it.
And I was kind of shocked by how mean she was being to him off camera.
Okay, well, how the fuck am I gonna read them if I'm
Are you kidding me?
gonna put them down?
Are you kidding me?
And she was really embarrassed by it.
Are you gonna love me less now?
Well, if I love you less, that's okay, because I love you so much that loving you less is probably the right amount. But she was really hurt by that. I felt really bad. So I was like, of course I don't love you less. It makes me love you even more. But she didn't really buy it. So when I said, well, if you'd asked me to edit, you could have edited. That would have been fine. She went to a really dark place.
I am so stupid. I'm just a stupid slut.
What are you talking about?
The only thing I'm good for is sex, and the only reason that you wanted to see me was to have sex with me, and I didn't have the confidence enough just to say.
Could I help you edit?
I just really wanted you to like me, and I wanted to edit at your house. That was all that I wanted. I didn't want to have sex with you.
Really?
No, I just wanted to edit.
So let's edit.
No, I want to edit at your house. And instead this other woman is editing at your house and you want to kiss her and she's at your house.
I didn't totally understand why it was so important for Ashley to be able to edit at my house, but Mandy made it really clear that this was not going to happen.
I will stab that fucking bitch if she comes over. I will kill her.
So anyway, I made plans to see Ashley again the next night. But then Mandy said,
Oh no, you've got to spend time with me.
So I spent that night with Mandy, even though I'd rather be with Ashley. And I figured now that I spent the night with Mandy, I'll be allowed to see Ashley the next night. And then Ashley texts me. So I tell Mandy, and Mandy just starts crying. And she's like going into a dark place. And I'm trying to stay there, and I'm holding her foot and thinking, okay, I'm just gonna make you feel better, and then I'm gonna go. But she's just getting worse and worse and more upset. And she says finally,
Just go, okay? Just go. Just get out of here.
but like, I don't like being told what to do, so I'm like, well, I'm not gonna go if you tell me to go. I'm gonna stay if you tell me to go.
Just go! Just get out of here!
I'm not gonna leave you.
Get out!
You can't just talk to me like
Get out!
I can't go if you talk to me that way.
Out! Just
I'm not.
get out!
I'm not.
Just go! Get out of here!
You want all the time.
Get out of here!
I'm not.
Ah!
And she's like freaking out.
Ah! Ah! Fine! If you won't go, I'll get out of here. I'll go.
Wait, when are you coming back? I have to go see Ashley. But she won't tell me and just leaves. And she's done this like before, and she's often gone for like hours. So I'm waiting for like 20 minutes, and then she finally comes back and says,
Okay, get out right now.
okay,
What are you doing? Get out!
my socks on.
Put your socks on outside.
So she throws my shoes outside, pushes me out the door, and locks it with a lock that I don't have the key for, so I can't get back in. And she says,
Don't come back! Ever! Not tomorrow, not the next day, never!
Mandy, we have children. This doesn't make any sense.
I don't care! Get out!
But she won't like open the door. And so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna leave, but I don't have my phone. Mandy, I need my phone. And then she finally like opens the door, throws me my phone, and slams it again. But she didn't give me my earbuds. Mandy, I need my earbuds.
Just go around the block, I'm too upset!
So I go around the block, and I'm like, why am I walking around the block so she can give me my earbuds? So finally, I just go back. Mandy, can I have my earbuds now? Mandy? Can I? And I leave, I get in a cab, and I realize she gave me the wrong earbuds. So I couldn't even listen to music on the way there, and I'm just upset. Oh, I forgot the whole important part, which is this. Before she throws me out, she grabs our guitar that I was just playing. I was playing Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen. Hallelujah, hallelujah. And she smashes it on the ground over and over again, like Pete Townsend from The Who. And it's her guitar, but it's like a really nice guitar, and she loves this guitar, and she breaks it into like 1,000 pieces. And also the kids are sleeping, and it's making like the loudest sound imaginable. And she's screaming. And I'm like, Mandy, you'll wake the kids up. She's like,
I don't care! I don't care about anything anymore!
and then she's just screaming, not even screaming at me, just screaming like this. And it's like 11 at night, and the neighbors, I can hear them all opening their doors, and they're coming down the stairs, and what's going on, and it sounds like someone's being murdered.
I'm like, Mandy, stop screaming. Someone's gonna call the police. She's like, I don't care! I don't care! Ah! Ah! So that's when she throws me out and I leave. And I go to Ashley's and I'm really shaken. And Ashley is drunk and stoned. And I don't like drunk people. Because I always find that they're a little unavailable emotionally when they're drunk. They're like remote, and I just need people to be present for my feelings. So I'm kind of a little alienated, and I'm trying to tell her what happened, and she's kind of like far away and out of it. And then she tells me,
Fuck this. This just isn't worth it.
what are you talking about?
It's just not worth it. It's too upsetting to Mandy. It's upsetting to Robert. Like, no, I think we should just stop seeing each other.
Seriously?
Yes, it's not good for me. It's not good for my skin.
So while Ashley was in Georgia, she got a really bad case of acne. And she felt really, really bad about how she looked. And, I don't care. I'm just in love with her. I'm in love with her spirit, her soul, her mind. I don't care. But she cares.
I think it's because of the stress of the relationship and the show.
I don't know. I don't know why she has acne. Maybe it is because of the show.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm tired and I need to go to bed. I've got to get up early tomorrow.
What are you saying? You want me to leave?
Yes, I want you to leave.
Okay. I guess I'll leave. And I'm just like, oh my God, like, I thought this was gonna save me. It's clearly not. And I get a cab and I go home and Mandy's unlocked the door so I can get in. And I go to bed. And the next morning I wake up and Mandy says,
It's over, Kaveh. It's time to move out. The marriage is over.
And I'm so mad. And there's my guitar sitting there that he's been playing, like he's like practicing songs to sing with Ashley. And I'm just like, you know what? Fuck you, guitar. And I took the guitar and I just fucking smashed it on the ground. I was like, poof, and it felt great. I was like, yeah. I hate that guitar. I've always hated that guitar. The frets were too big for my fingers. My parents got it for me in high school. And then he's using it to play his little love tunes for his new girlfriend. And I fucking hate you, guitar. And I just broke it to smithereens. And it felt right to do that for me. And I feel like I understood, like, I can't be pushed anymore on this. This is the end. Like, my insides are telling my outsides that this is the limit. I cannot do this anymore. This is too painful.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream. Just dream.
What's going on up there?
We're just shooting a scene, Grace.
But you gotta break my damn door.
No, we're done now. That was the last one.
This is why you can't stay.
I understand.
This is why.
Do we get that? So, after Mandy said,
The marriage is over.
I called Ashley and asked her, do you still want to break up?
Yes.
But I still needed help on the show. So I asked her, do you still want to edit together?
Sure.
So later that day, Ashley went to New Jersey for the weekend with Robert. And the plan was that she and I would edit together at my office when she got back. But while she's there, she starts texting me. So that was confusing. But she gets back from New Jersey, and we meet in my office, and before you know it, we're making out. And we make out for a long time. And then we finally start editing, and within a few minutes, there's a knock at the door.
The building's closing.
What? I thought it was open till midnight.
No, that's regular school hours. This is summer hours. It closes at 7.
So we can't edit. What do you want to do?
I don't know. You want to go to my place? We could get stoned.
And I'm like, okay. So we go to Ashley's place, and we get stoned, and we make out some more. And then we try to edit. But she has like 17 roommates, and she lives in, it's like a communal housing situation. And, it was hard to find a place to edit. And, people were resenting that I was taking up this shared communal space. So we ended up editing in her room, which is just a closet with like no windows. And the only place we could edit was on the bed. And, the hard drives kept disconnecting because it was like bouncy. And it's really frustrating. So we just get stoned again and have sex. But we keep trying to edit at her house. And we get to this scene.
Don't go out with Ashley.
And Ashley gets upset. So I follow her to her room, and she's crying on the bed. And when I ask her what's wrong, she says,
I don't want to be in the show anymore. Everyone's going to hate me.
No, they won't. And if they do, so what?
People are going to say that I'm a homewrecker, that I broke up the parents of your children, I destroyed your family.
No, they're not. They're going to hate me. I'm the one who's going out with a 24-year-old.
No, they're going to hate me.
Well, they'll hate us both. But that didn't really make her feel better. So I tried giving her a massage, and that didn't really work either. Meanwhile, Mandy's in school 3 days a week. And I have to watch the kids while she's in school, so I'm not getting anything done. And I'm getting irritable with the kids, and I'm like yelling at them. And I'm like, if only Ashley could come over, she could be so helpful with the kids and with the editing, and I'd get so much more done. Mandy, please. It would make things so much easier. We wouldn't have to pay a babysitter.
No fucking way. You babysit the kids.
So Mandy's making it impossible for me to finish the show, which means I can't pay our bills, so I'm getting really stressed out about money. Also, when I see Ashley, I can't see the kids. And when I see the kids, I can't see Ashley. And I'm starting to resent not being able to integrate Ashley into my life. And then Mandy says,
You know what would be great for the show?
What?
You should let Jamie interview you.
So Jamie hosts a live interview show at this hipster bar in Brooklyn.
You guys could have a conversation about honesty.
Okay. Anyway, I wasn't sure what her motives were, but Ashley said,
We should all get stoned together after the show.
That's a great idea. Maybe Jamie could help talk Mandy into letting you come over. So I send Jamie a text. And also, Ashley really wanted Robert to come because she thought it would be healing. She'd been trying to get him to meet me ever since we started seeing each other. And his response was always, but Ashley was finally able to talk him into it. And so I meet him for the first time. Hey, you're really tall.
Oh, not that tall, really.
So here's the thing. Robert was the one who had introduced Ashley to my work.
It's not that I'm only jealous of you being with her. I'm also jealous of her being with you because I love your work.
Oh,
and
thank you.
I've been a fan for a long time.
Oh,
so
thanks.
it was kind of weird to have her hanging out with you. And I'm like, where am I? I don't get to hang out either.
Oh,
It's like you guys are hanging out, I'm just out on the side. Like, what? I mean,
Yeah.
this is really strange. and
I'm
bizarre.
sorry.
It is what it is.
So he's really sweet. And then we do the show, and Jamie's being kind of hostile.
One of the questions I have about your show is that it imposes your ethic on other people in an almost imperial manner.
And he's not really interviewing me so much as trying to prove that being honest is like unethical.
You've said in a couple interviews that you think truth can create a lot of pain, right?
And Mandy's there, and she's like loving it, and she's like egging him on.
To be fair, she's a pretty long-suffering person at this point in terms of putting her life under your umbrella in terms of being in films. And I'm thinking going all the way back to, In the Bathtub of the World and your marriage being on I'm a Sex Addict. And, she's been there throughout and obviously has hit a point where she can no longer ascribe to what you want from her.
But what he's not telling the audience is that he's sleeping with Mandy. So I tell them. And then she had sex with you.
Right.
And,
That's the reveal.
And what did that? But what got unleashed from that? I mean, that loosened a bunch of stuff in your relationship, right?
It was great. It was great.
It was helpful.
Yeah. So after the live interview thing, we go to this community garden that Jamie's a member of to get stoned. But Mandy has gotten really drunk. And when people are drunk, they're not nearly as peaceful and loving as when they're stoned. Plus, there was barely any pot, so no one got that high. And then Mandy starts yelling at Ashley.
You came into my fucking family. I didn't come into your fucking family.
I know,
you came
Mandy.
into my fucking family.
I'm not trying to come into your family.
You
I'm not even trying.
Well, you didn't. Maybe you're not trying, but you fucking did. You fucking did. You slept with him. I wasn't even done with him. And you fucking are having like a relationship and you're fucking in
You
love.
weren't done with him. You're fucking sleeping with his friend.
I was not.
You were sleeping with his friend. I didn't sleep with him until you slept with his friend.
And Robert is alienated, and Jamie is like,
It's a beautiful night. Can't we just enjoy the garden and just keep it light and have a nice time, right?
and Ashley is like hating Jamie. She still like resents him for the way he treated me during the interview.
It reminds me a little bit of a cult, right? And even the way you're dressed right now is like a little culty, and it's nice. It's a nice white culty thing.
And Robert's like, what am I even doing here? And I feel bad for him. And finally, him and Ashley leave together, and then Maddie and I leave together. And then in the cab on the way back, Maddie starts being less drunk, and she tells me,
All my friends think I'm being really restrained in all this.
How are you being restrained? You just yelled at her. You won't let her in the house, and you won't let her meet the kids.
My friends would kill her.
Well, you wanted to kill her too. Also, they're just hearing your side of it. Like, what are you telling them that's making them say that?
She's 24.
That is so unfair. It's not because of her age. It's not like she's 24, I want to be with her. I just liked her. We fell in love. It's not about age.
and we have a really good talk. And then Father's Day is coming up, and I'm like, this is my chance to get Mandy to give in a little. So I say to her,
here's what I want for Father's Day. I want to go somewhere with the kids and with Ashley. She's going to meet them soon anyway. As soon as I move out, why can't I just have her meet them before I move out?
No fucking way! I'm afraid that I will kill you and I will go to jail if you meet the kids, if you fucking bring Ashley around the kids on Father's Day. How could you even fucking ask me that?
and Ashley's like,
Don't worry about it. I don't need to meet the kids if it's going to cause problems between you and Mandy.
but I want you to meet the kids. I want them to meet you. Like, I need to integrate you into my life. I can't keep doing this. So Mandy's like,
Move out and then you can do whatever you want.
but I keep trying to explain to her,
we can't afford to move out. We don't have enough money to pay our rent. How are we going to pay for 2 apartments?
When there's a will, there's a way.
and she just refuses to work.
I'm in school. I can't work. But you have to leave.
And she tells me later, when she's stoned, that one of the reasons she wanted me to move out was because Jamie had said,
No one's going to sleep with you until you're not in the show. It's like having an STD.
So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to be able to pay for 2 apartments. And then I get an email from Slum Machine, who I hadn't heard from since she had come to the class web show screening. So I'm like, thank God. And I go to Viceland the next day.
Kaveh, everybody here totally fell in love with the show about the class.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It's great. We love it.
So this is supposed to be the same Viceland guy who came to the Metrograph screening. But the actor playing that guy moved to Scotland. So I ended up replacing him with this other guy because they both have similar hair.
The only problem is that it's not really like Viceland's audience to have the content be about kids that young.
Oh, come on, it's Viceland, man. White males 30 to 35.
Oh.
Yeah. So sort of in that vein, we still would love to work with you, but we kind of need to push for that audience. And we think that we can get a show greenlit by you if it were to take place in a bar.
You want to make a show about a bar?
Because our marketing people think a show about a bar would kill.
But it's in a bar.
Yeah, I mean, I don't drink. I don't go to bars. I don't like bars, but I need money, so I'm breaking up with my wife. So maybe, sure, I'll do it.
Awesome. Well, then we're really excited to see your style in that setting.
Cool. How much do you guys pay?
I mean, I don't really know. I don't think it's very much.
Yeah, how much is not very much?
10,000?
Okay, sure.
Okay, great.
So $10,000 isn't enough to get an apartment in New York and live for a year,
but it might be enough to get an office. And maybe I could live at the office. It's not legal, but how would they know? So I find an office that's $1,000 a month, which is enough to live there for a year almost. The only problem is there's no bathroom, but there is a bathroom down the hallway. And there's no kitchen, but it's not that far from my house, so maybe I could go home and make food sometimes. And Mandy's like,
Yeah, do it. Get an office. Get the hell out of here. Then you can work with Ashley as much as you want. In your office, so long as you're not here.
So I make plans to take the office space for $1,000 a month. And I'm talking to my sister on the phone, and she's like,
What are you talking about? It's illegal.
Yeah, if they catch me.
Well, that's crazy. There's no kitchen, there's no bathroom. Why would you do that? It's a waste of money.
Well, I can't afford to get a real apartment.
Well, how much does it cost to get a real apartment?
I don't know. It's like $2,500 or something.
Well, there might be some money from the settlement that you can use.
So our stepfather died recently. He died from this kind of cancer that you get from asbestos. And he got it from being in the Navy, where they made him like do all this asbestos stuff. And so the families of people who get cancer from asbestos for being in the Navy, usually they're entitled to a settlement from the government to help pay for all the medical costs and to, compensate the families.
It's not a lot, but it might be enough for you to be able to cover the difference between the office amount and the apartment amount.
I mean, if it's possible, I'd much rather get an apartment. So I was looking for an apartment that was near the kids, but also big enough to shoot this camera dress. So here's the thing. I was having to shoot these at BRIC, but the TV studio is never available. And it's impossible to set the lights up in the same way each time so that the different camera addresses match. So sometimes it looks like this, sometimes it looks like this, and sometimes it looks like this. And sometimes it sounds like this, sometimes it sounds like this, and sometimes it sounds like this. In short, nothing ever matches. So anyway, I'm trying to find the perfect apartment, and everything sucks. And then I finally find one that seems perfect.
540 square feet.
And Mandy says,
Great, get out of here.
So I make an offer on the apartment, but the landlord says she wants to meet in person before signing the lease. And she asks me,
So how many people are you going to have over?
Well, I have people who help me edit.
Well, I want to meet anybody who comes over. I don't want people coming in and out of my house I don't know.
So I thought that was weird, but I said, okay, and I signed the lease. So I start packing up my stuff, and then we start fighting about how we're going to divide up our possessions. Mandy, I need to take the DSLR because I need to start shooting camera addresses at my new apartment.
No, that's my camera.
Mandy, it's our camera. You said we could share.
I'm not giving up that camera.
And we have this huge fight. She's refusing to give me the camera, and she also won't even let me take any dishes or silverware. And I'm like, how am I going to pay for 2 apartments and all new furniture and all new dishes and silverware? It's like, it's crazy. And then Peter is trying to save our marriage by doing this weird ritual.
I'm gonna film you guys watching something that I'm about to play, and then after it's over, I don't want you guys to say anything. And just let me do what I have to do, okay?
And he films us watching the footage of our wedding.
This is a series of I Remembers for Kave. I remember we met in Melinda Ring's movement workshop. During the break, you asked me what my favorite movies were. I said, Breaking the Waves. And you said, Breaking the Waves is the best movie ever made. And I love that you said that. I remember it felt like an organ had pulled out when you left me in Boston that first time. And then that next time, I was so glad that you missed your plane. I remember the first time in San Francisco, how we slept on the floor because we didn't have any furniture the first night when we moved in together. I remember looking out the window at you reading on the stoop in the sun, and you love sitting in the sun. I remember watching The Daily Show with you and watching you laugh, your wide grinning face. How can I ever describe your face? Your smiling face. I remember you told me as we stood in the corridor of my Boston apartment that God had sent you to me, and I still believe this.
I remember the first time I saw you. I thought you were pretty, but I couldn't see how beautiful you were yet. I remember the night I fell in love with you. It was on the phone. and I suddenly knew that you were the one I'd been searching for all my life. I remember that first summer, how happy I was. I was so happy that I was driving too fast. And when the policeman pulled me over to give me a ticket, I told him I was speeding because I was in love. And that I didn't mind paying the ticket. That's how in love I was. I remember the drive across country. I kept gazing at your face in the car. You told me to stop, but I never loved anyone that much. I remember our talk on the bench in Nashville and the promise that we made. Let's see this. I remember how you didn't want me to film you for my movie. And then how proud you were of your performance. I remember how you said you didn't feel ready to get married. And then one day, you were finally ready. I remember how much I love you. How much I've loved you. And how much I will always love you. And then he takes the tape of us watching the footage of our wedding, and he puts it in our hands and says,
The filming of this show broke the bond of holy matrimony. May the breaking of this tape restore that bond.
And he breaks it. And Mandy and I are like, what the fuck was that? Like, it's not gonna save our marriage. And I'm thinking, why the fuck did he break the tape? I could have used that in the show.
The self-reflexivity is exhausting. She's over there by Kabe.
the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
All right, y'all, we starting. Hello, and welcome to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, and I'm here to have a lot of fun and add some color and some curves to late night TV because there's just so many of us, right? There's so many black women. Who is looking out for white men? Who's looking out for them? When are we going to see them on late night TV? But they need affirmative action. But seriously, I am a comedy nerd, and I'm also a mom of 2 kids. And I have to tell you guys, this past year with remote learning has not gone well for me at all. Like it's been a struggle. Like I don't know how they feel doing the actual work, but it's hard for me watching. It is. Seriously, when I see like 2 plus 8 times 25 divided by 9, that is just a mojito. You know what I mean? Like that's how that adds up. And I don't really need my kids to find out how dumb I am every day, okay? Don't need that. So listen, I am so happy that BRIC knows exactly what I know, and that is that black women are cats. That's right, black women are cats. Cats move through a world built for dogs. Okay, and let me explain this to you, all right? If you have a dog, and you throw your dog off your bed, your dog's gonna turn around, he's just gonna be like, come on, don't be like that. Like, don't be like that. But if you throw your cat off your bed, your cat's gonna be like, bitch, I was walking that way, I don't need this. So listen, this first episode is called Blurred Nation because blurred, black, nerd, and nerds have basically taken over the world. Like they've taken over this whole thing, and I married a blurred. I actually cannot get hot unless you have asthma and some glasses. That's about 78% true. So I am so here for this, and I love my show, and I hope you love Hella Late as much as I do. So you guys ready for a great show? Now listen, my friend Heather has a lot of questions. She's a girl with questions, so right now we are going to visit Heather on the street. Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper, Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now, Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. Whoever you identify, whoever you're attracted to, we're gonna play Marry F Kill. All right? All right, so you have to marry one you F, and one she gotta go. You don't have to kill her, you can say she can go home. You can say she can go home. All right?
I would marry Issa, F, Janelle, and Ava, no comment. Yeah.
She could go home. You pay for her Uber, right? You pay for her Uber. You're gonna get her a lift home. Okay.
Okay, I would marry Janelle. I would F Issa, and then Go home. Sorry, girl.
She had to go home. But you would give her money for the train, right? Yeah. All right, you give her money for the train. One had an Uber, one was on the G. I love that. Marry F. Kill with the blurs. Okay? So we see Issa Rae, beautiful Issa Rae, beautiful Ava DuVernay, and beautiful Janelle Monáe. We got the A's, okay?
Marry Ava because she's like sharp already. Like, we're gonna be set as a foundation, as a couple, as a unit. I would hook up with or sleep with Janelle Monáe. That's like an exciting time.
Which one? We're gonna play bestie, heavy, or the plug. Which guy looks like he could be a good best friend? Which guy looks like he would be your heavy, like he'd be good, he would back you up in a conflict? And which one you think would be the plug? Like he's the hookup, he's got stuff going on, he can help you.
I don't know, man. They look like average dudes to me.
So you ever seen This Is Us?
Yeah, I don't deal with men.
Okay, so one of them you have to marry. You have to marry one of them.
The one on the left.
Oh, which one?
The one on the left.
That's who you would marry. That's Janelle Monáe. She is fine as wine. Okay.
No, she isn't.
Heather had questions and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
We all know little kids have feelings, and when they put them into song, it paints a whole story. Please welcome this comedy nerd who loves a funny song. Some of you know her as Holly, but I call her Mama. Holly Harper!
Dear Mrs. Williams, I'm annoyed. You treat my inner feelings null and void. You act like you're the queen, took my Mad magazine, now you're messing with my whole sense of joy. I can see the Newports in your bag. You huff and puff when we are playing tag. Now I would never say that you smell like an ashtray. I say that big tobacco's got you like that. I am 11 and I'm grown. Here's 90 cents plus tax to get a Mad magazine of your own. Damn it! I'm sorry I said damn it, but I'm really kind of famished. It was me who ate your whole bowl of nuts. And I could see that wedgie up your butt. Dear Holly Harper, you are toast. Third time this week you've done the most. First you faked that asthma and I really want to grab you. I called 911 for that hoax. I heard you at recess talking smut. In my day, we'd fix that with hand to butt. But now we talk of healing and a child's inner feelings. You're fresh, and I've had enough. I am too menopausal for this. I miss my fourth smoke break, and my pantyhose are itchy as shit. Now, don't screw the pooch, cause I think you're kinda cute, but your attitude will always uppercut. And I can see that wedgie up your butt. There are people that are natural on stage, and then there are people that are born to be on stage. She's one of the baddest in the game, as well as my friend. Please give it up for comedian Dara Jamont.
Keep going. My ego needs it. Oh, I'm so lonely. So happy to be here. Oh, I originally am from Teaneck, New Jersey. I like to tell people about my town. Fun facts. It's where Biggie moved when he got money. It's where DMX got kicked out. Apparently having 13 pit bulls in the basement and 14 Lolos outside is frowned upon by the township. Okay, white people out there in BRIC TV land. Lolos, they are cars, okay? Sometimes convertibles, they go up and down because of hydraulics. Might have seen it in a rap video. Yeah? All right, now that we're all caught up, the best part about my town is that we were the first town to voluntarily integrate our school system. I know, in the entire country. I know. So this meant that we had very nice white people. Yeah. Like the cream of the crop, white people. So it was weird for me when I left my small, diverse town and I went to a big white university. I went to Syracuse University and I met white people who had never met black people. That's a different bunch. I was on the elevator and this guy gets on and he looks at me and he says, "Hey, what's the hood like?" I said, "I don't know, ask my gardener." But the older I get, I realize, no, if we paid our gardener X amount of money on a Tuesday, he did 6 houses that day and did that 6 times a week. He lived in a much bigger house than we did, okay? But that's just economics. That's a very hardworking man. Have we become too PC as a society? It makes me so nervous sometimes as a comedian. I don't want to get canceled, you know? I have to be very mindful of the things that I say. I learned on stage I couldn't say a word. It starts with a T, it ends with a Ranny. I don't say it anymore. It was the wild, wild west back in the 90s. We said whatever we want. But in that moment that I learned that I could not say this word, I felt, it's the one and only time I ever felt this feeling. I felt like an old, rich, southern white woman learning she couldn't say colored for the first time. What you mean they're not colored? They've been colored all my life. They will be colored till the day I die. But I respect people. So I took it out of my vocabulary, you know? Still waiting for it to happen with the N-word. Any day now. Can we talk about that real quick? Let's do it. All right. I feel like we, as black people, we don't have anything that daggers as hard as the N-word does, you know? Our options, lame and limited. Let's review. We have cracker. That's a tasty snack. Okay. Great with cheese and grapes. Charcuterie board, if you will, you know? We have redneck, but that's a badge of honor, you know? They love that. It's like their government name. The only thing that we have, and we have to dig so deep in the bag for this one, is look here, Whitey. And do you know how mad you have to be to pull out a look here, Whitey? And you have to say it just like that in order for it to be effective. With the hand, with the leg, with the voice, like you just came out of a black exploitation film. Look here, Whitey! And then what's the sentence that comes after that? I don't know. Could you picture me at Dunkin' Donuts? And the guy behind the counter gets my order wrong. And I'm like, look here, Whitey! You got my latte wrong. Nobody believes that. Because that guy would be Indian. White people run on Dunkin', but they don't work at Dunkin', okay? I'm Dara Jamaat. You guys have been great. Thank you!
Please give it up once again for our comedian Dara Jamaat. Yes! Now, if you know me, you know that I love to ask questions. Where people come from and how they see the world is everything to me. Please enjoy this 20 to 1.
Hey guys, so 20 to 1 is a Q&A thing I do with some very cool people I know. We're basically going to chop it up, and then I'm going to ask a series of 20 questions that they answer in a minute. Actually 2 minutes. I don't like to rush people. So here we go. You look beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You guys, Marina Franklin is like the consummate comedian. She's amazing. She, okay, let me just a couple. You may know her from the Stephen Colbert Late Show. You may remember her from Comedy Central's Dave Chappelle Show. She was in the hit movie Trainwreck. You may have seen her in one of her comedy specials. She's on Amazon. She's amazing. And she also has a really incredible podcast, Friends Like Us, that is Oprah Winfrey approved. I've been on it 3 times. You guys, Marina Franklin. I give you Marina Franklin. Like,
aw,
yes.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
You are amazing. So I want to talk about Hysterical because I've been like seeing promos and stuff on it. I'm really excited. Like, what's up with it? What's going on?
So Hysterical is a documentary that Jessica Kirson is executive producer of, which is amazing. Wow. When you have a comedian friend who approaches you and says, hey, I want you to be a part of this amazing documentary featuring women in stand-up comedy. It talks about, you know, like what we go through as female comics, and in a way, you know, we have been gaslit for years, and it's finally this time when we can talk about this and feel good and empowered about talking about it.
Okay, girl, 20 to 1. There's 20 questions. We'll answer it. It's supposed to be a minute. It's really going to be like 2 minutes.
What time were you born?
I don't know. I don't know, but I was born on Christmas Day.
That's pretty special. Okay, have you ever helped someone in mortal danger?
Ooh, mortal danger. But I was incorrect. No, someone was asking for a homeless shelter, but I thought they were talking about the club.
Oh my God. They're like, I need shelter. And you're like, boom, 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 boom.
My friend was like, Marina, they're trying to get to the shelter.
Oh. Right. Would you rather be too hot or too cold?
Oof. As a woman going through hot flashes,
okay,
I would say maybe too cold.
What is your least favorite Halloween candy?
Oh, that orange thing.
Candy corn.
Candy corn is disgusting. And the fact that they put that, like when they used to put that in your bag, it's like, do you not like me? Like, what is that about?
If you could live 300 years, at what age would you freeze your body?
Yeah, 45 was the best. Look at me telling my age.
You were the hot 45.
Look at me saying how much older I am.
Hey.
45 was a good body year.
Oh, all right now. All right.
Have you ever gotten jacked up by an animal?
My cat used to always jack me up when it would sit on my lap. He was like, it would turn from love to hate real fast.
Okay. Do you always wear underwear?
Always.
Would you rather eat fish food or dog food?
Oh, well, fish food looks like I could tolerate it probably a little bit more. Yeah.
I think fish food is tastier. I tried it, but this is back in the 70s, so I don't know.
Have you ever been to a shitty wedding?
Yes.
How old were you when your first kiss?
My first kiss was at like 11.
And this is the last question. What cartoon character would you date?
Archie.
Archie.
Is that considered a cartoon character?
Yeah, like Archie, Jughead, Betty, Veronica. Yeah.
Yeah.
Archie, well, I mean, he was built kind of nice. I mean, if you want to bring that up, you know.
Well, he never really dated a black girl. He was always between Betty and Veronica, and I was into that as a kid. I was like into this battle between Betty and Veronica. I would love to throw some brown sugar up in that mix.
Hey, what's next for you? What is next for you?
I'm excited.
So, you know, now it's just everything's opening up. So I'm going back to doing stand-up. I'm fully vaccinated. So I'll be going back to the Comedy Cellar. And just more of, you know, everything from Hysterical. That documentary is so wonderful. And maybe some sketches coming soon. And also my wonderful podcast, as you've been on.
Oh my God.
Holly, you've been amazing on my podcast.
Every time I'm on your podcast, I'm like, I'm on Marina's podcast. Yes. So thank you. Thank you so much for doing 20 to 1 with me and Hella Late. Your fans are going to be like, Marina! And I'm just awesome to see everything you do in the future. I'm such a fan. Marina Franklin fan. Thank you so much, Marina.
Thank you. So best person in the world.
I'm not a perfect mom, but I love poring over cosplay. It's a staple of Blur culture. So please enjoy a perfect mom who loves it way more than me.
Hi, I'm Malaika, and welcome to MBS This Morning's new segment, The Perfect Mom. We've got some really great moms for you to check out, and here is our first one. Hello, Charlotte, and welcome to Perfect Mom Studios. I see someone really likes cosplay.
Yes, because cosplay is life! And I am Charlotte, Charlotte, Charlotte.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I did ace spelling in the 3rd grade.
Ooh, I love aces and clubs and diamonds and spades and hearts. My girls and I, we have dressed up as all of them. And the Queen's crown, what? Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, Wow. So tell me, why do you think that you were nominated as a Perfect Mom candidate for MBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
Oh my God, it's so exciting. I guess it's because cosplay is life. Like I said, dressing up, exploring characters helps you see who you are and who you are not. And I do that for my girls.
You make your girls dress up too?
That is so mean.
Whoa.
I am dressed as Black Sadness. Not because I'm black, but because sadness is sadness, and I just happen to be Black Sadness.
Charlotte.
I'm back.
Hi, Wonder Woman?
No, I'm actually dressed as Nubia. You know, Wonder Woman's half-sister DC Comics forgot to put in the movie.
True.
Yeah, and just to jump back, my girls love dressing up, okay? Like, we like to move through different time periods each week.
Really?
Yeah, like last week, we were all Rosa Parks, and then they were all fighting for the front seat of the car, and then two of them had to sit in the back, and, oh, wait, oh no. Oh.
Well, that kind of blew up, didn't it? Well, who got to sit in the front?
Surprise.
Who?
My daughter, surprise. She got the front seat. But then Halloween and 3 o'clock were so pissed.
Wait. Hold on. No. So tell me, do you have any normal clothes?
Define normal.
You know, pants, shirts.
Oh yeah, normcore. It is so bad for the soul, and I get sad just talking about it. Normcore is death. This is how I feel in the world of normcore. This is how I feel in the world with no costumes.
But you're wearing a costume.
The girl dressed as Black Sadness can't hear you.
What? What is happening?
Did you guys enjoy my show? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Well, listen, thank you so much for watching the very first episode of Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Alone that winter, my heart's in the cold, my love's in the cold. Words find you there, all my words are gone. Good luck this winter. Be strong and let your mind rest. Don't cry for me, precious. I'll be an angel. I might be your angel overhead, overhead. I might be your angel overhead, overhead. I might be your angel. I'm flying over the moon. I'll go, you'll see me next to you. I'm flying up by the sun. I'm gone, babe, I know. I went home too soon. Climbing to the sun, lights and gold, heaven's gate open. Didn't think that I'd come so far without my love. I'm standing here watching overhead. I might be your angel. Overhead, I might be your angel. I'm flying over the moon. I'll go, you'll see me right there next to you. I'm flying up by the sun. I'm gone, babe, I know. I went home too soon. Yeah. I'm flying over the moon. I'll go, you'll see me right there next to you. Yeah, I'm flying up by the sun. I'm gone, babe, I know. I went home too soon. I went home too soon. I went home too soon. Yes, flying over the moon. Flying over the moon.
Oh, qué bonito.
Monica? Monica, come on. Monica, honey, we have to leave.
Where you go, I go.
See you next summer.
See you, Monica.
Buy one, get one!
Buy one, get one!
Buy
one, get one! Buy one, get one!
Buy one, get one!
Get one!
Hey. So I noticed you're in food delivery?
Yeah, I bike up and down BK like 20 times a day. You know, not to brag or anything.
That's so cool. Do people ever like try to special request you because you're so good looking and then you scoot up in your bike and hand them the food and your eyes meet and you fall in love over pad thai?
No, I just do what the app tells me.
Oh.
Yeah, you all right there, bro?
Yeah, just like my mom's veins are getting so thin that they're getting harder and harder to find, so it's hard to give her shots. So the nurses keep having to squeeze her tiny little wrist to make one pop up. Oh my God. Nice spike though, really, really hot.
Mom, just tell Donovan to go fuck right off. We can't all be geniuses and you already had me, so.
Buy one, get one.
Okay, so I have an idea, but you have to promise not to laugh.
I don't foresee myself ever laughing again in this lifetime. Buy one, get one!
Hey, do you hear that? Buy one, get one! So, as you know, the restaurant has fallen on hard times.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah. But I, like all great leaders, have thought outside the box and consulted with various folks on how best to handle
Hey,
this.
that's a sexy fanny pack.
Fuck off.
Mom, just tell Donovan I love you, but I will rip the skin out of your body if you ever do that again. Just because you live 30 minutes away from us doesn't mean that you still have to do his laundry.
Monica, you can't let us down!
We need to fake a holdup. What? I'm serious. Buy one, get one?
Wait, are you crazy? We could all get arrested. That's illegal.
Okay, I know it sounds a little wild, but like, just hear me out.
Well, if one of us play a robber on a Monday afternoon, like how many guests have we had on Monday afternoons in the past couple years?
Since 2017, we've had 7 guests on Monday afternoons.
Great memory.
I used to do AP Physics. That ruined my life.
Designated robber will walk in. I'll be behind the cash register.
You can't use that thing.
Okay, you'll be behind the cash register. And designated robber says, blah, 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 I'm feeling low and I need some cash.
No solicitation. Lompo choritrohin fokir kichu jay na.
Okay, so with this flyer, you buy a cocktail and you get one for free.
Say it again in Spanish.
I don't think you'll understand it.
Sometimes things are better when you don't fully grasp the situation.
You are out of your mind. Get out of the sun.
Hold on, Mom. What's going on?
Monica has a plan to fake a holdup.
When I have a plan to be on network TV.
Hey, just hear me out.
Let me call you back, Mom. Tell Donovan to go fuck off. To go fucking fuck off! Many blessings, Mom. I love you so much. Okay, what's the plan?
So the robber's in downstream. Customers are saying, oh my God, terror, bullshit, my kids, whatever. Mary's behind the counter and you hand over the cash to the robber.
It's gonna be like 20 bucks.
Shut up. I'll put a full 200 in there.
Ooh.
Yeah, bitches.
Can I see that flyer?
Yeah, totally.
You've really lost it.
Okay, I think we can pull it off. Like, OG's an actor. I mean, I'm sure Chris has, done some plays.
Oh my God, Monica's calling me gay?
Okay, he's definitely done a play.
Duh, I've been the Beast in Beauty and the Beast 3 times. After I came out, I might add.
Oh.
Oh, hey, buy one, get one?
Oh, yeah.
Buy one, get one?
Buy one, get one.
Buy one, get one.
Which is why we have to do this crazy sounding scheme where we act like, ha ha ha, I'm being robbed, and then collect donations from the community.
I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I don't think this is good for me.
Wow, the human mind is so fragile.
This is nuts,
This
right?
is not gonna happen. We're gonna get caught. I read the newspaper. People try to fake shit and then they get caught. Most actors try to fake shit and they can't, and they get paid to do it sometimes.
Oh, geez, stick with me. Oh, you're my favorite server.
We can hear you.
I mean, I understand the impulse. People are going online and they're buying followers. I know this because I have done it. I went on the internet and I clicked buy. You think I know 22,000 people? I don't know 15 people. Now, don't get me wrong, I think you're wrong, but I understand where you're coming from.
Never listen to actors. They're only speaking from their need for attention.
Yes, yes, I do need attention, but I'm also right.
Buy one, get one! Buy one, get one! It's all for the good of the company, Mary.
Okay, I'm going inside. I can't listen to this.
Wait, Mary, come on, just hear me out.
No, you're gonna get us all into trouble. Accept it, Monica. It's over. Jorge, it's all going to be boarded up in a week. Hello, Downstream Restaurant. Oh, hi, Nick. Yes, you could start showing the space. See you soon.
¿Por qué se está desnudando? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué pasó?
Just finish explaining.
Oh my
Do you
God,
all-
what the fuck? Bang, bang? No, Jorito, tiene que hablar con ella, pues se ha vuelto loca. Se está volviendo loca.
Look up and listen to me!
Okay, the robber, having done the deed, says something like, stay down! This shit's still a robbery! And leaves.
Ooh.
And our customers will back us up. Easy peasy.
Okay, but what if a celebrity happens to be there?
Yeah. Or what about a casting director?
Yeah. Or like someone really cute who maybe wants to date you.
What about the police?
The cops can't get anything done in this district.
That's true. I'm still waiting on like 3 wallets.
I mean, this is totally morally wrong. I can't believe I'm the one that's saying this, but it is.
Okay, like, in the olden days, when there was a fire, people would line up with buckets of water and put the fire out. And you know what? When there was a sewage issue, people would line up with buckets and take the sewage out. But it is not like that anymore. No one has loyalty. And I can't give up on this. Please. Please. I can't let my family down. I can't let us down.
I mean, where you go, I go.
Well, show me a script.
Okay, why not, huh?
At least I get to wear a costume.
Are you an actor? Have you done any plays?
Oh, actually, I've done a few plays.
Okay, we done with this? Congratulations on your first drink ever.
Bebida número uno, baby.
Oh, sí, mami. So what's your story?
Shut up, Omar. She's my friend from college, not yours.
Oh, sorry about her. I'm Mary, and I live a few doors away.
Oh, wow. I live in the same area, too. How come I haven't seen you in Prospect?
Well, I've lived here my entire life. You've probably seen me, you just don't remember.
Oh, I would have remembered you.
Mary's gonna start serving here this summer.
Oh, wow. Wow, great. Yeah. Very nice to meet you, then.
Happy birthday, baby girl! Hey, just start giving her cranberry juice.
My wife. I love you so much.
I know. Okay, all right.
Together forever.
Okay.
Daddy like.
All right. If not for the debtors' prisons that I have been in and around the surrounding U.S. territories, baby, I would not have been forced into this. I would not have had these birds of prey upon my head. These debts are hard and they follow me now. God, this sounds like Google Translate.
Te dije que se iba a dar cuenta.
Yo culpo la actuación.
I told you we should have gone with a star for this role.
Oh, come on, let's put some energy into it. This room is so hot.
Listen, dude, honestly, just make up the lines. That's what all the greats do.
Okay. Put your fucking hands up!
I'm here from Vira Colony to check out the property.
Viral colony?
Oh, it's an app for detecting and destroying viruses.
That's morbid.
Oh, you know the half of it. It's like pew, pew, pew. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Oh, say something. Yeah. You don't know the shit that I've seen.
Sorry, can you come back in a couple of hours? There's a.
Oh, I'm gonna stop you right there. I actually have to see it right now.
Oh, okay.
Open the register! Open it, jerks!
Bueno, pensé que podría guardar algunas de mis palabras.
I said it before and I'll say it again. Put your hands up!
Dude, you're sweating.
I know, and not acting well. Look, it's just that my mom got put on respiratory yesterday, and she doesn't speak English very well. Oh, God, just take me too! Open the register, fuckers! Can you give Kelly, or whatever her name is, a rest, Omar?
Dude, if I would have had more lines, I wouldn't be so bored.
God, Mom, I just need to find someone before you die.
I was very lucky and found love early by falling in love with my next-door neighbor. She was female and very lovely.
Well, good for you, Jorge.
Okay, you guys, as the unofficial acting coach on this project, please focus up!
Oh, gee, you're my favorite server, but like, take it down a few.
Everyone get down on the fucking floor! Now! I'm feeling good. Take the money out of the register and put it in this pillowcase. No one moves till I say so.
Oh my God.
You too, bub.
Please, sir, I have a son.
I have kids too, man. Tommy, Lacey, Georgina, Fred, Jackie, 5 kids.
My son's name is also Tommy.
Well, I'm not fazed by that information. Put the money in the sack.
Everyone, take him seriously. He may have a gun.
Don't test me, bitch. I'm gonna haul off and freak out and lose my shit. Fuck, 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 fuck.
I'm gonna go out for a sec.
You can't leave, this is rehearsal.
Oh, be right back.
He's probably gonna go talk to Mary. Fuck her. Please, just take the money and leave. I just want this to be over.
That was so good.
Oh, God. How's it going, Mary?
Hey! Hi! Great! Yeah, totally. Oh, the dust driving me nuts.
You okay?
Yeah, what?
I don't know. You seem nervous. What's his deal?
I don't know. I don't know who that guy is. Like, what is anyone's deal who eats here?
I was just asking.
Oh my God! No! Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just being polite.
I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you.
Yeah, I like you too.
What?
I appreciate you too. Yeah, I probably have to go. I have my line coming out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. See you later.
Yeah.
Woo.
I'm gonna say like 38 inches.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's just a robbery?
Well, I mean, I don't.
We're just people.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for joining us, Omar. All right, are you ready to start?
Yeah.
Hey, hi. Sorry to bust in like this, but I'm a concerned citizen of the U.S. While in my top-down 1946 convertible, I was changing gears, I heard something strange and pulled over on the side of Flatbush and Ocean.
Get down!
Jorge, that's so good.
Yeah?
Bien, hermano, yeah.
Thank you. I thought of my cousin when he ran over my tools with his car.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, jerk. Who the fuck are you?
Let me answer your question. I am a teacher at a Montessori school in Bed-Stuy. I am married with 2 kids. I have rosacea. Now the question is, who the fuck are you?
I'm robbing this store, motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Well, I can't let that happen. I am a citizen that happened to see something and say something.
I'll rework that.
I'm sorry. I just have to answer this one person. That's it. I'm sorry. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I promise. Oh, my one line.
No!
And I think we need to leave right now.
Fat chance, idiot. I need to make a down payment on my car.
Oh, Jorge, that is so far-fetched.
You think that's the part of the script that's far-fetched?
Okay, well, you wanna write it?
Sorry.
My mom! I mean, my car is dying.
No matter what the reason you want to rob this place, I can't let you. This is a great restaurant serving American breakfast food at all hours, which at one point had a 3.5-star rating.
Oh, my phone's off. I turned it off.
So, you're gonna turn this space into an office for your startup?
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. God damn. With this app, people are gonna finally realize all the sick shit that's in the air all around them, the cholera, the measles, all the... God damn it! Sorry, all the germs. What a time to be alive. Aren't you glad to be born in this era?
Scarlet fever? Who cancels because of scarlet fever? Like, how do you do it, Omar? How do you go on so many dates?
Dude, I don't like any of them.
But how do they not cancel?
I don't know, priorities. I'm a good texter, but shitty everything else.
But what are you saying? What are you doing? How are you making it happen?
It's different